Chapter 552. Seeing the young man nodding in agreement, everyone else nodded in agreement one after another. All right, since that's the case, then let's go. There was nothing to linger about here. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ray turned around and walked towards the stone tablet on the mountain. At this moment, just as Lin Ray turned around and was about to leave, two figures broke through the air and arrived. After feeling the surge of spatial energy, Lin Ray quickly turned around and looked at the two figures. It's them? Lin Ray recognized the two figures, especially Liao Yuning. She had saved him several times before. However, when he saw Liao Jun beside her, he frowned and was slightly surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect Liao Jun to be here. Soon, the Liao siblings arrived in front of Lin Ray and stopped. "Brother Lin Ray, it's great that you're here." Liao Jun, who had just landed, stepped forward excitedly and opened his arms to hug Lin Ray. However, Lin Ray inadvertently dodged him. Liao Jun's hug missed and immediately stopped awkwardly. He turned around and smiled awkwardly. He didn't do anything like before. Looking at Liao Jun and Liao Yuning, Lin Ray asked in surprise, "Why is he here?" Hearing the question, before Liao Yuning could answer, Liao Jun quickly said, "My sister doesn't know. I forgot to tell you. Not only me, but all the disciples of the major sects, empires, and aristocratic families in the divine world are here. They should be here by now." "What?" Hearing this, Lin Ray was shocked. He didn't expect that not only Liao Jun, but also all the major forces in the divine world were here. "What are you doing here? Didn't you seal this place as a forbidden area? Aren't you afraid of death?" Lin Ray didn't understand this question. Lin Ray was shocked by their arrival. Not only Lin Ray, but also the others. Everyone looked at Liao Jun curiously, waiting for him to give an answer. Looking at the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Liao Jun didn't conceal anything and hurriedly told them what he knew. 300 years ago, a wave of death qi suddenly rushed out of the Death Canyon. After that, the various large sects sent people to guard it. But who would have thought that after 200 years, more and more death qi rushed out? Because of this, the various large sects felt that a rare treasure must have appeared in the Death Canyon. So, at this point, everyone understood the whole story. Regarding this, Lin Ray knew that all of this was closely related to him coming here. However, what he didn't know was that these phenomena were all unintentionally caused by him. It was just that he didn't know it himself. All right, since that's the case, we have to speed up. Let's leave before they arrive and enter the 6th floor. With regards to Liao Jun's words, he understood that the reason why they were able to arrive so quickly was because he had passed the previous trials, especially the 1st and 4th trials. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to arrive so quickly. "Yes, I know." With that, Lin Ray turned and prepared to leave. However, when he thought of Liao Jun and the others, Lin Ray turned and said to them, "Hurry up and leave this place. We have to leave too. Let's part here. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Liao Yuning wasn't surprised when she heard this because Lin Ray had rejected her countless times over the past few hundred years. She wasn't surprised at all. Liao Yuning didn't say anything else and turned to leave. However, Liao Jun refused to let it go. He rolled on the ground and made a scene. No, I finally found Lin Ray. I won't leave. I won't leave. If you want to leave, leave." With that, without waiting for the others to object, Liao Jun moved as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Lin Ray. He instantly squatted down and hugged Lin Ray's thigh, refusing to let go no matter what. With regards to Liao Jun's actions, Lin Ray was helpless. However, because they were all friends, he didn't want to use his cultivation for fear of hurting Liao Jun. Liao Jun, how old are you? Why are you still doing this? Stop fooling around and let go of me. I still have things to do." Although he said that, Lin Ray couldn't convince him at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left just like that back in Heaven's Wall City. Liao Yuning was also helpless with regards to Liao Jun's actions. She couldn't hit this younger brother of hers. "No, I won't. Previously, you promised to become sworn brothers with me, but you changed your mind and left. This time, I won't let go of you no matter what. I'll go wherever you go." With that, Liao Jun's arms hugged Lin Rei's thigh even tighter. From the looks of it, Lin Rei believed what he said just now was true. At this moment, Lu Ying, who had been standing at the side, saw the stalemate and hurried over to Lin Rei's side. Lei Ji, why don't we let them follow us? Hoo, sister-in-law, you're too nice. Liao Jun, who was hugging Lin Rei's thigh, was touched when he heard Lu Ying's words. Looking at Liao Jun and thinking about his wife's words, Lin Rei nodded in agreement after thinking for a while. All right, but remember, you're not allowed to cause any trouble. Okay, I definitely won't cause any trouble. Seeing that Lin Rei agreed, Liao Jun immediately handed over Lin Rei's thigh and stood up quickly. His face was full of smiles, and the tears in his eyes completely disappeared. With this acting, if he doesn't get an Oscar, it'll be a waste of his acting skills. After the matter was settled, Lin Rei led everyone to the top of the mountain. At this moment, a smile finally appeared on Liao Yuning's face. The top of the mountain was very easy for them, who were in the divine ancestor realm. They instantly soared into the air and flew towards the top of the mountain. Very quickly, they arrived at the top of the mountain. The words on the stone tablet fell into everyone's eyes. The 6th level, the entrance to the Netherworld's 9 Serenity's seal. How can anyone from the divine realm enter so easily? These few simple words made everyone fall silent. However, apart from Lin Rei, everyone was silent. Seeing the words on the stone tablet, Lin Rei's cold face broke into a smile. It was a very happy smile, a smile so carefree that tears welled up in his eyes. But at this moment, seeing her husband's expression, Lu Ying's heart ached. Ever since she found out that her husband's memories had been erased, she had never seen him smile again. Now that he had appeared, his eyes were filled with tears. 9 Serenity's ghost realm, Ling Air, and Air, I can finally find you. Just you wait. Even if I have to go to the heavens, I'll find you and let you be reborn. Looking at the stone tablet, Lin Rei's eyes were filled with determination. He lifted his feet and prepared to walk towards the 6th level. They were very supportive of Lin Rei's decision. As for Liao Jun and the rest, after seeing that Lin Rei had made his decision, they followed him. Just as everyone's strength reached the 6th level, Lin Rei stopped. One of Lin Rei's feet was already on the 6th level, while the other foot was still on the 5th level. Seeing Lin Li come to a halt, everyone was puzzled. And then they all came to a halt as well, not moving at all as they stood behind Lin Li, waiting. At this moment, in the system space, Lin Rei was in the pitch-black space. He was pleasantly surprised to see a familiar figure in front of him. His eyes were moist. As for that familiar figure, as she looked at Lin Li, tears began to appear in her eyes as well. Brat, during the time that I wasn't around, the system said that you've been doing well. This familiar figure was none other than the little dragon, who had exhausted his energy and entered seclusion to cultivate because of Lin Rei. Just now, when Lin Rei was about to enter the 6th level, suddenly, the little dragon's voice stopped him. It did not allow him to enter the 6th level. TCH, you still have the nerve to say that. Without you, I almost died. Looking at the little dragon, Lin Rei hurriedly said helplessly. He instantly rushed forward and hugged the little dragon. At the same time, looking at Lin Rei who protected him, the little dragon's eyes were filled with tenderness. I know. Don't worry. I will give you a copy of the battle techniques you lost. As for your memories, I can't do anything about it. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei let go of the little dragon and said with a little disappointment, Yes, it's nothing. Don't worry, I'm not such a fragile person. Isn't it just that my memories were erased? But fortunately, I'm almost at the 6th level. I can see Ling Air soon. With that, Lin Rei's face showed a longing expression. He was even more excited. When he thought that he could see his son and wife soon, he was very excited. Look at you. Don't worry, I will help you with your wife and son. However, the most important thing now is to take the thing on this level. We can't let others take advantage of it. Thing? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was puzzled. Well, that's right. If I didn't stop you just now, I'm afraid that this thing would have been missed by you. Hearing this sentence, Lin Rei's eyes showed a strange light. He knew that there was an extraordinary thing on the 5th level, but he did not look for it. Oh, go. It's under the stone tablet next to you. You'll find that thing soon. With that, the little dragon did not give Lin Rei a chance to speak and directly kicked Lin Rei out of the system. Go to your uncle. Lin Rei, who had returned to his original body, could not help but curse. However, what was awkward was that at this moment, everyone behind him was looking at him strangely. When Lin Rei came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his composure, he also felt the same gaze coming from behind. Then, Lin Rei quickly pretended as if nothing had happened and went to the place that the little dragon said. Looking at the stone tablet in front of him and thinking of the thing that the little dragon said, Lin Rei did not think too much. Immediately, he gathered his strength and used all of his cultivation and physical strength to instantly punch the stone tablet. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Everyone was even more confused. They did not understand what Lin Rei was doing, but they knew that Lin Rei had his reasons for doing this. After the loud sound, Lin Rei raised his head to look at the stone tablet. Suddenly, he was shocked, and his eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 553. Right now, the stone steel, which had been struck by his full force, was completely undamaged. Nothing had happened to it at all. What made Linley feel awkward was that there wasn't a single mark on the stone steel. Linley felt slightly disappointed. Looking at such a hard stone tablet, Lin Rei had a headache. If he couldn't break the stone tablet with his full strength, how could he take out the thing that was suppressed under the stone tablet? Just as Lin Rei was thinking about this, the little dragon in the system was already angered to death. I say, kid, didn't you just get the dry water 10,000 art sword? What is that thing for? That's right. The 10,000 art sword can cut iron like mud. It can even break a divine weapon. Thinking of this, the dry water 10,000 arts sword instantly appeared in Lin Rei's hand. Looking at the dry water 10,000 art sword, his eyes focused, and then he swung the sword at the hard stone tablet in front of him. Bang! This time, Lin Rei looked at the stone tablet with a very determined gaze. Sure enough, when the sword went down, the stone tablet was cut into two from the middle by the dry water 10,000 art sword. In comparison, Lin Rei was shocked. Damn, what is this 10,000 art sword made of? It's so strong that I couldn't break the stone tablet with my full strength, but it was cut in half by his sword. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. However, no one said anything and just quietly watched Lin Rei's actions. Looking at the stone tablet that was cut in half by him, Lin Rei quickly put away the dry water 10,000 art sword. After moving the stone tablet, a long sword with lightning appeared in front of everyone. Why does it look so similar? Looking at this long sword, Lin Rei felt that he missed all the 10,000 arts swords that he had. However, the little dragon said before that the 10,000 art sword had 5 long swords that corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Therefore, Lin Rei directly dispelled the fact that it was the 10,000 art sword. However, the more Lin Rei looked at the sword, the more he thought about the 10,000 laws sword. Since he didn't understand, Lin Rei asked the little dragon in his mind, "Little dragon, tell me about the origin of this sword. Since it can appear here and be suppressed by the stone tablet, its origin must not be simple." At this moment, in the system, the little dragon replied awkwardly after hearing Lin Rei's question. Actually, listening to the little dragon's stammering, Lin Rei felt that something was wrong. Normally, if Lin Rei called him, he would definitely answer immediately and even fart. But now he was acting like this. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Rei couldn't take it anymore and said, "All right, stop hesitating. Hurry up and tell me what this thing is." Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon breathed a sigh of relief. "Sigh, I can't hide anymore." Then he said quickly and firmly, "This sword is the 10,000 laws sword. It belongs to the 10,000 laws sword with the thunder attribute." "Oh, you want to fight?" Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei didn't come back to his senses for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he suddenly exclaimed, What? The 10,000 laws sword, thunder attribute? Lin Ray digested the little dragon's words for a long time until he finally slowly accepted this matter. Hee, little dragon, when can you be more reliable? You said before that the 10,000 laws sword corresponded to the 5 elements. Why did it come out with the thunder attribute now? You're making me feel awkward. I just remembered wrongly. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon hurriedly used the word remembered wrongly to try and get away with it. But how could Lin Ray get away with it so easily? You remembered wrongly? Now that you remember, tell me, how many of these 10,000 law swords are there? Lin Ray especially wanted to know this question at this moment. No more, this is the next one. This is definitely the right one. At this moment, the little dragon said with certainty. In contrast, Lin Ray believed it. Okay, remember this sentence. If another 10,000 law sword appears, we'll talk about it. After saying that, Lin Ray withdrew from the flat road where he talked to the little dragon. Then he looked at the 10,000 laws sword in front of him with burning eyes. Since I've bumped into you, then you're mine. As he spoke, Lin Ray impatiently stretched out his hand to grab her. Beezy. At this moment, a terrifying electric current rushed out the moment Lin Ray's hand touched the 10,000 law sword. It directly drilled into Lin Ray's arm and began to spread throughout his body. Ooh, awesome. For Lin Ray, who had been bathed in thunder and lightning, plus his body had broken through to the middle stage of the nervous system, he could still adapt to this electric current. After the electric current spread throughout his body, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel refreshed. Oh, you're still able to resist? Your 5 brothers are all in my hands. Do you think you can escape? Lin Ray said with a look of disdain. Then he stretched out his hand again and directly grabbed the sword's hilt. Suddenly, the terrifying electric current rushed into Lin Ray's body again, but Lin Ray directly ignored it. Letting the electric current wash over his body, his hand tightly grasped the 10,000 laws sword and didn't let go. Then, Lin Ray quickly cut his hand, and drops of purple blood instantly fell onto the blade of the 10,000 laws sword. Whoa! The sword trembled. The 10,000 laws sword trembled for a while, and then fell silent. Along with the silence of the 10,000 laws sword, a message that didn't belong to it appeared. The Thunderbolt 10,000 laws sword is the head of the 10,000 laws sword. The 10,000 laws sword is divided into 6 swords: thunder, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Thunder is the main source of thunder and lightning. Looking at the message in his mind, Lin Ray's heart was filled with information. Similarly, the little dragon's words were confirmed. What he said just now was right. There were a total of 6 10,000 laws swords. However, what Lin Ray didn't expect was that the Thunderbolt 10,000 laws sword in his hand was the head of the 10,000 laws sword. Looking at Lin Li's delighted expression, Xiaolong directly opened his mouth and said, "Since you've taken the thunder attribute weapon, then this skill manual, as well as the stolen skill manual, I'll give it to you together." These words came so suddenly that Lin Li was stunned. But how could he refuse such a wonderful gift? Okay. After he finished speaking, he felt a strong surge of energy appear. Then, it turned into strange words. However, the moment the energy turned into words, they were directly engraved on the paper made of his bones. Looking at the characters engraved on the bone, the little dragon's words came again. This time, I've engraved these battle techniques on your bone. Even if it's stolen by others, you don't have to worry. Seeing that the little dragon was so considerate of him, Lin Ray suddenly felt warm in his heart. He didn't say anything, but quietly looked at the battle techniques engraved on his bone. The free and unfettered sword technique, the martial god strategy, all the stolen cultivation methods have now returned. And what attracted Lin Ray's attention the most was the battle technique that Lin Ray gave him that was still engraved. The Heavenly Thunder Sword Technique. This face was created by the transformation of the heavenly tribulation of the Great Path in ancient times. The Great Path was simple, and it was supported by the law of destruction and the law of slaughter. The prerequisite for cultivation was to have a strong body. Of course, as long as you had enough physical body to cultivate the heavenly thunder sword technique, it would automatically open. If you forcibly opened it, you would only be devoured by it, as if you were bombarded by the great path thunder tribulation. Your soul would scatter, and your fate would disappear. Wow, looking at this battle technique, Lin Rei was stunned. This battle technique could be said to be the most powerful cultivation method that Lin Rei had ever obtained. The little dragon, who was observing Lin Rei's every move in the system, said, "How is it? How is this cultivation method?" "Well, it's really good." Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei replied subconsciously. However, as soon as he said it, Lin Rei reacted. However, this cultivation method has a very strong physical body requirement. I'm only at the middle stage of the God realm now. Can I cultivate it? The little dragon was full of respect for Lin Rei's caution, because in the past, as long as Lin Rei saw something good, he would directly cultivate it without worrying. "You've really changed. You become more mature." The little dragon suddenly said so. Lin Rei blushed and felt a little embarrassed. This cultivation method can be cultivated. With your current physical strength, there's no problem at all. Hearing this, Lin Rei was relieved. However, he didn't have time to cultivate at this moment. "Alas, it seems that I have to wait for a while. Let's talk about it after I rescue Ling," and with that, Lin Rei reluctantly came back to his senses. He still had the urge to sit down and cultivate the heavenly lightning sword art immediately. "Okay, you should go quickly. I feel that not far away, there's a huge and complex energy coming in your direction. It'll be here soon." "What?" Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei quickly used his divine sense. At this moment, Lin Rei could be said to be different from before. The moment Lin Rei released his divine sense, a complex energy appeared. Lin Rei's face turned cold. He knew very well that this energy was coming from the disciples of the major families, sects, and empires. Seeing that they were coming, Lin Rei didn't want to be entangled with them. He immediately called out to everyone, "Let's go. They're coming. Let's leave quickly. I don't want them to know my existence now." Hearing this, everyone's face turned solemn. They immediately nodded and followed Lin Rei into the 6th floor. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei and the others disappeared from the 5th floor, the people from the major forces arrived at the place where Lin Rei was just now. The two groups of people could be said to be one in front and one behind. The two groups of people were just a little bit away from bumping into each other. Someone has been here? Among the people who came to the top of the mountain, Elder Xiong of the Falling Star Pavilion was puzzled when he saw that the stone tablet was broken and the words on it were blurred. At the same time, Elder Xiong's words were heard by the people around him. Then, they opened up a large stone for observation. After a while, the observer stood up and said to everyone with a solemn expression, "The senior of the Falling Star Pavilion is right. This stone was just split open by a very sharp instrument." "What? Just now? Could it be that someone was one step ahead of us?" Chapter 554. Just then, someone stood out and shouted, "If you want to know the result, then go to the 6th floor." "Didn't that person just leave? Why don't you go in and take a look? You might even be able to catch up to him if you go in now." Just as everyone was wondering what was going on, they suddenly came to a realization after hearing this sentence. Then, they looked at the person who spoke. Everyone then realized that the person who spoke was Elder Su Ning, who was sent by Qian Kuan. They thought that he was a middle-stage God Monarch expert. "All right, since that's the case, my divine sect will go first." Pang Long of Divine Sect jumped out and said righteously, "What right does your divine sect have to go first? We, the 3 upper sects, should go first." In response to Pang Long's words, all the major powers stood up and disagreed. Compared to Pang Long, they had nothing to say, nor did they have a strong attitude. After all the sects here were top-notch or first-grade sections. In terms of sect background, everyone was about the same. That's enough, everyone. If you keep arguing like this, who knows how far that person would have run away. Perhaps he obtained a treasure on this level. What if he obtained a treasure on the 6th level and left directly. Then all of our efforts here would have been for naught. Looking at the arguing scene, Su Ning stood out and tried to resolve the situation. Hearing this, everyone stopped arguing and didn't act like before. All right, since your divine sect wants to go first, then fine. Saying this, the three upper sects who were fighting to go first retreated to the side and made an inviting gesture. Pang Long was surprised at the sudden change of mind of the three upper sects. Such a top sect would actually back down because of a single sentence from Qian Kuan's sect. But looking at the opportunity to go first, Pang Long didn't give up. So what if there was danger ahead? All right, since the three upper sect friends are so humble, my divine sect won't stand on ceremony. Saying this, Pang Long waved his hand and said to the divine sect disciples, "Let's go. Be alert and be careful." Saying this, Pang Long took a step forward and entered the 6th floor. As for the divine sect disciples, they followed closely behind, not daring to fall behind. The people from divine sect disappeared into the 5th level. Next, they entered the upper 3 gates, followed by Enigma Palace, and so on. Heavenly Spring Sect, Yuan Dao Empire, and so on. However, the last one to enter was the Qinquan sect. The moment everyone entered, Su Ning, who had originally looked calm and peaceful, suddenly looked gloomy. More so, I'll let you guys test the waters. The disciples of my Qinquan sect are extremely precious. If the people from the other sects who had entered earlier were to hear these words, they would definitely join forces to attack Qinquan sect. But what a pity. They would never know that they were being used as guinea pigs by others. The 6th floor, the entrance to the 9 underworlds. In Lin Rei's imagination, this place should be gray and overcast, without any possibilities. It should be lifeless. However, the moment Lin Rei entered the 6th floor through the tunnel, he was shocked by the environment of the 6th floor. This place wasn't as lifeless as he had imagined, wasn't dusky, and it wasn't as if there weren't any living creatures. However, it was precisely the opposite of what he had imagined. At this moment, Lin Rei was standing in front of a dense forest. It was filled with life, and it didn't seem like the entrance to the 9 underworlds at all. What surprised Lin Rei even more was that in the previous 5 floors, it was difficult to even see a bird, let alone spiritual energy. However, not only was there abundant spiritual energy here, but there were also birds and beasts. Lin Rei could even hear the roars of beasts. Instantly, Lin Rei couldn't help but suspect that they had already been transported out of the Death Valley. Brother Lei, what's going on? Why is this place different from the previous places? At this moment, a male disciple who was equally confused hurried to Lin Rei's side and asked. In contrast, when the male disciple spoke, everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Rei. They wanted to seek an answer. In response to everyone's gazes and his male disciple's question, Lin Rei could only shake his head and tell them that he actually didn't know what was going on either. Let's go. Although I don't know where this is, this should be the 6th floor. Let's walk around and we'll know. As he spoke, Linley took the lead and walked towards the forest in front of him. As for the male disciple, he hurriedly followed after Linley after he finished speaking. Along the way, everyone entered the forest. Along the way, Lin Rei was very curious about this place. He still couldn't believe that this was the 6th floor. Looking at the thick and tall trees around him, Lin Rei couldn't help but continue walking forward. News. Not bad. I didn't expect you to become so mature in such a short time. Good. At this moment, just as Lin Rei was walking forward, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Instantly, Lin Rei was startled. F***CK, are you crazy? This is the 6th floor, and you always appear so mysteriously. Do you know that there is a limit to how much my heart can bear? If one day I'm really scared to death by you, then you can cry. Ha ha. After hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon in the system suddenly burst into laughter. He was rocking back and forth and almost laughed out loud. Listening to the little dragon's laughter, Lin Rei helplessly rolled his eyes at the little dragon. He didn't intend to continue talking to him. In this place where the strange phenomenon was prominent, if he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. This was a substantial lesson from the previous floors. After a long time, the little dragon's laughter finally disappeared and was replaced by a very serious voice. All right, I won't play with you anymore. You were right before. This is indeed the 6th floor. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Rei was curious. The previous 5 floors were the same, but now it was a completely different scene. Wasn't the difference a little too big? Knowing Lin Rei's doubts, the little dragon quickly told him what he knew. You have to be careful. According to the system prompt, there's a very powerful family guarding this place. They are afraid that people will enter the 9 Nether. However, the seal at the entrance of the 9 Nether was destroyed, so what? Family guarding? This news wasn't good news for him. If there was really such a family, how powerful would they be? Lin Rei didn't dare to imagine. But his purpose of coming here was thinking until here, Lin Rei was in a difficult position. If he stopped here, then everything would be in vain. Then what should I do? I can't just give up like this. My son and wife are waiting for me. Seeing Lin Rei's agitated look, the little dragon quickly stopped him. All right, don't worry. I only said that there's a family guarding this place. I didn't say that there is no way to enter the 9 Nether. Why are you so agitated? Why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Rei was very angry at the little dragon's hesitation. This matter wasn't as bad as he thought, but he would be angered to death by the other party's habit in the end. All right, it's my fault, okay? Hearing the little dragon's apology, Lin Rei's expression eased a lot. He then asked, "Tell me, what method can I use to enter the 9 Nether?" This question was of utmost importance to Lin Rei. So, even if the little dragon didn't say it, he would still go in. No matter who was blocking his way, he would kill gods if gods blocked his way. With a spear in hand, the world was his. TSK, I say, is your brain getting worse and worse? Did you forget the space-time teleportation thing I gave you before? Hearing this, Lin Rei carefully searched for it in his mind. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it. It was very likely that it was erased by the Soul Devourer. All right, since you have a way, then I'm relieved. When the time comes, you just have to give me that teleportation thing. You don't have to interfere with the rest. At this time, Lin Rei's words were very temperamental. Hearing his words, the little dragon responded without giving face. TSK, you're thinking too much. When did I say I was going to interfere? The moment he finished speaking, the little dragon's voice disappeared from Lin Rei's mind. He knew that the little dragon should have gone to prepare something for him. At this moment, Lin Rei's mind moved automatically. His consciousness instantly entered the system's martial arts practice field. Looking at the more than 20 Shura clansmen who were still cultivating, he felt the aura emitted from their bodies. Suddenly, an excited smile appeared on Lin Rei's face. "Wake up, all of you!" A voice exploded in everyone's mind. In the next moment, all the Shura clansmen woke up from their cultivation and looked at them. Lin Rei didn't say anything. His consciousness wrapped around them. With a thought, he instantly teleported them out of the system space. At this moment, the people who were walking outside suddenly saw the Shura clansmen appear and immediately became vigilant. Although they had seen them before, it was only a passing encounter. Besides Lin Rei, no one else could spy on them. Of course, there were other people. "Greetings, young master." At this moment, Lin Rei, who had returned to his body, heard their words and smiled. "Well, you're all out. Then continue with your mission." A simple sentence made everyone puzzled. Mission? Of course, they didn't know what mission it was. "Yes, we obey." The more than 20 Shura clansmen understood. In the next moment, they disappeared on the spot. Seeing them suddenly appear and disappear, most of the people knew what was going on. Of course, other than the Liao siblings who insisted on following. After feeling the aura of the Shura clansmen around him, Lin Rei nodded slightly and quickly walked forward. At this moment, at the entrance of the 6th floor, people began to appear continuously. Everyone who appeared looked the same as Lin Rei and the others. It could be said that they were even better than Lin Rei and the others. More and more people came. Everyone's first expression when they saw this place was the same. Chapter 555. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The shock on their faces didn't diminish, but instead intensified. Everyone had to be cautious of one thing: disbelief, astonishment, and shock from the bottom of their hearts. How can this be? How can this be? This was Su Ning, who was the last to appear. After seeing this scene, it took a long time for him to regain his senses. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim. In contrast, no one knew what was going on here. They only knew that this was an extremely dangerous place. Even though they were in disbelief, it wasn't safe for them alone. Let's go. Everyone, be careful. The one who spoke first was still Pang Long of Archaean Sect. In his mind, there must be a lot of precious medicinal ingredients in this place. Whoever walked in front of him would be able to get more. However, this thought appeared in everyone's mind. They were all very excited. When they saw that divine sect was one step ahead, everyone instantly panicked, including Elder Su Ning of Qinquan Sect. Even though they knew that this place was dangerous, no one could resist the temptation of heavenly treasures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, everyone took to the air and flew towards the depths of the forest. However, when they reached the edge of the forest's entrance, an invisible energy instantly appeared and blocked everyone's path. With a rebounding force, everyone was sent flying far away before coming to a stop with great difficulty. This energy made even divine monarch stage experts like them helpless. In comparison, everyone could only walk in unison. Just like this, everyone began to compete in speed. Even though they were walking, they still wanted to see who would be first. Lin Rei, who was walking far ahead, naturally didn't know about this scene. If he knew, he would have laughed himself to death. This was something that the top sects on the righteous path would do. At this moment, Lin Rei didn't have the time to care about this. His only thought was to enter the 9th Nether Ghost Realm and save his wife and children. This was his only goal right now. Along the way, no one dared to disturb him after seeing his nervous expression. Swish, swish. Just as everyone was moving forward, there was a sudden movement in a bush not far away. Everyone was nervous to begin with and was very sensitive to the sudden sound. The moment the voice appeared, everyone froze in place. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the swaying grass. Just as everyone was about to move, a rabbit jumped out from the ear of the rooster. Damn. Seeing that the instigator of all this was a rabbit, the young man couldn't help but blurt out a string of profanities. At this moment, Lin Rei also relaxed and was about to continue his journey. But at this moment, the bush swayed again. Apart from Lin Rei, no one else paid attention to it. Let's go. Maybe it's some small animal or something," the young man said. Similarly, apart from Lin Rei, everyone walked forward. Lin Rei also stayed in place and stared at the bush where the prank was. When the bush swayed for the second time, Lin Rei felt a trace of killing intent. He knew that this couldn't be the same as before. At this moment, the young man felt that Lin Rei didn't follow him. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look at Lin Rei, who was still in place. He walked up to him and asked in confusion, "Brother Lei, what's wrong? Isn't it just a rabbit? Why are you so nervous?" While speaking, the young man also looked at the bush. At this moment, a figure slowly stood up from the bush. It had to be said that the young man saw it just in time. When he saw the sudden appearance of a person, shock, and disbelief filled his whole face. "Oh, I knew it was impossible to see him like this." At this moment, when he saw the appearance of that person, his previous opinion was confirmed. At the same time, when Lin Rei saw the man behind the bush, the first thing that came to his mind was the family guarding this place, not the big forces coming in from outside. Not for anything else, but because the man was wearing animal skin, he could guess his identity. Looking at him, Lin Rei didn't relax his vigilance. Instead, he became more nervous. "Fellow Taoist, I'm Lin Rei. I came here to..." Just when Lin Rei was about to visit the mountain, the man in animal skin suddenly interrupted him. "Okay, don't tell me where you came from. I don't care about that at all. I just want to say that you can't go in here. You must have seen the stone tablet at the entrance. This is the place where the entrance to the ghost realm is sealed. So, you'd better go back." Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Rei was more certain that this man was one of the family guarding this place. In contrast, Lin Ray's eyes were full of respect. It was not easy for them to guard this place for so many years, and it was for the whole divine realm and all the planes in the lower world. But Lin Ray didn't like what he said. After all, it was not easy for him to come here. It took him 300 or 400 years. How could he give up just because of the other party's words? Fellow Taoist, I really have an urgent matter to attend to and want to enter the ghost realm. Please inform them. I have a corresponding reward. If it's possible, please make an exception. Speaking of this, Lin Ray's eyes burst with killing intent. Killing intent began to surge in his body, and his fighting spirit soared. Oh, what can you do if you don't make an exception? Hearing the man's words, Lin Ray released all his cultivation. If you don't make an exception, then I can only force my way in. As he spoke, the chaotic dragon spear instantly rushed toward the man. At the same time, Lin Ray's body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was behind the man in animal skin sweater. I really have an urgent matter. If I continue, I'll offend you. As he spoke, he threw a punch at the man's head. With the chaotic dragon spear in front and Lin Ray behind, the man felt a huge threat. His face turned cold. Suddenly, a pressure that was stronger than Lin Ray's appeared. You're the first in a million years to behave atrociously in my Gu family. Be careful. I won't let you die too miserably. Hearing the man's words, a bad premonition surged in his heart. Suddenly, a majestic fist intent rushed toward him. Facing such a dangerous feeling, Lin Ray's instinctive reaction was to retreat immediately. Just as Lin Ray retreated far away, the chaotic dragon spear was already in front of the man. When the man felt it, he instantly grasped the spear's shaft tightly with one hand. Looking at the spear in his hand, the man's face was filled with ecstasy. He reached out and stroked the chaotic dragon spear in his hand with admiration. Good stuff, but since it has already recognized its owner, it's useless to keep it. Speaking of this, the man instantly moved his hand. The chaotic dragon spear flew toward Lin Ray as if it had a spirit. Seeing the man's actions, Lin Ray couldn't help but admire him from the bottom of his heart. This was the first time he had met someone like this. In the past, whenever he saw his spear, the first word that came to his mind was plunder. But this man in front of him had actually given it to him. Seeing that, Lin Ray no longer had any desire to fight. Next, he retracted his cultivation base, dispelling the killing intent and killing intent emanating from his body. His face softened considerably. Looking at Lin Ray's actions, the man also withdrew his cultivation. He wanted to see what Lin Ray was going to do. Worry, since you won't let me in, you should at least let me see the leader of your family who is guarding this place. Looking at Lin Ray's anxious face, the man was very curious. Why do you have to go into the ghost realm? Regarding this question, Lin Ray had nothing to hide. When my sect was surrounded, my wife and child were forced to death. Therefore, I want to enter the ghost realm to find my wife and child. Fellow Taoist, please make an exception. Hearing the reason why Lin Ray had to enter, the man was moved. This fine. Stay here for a while. I'll notify the patriarch. But of course, I'm just going to introduce you to him. I don't know if it'll work or not. Hearing this, Lin Ray nodded excitedly and said, Good. Thank you for making an exception. You just have to let me see your clan leader. After that, I'll settle it. The result at this time was already the best. As for meeting their clan leader, he would think about it when the time came. Time passed by slowly. After a while, a stream of light rushed over from a distance. Well, the clan leader's message is here. It's still unknown whether he can see you or not. With that, the man reached out and caught the stream of light. When the light disappeared, a talisman appeared in the man's hand. Looking at the talisman, the man immediately activated his spiritual energy. A familiar voice rang out, but Lin Ray couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Why don't you bring him over for me to take a look? Lin Ray was very familiar with this voice. However, because his memory was erased, this voice only gave Lin Ray a familiar feeling. But in any case, the clan leader guarding this place agreed to meet him. Lin Ray was already very grateful. You heard it. In that case, let's go. Hearing the man's words, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. He thought that everything was over, but who would have thought that at this moment 15, who was hiding in the air, suddenly appeared. He came to Lin Ray's side and whispered in his ear, "Young master, the major forces of the divine realm are here. What do you think we should do?" Huh? The moment Lin Ray heard this news, a wave of anger surged into his heart. The murderous intent that had dissipated earlier instantly erupted. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Yes. Hearing this, 15 received the order and disappeared instantly. At this moment, the man who had been standing next to him was stunned when he saw 15. This was because he felt that 15 gave him a very dangerous feeling. Chapter 556. What's wrong? Sensing the killing intent emanating from Lin Ray, the man asked curiously. Up till now, he had not sensed a group of people rushing towards them. They're here. Seeing the man's confusion, Lin Ray replied seriously. What's here? He still didn't quite understand Linley's words, so he turned to look at Linley. A bunch of flies. Disgusting flies. Get ready. It might be troublesome later. As he spoke, Linley no longer paid any more attention to the man. Turning around, he ordered his subordinates, prepare for battle. Once they arrive, kill them without mercy, especially those from the Chinquan sect. At this moment, Lin Ray was filled with killing intent. Anyone from Chinquan sect that came would be killed. It didn't matter if they had participated in the attack on his sect or not. Yes, we will obey your orders. The moment they heard Lin Ray's order, everyone entered battle mode. Even the man beside him was shocked by their speed. Such speed. Looking at the way everyone was acting, no matter how dumb the man was, he would know that someone was coming. Very quickly, hundreds of people appeared in front of Lin Ray. Seeing this, the man's heart skipped a beat. He was about to send a message to his family. Looking at the man, Lin Ray laughed coldly. Then, he ignored him and rushed out in an instant. The moment Lin Ray moved, the man and the others moved as well. They quickly followed behind Lin Ray. As for the 20-odd Shura tribesmen who were hiding in the air, they spread out the moment they received Lin Ray's order. The hundreds of people arrived in the blink of an eye, all of them looking at Lin Ray warily. Just at this moment, Lin Ray's appearance caused them to stop in their tracks. Looking at the group of people standing not too far away, everyone stopped. Among them, Elder Su Ning from Chinquan sect asked with an unfriendly expression, "May I ask who this friend is?" At this point, before he could even finish, Linley cut him off. "Go back. This isn't a place for you to come. This is just a reminder. If you don't listen, then I'll have no choice but to take action." With that, he placed the Chaos Dragon Spear in front of his chest, and a strong killing intent surged towards them. Sensing the immense killing intent, how could these elders, who had always been in high positions, accept being rejected? Hearing Linley's words, Su Ning's face turned ashen as he spoke harshly. If you want us to leave? Do you think that's possible? Not only Chinquan sect, but even God's sect and the 3 upper sects will not agree to it. What? You're from Chinquan sect? Hearing the elders say that he was from Chinquan sect, Lin Ray frowned and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Since you know that I'm from Chinquan sect, why aren't you moving aside and letting us pass? At this moment, Elder Su Ning saw the strange look on Lin Ray's face after hearing that he was from Chinquan sect, and thought that Lin Ray had heard of him before. But he didn't expect that Lin Ray wasn't afraid. Instead, Lin Ray became even more excited after hearing that he was from Chinquan sect. Since you're from Chinquan sect, that makes things easier. Hearing this, the people following Elder Su Ning thought that the person blocking them was really afraid of Chinquan sect and became restless. That's good. Other than Chinquan sect, the rest of you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Elder Su Ning channeled his cultivation into the Chaos Dragon Spear. Instantly, 9 dragons appeared and circled above Lin Ray's head. Instantly, a sense of holiness and mystery exuded from Lin Ray's body. SSS, dragon race? How can there be a dragon race? Everyone was shocked at the sight of the dragon race. In their minds, the dragon race was an extremely powerful race. They hadn't appeared in the world for millions of years. Who would have thought that they would see 9 of them here today? But not long after, someone realized that the dragons circling in the air weren't real dragon race. They were dragon souls. But compared to them, everyone was shocked. What kind of existence could make a dragon race willing to become a dragon soul? They didn't dare to imagine, because, in their world, such a person hadn't appeared yet. Of course, unless it was a sage. Looking at the 9 dragons above Lin Ray's head, everyone started to retreat in fear. Although they were from a top sect, it was because of this that they cherished their lives even more. At this moment, Gu Si, who was in the crowd, stared at Linley in shock. Why is he here? And why is he so powerful? Is this really the same person I brought into the sect? When he saw Lin Ray again after coming here, he immediately recognized that he was the Lin Ray that he had chosen and brought into the sect. However, Lu Yunhan, who was beside him, was even more shocked. When she saw Linley, she was instantly stunned and her eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but recall the incident in the forbidden grounds of the divine sect. At this moment, he really wanted to go up and ask if he was the person who had saved him. But looking at the situation, he gave up in the end. Moreover, they weren't the only ones. Lin Ray had also noticed them, but there was nothing he could do. If they knew that he was from the divine sect, then his 1,000-year mission would be in vain. Compared to Lin Ray, he could only bide his time. At most, he would go easy on them. All right, I've given you time to consider. Since you don't cherish it, then all of you shall die here. As he spoke, the 9 dragons circling above Linley's head charged towards the Qinquan sect, bringing with them a majestic dragon's might. They had an unstoppable aura, as though they wanted to tear them apart. On the other hand, Su Ning was elated. He thought that Lin Ray was going to challenge his sect, but he didn't expect the first attack to be directed at them. He knew that the person in front of him wasn't a friend. He was an enemy. All Qinquan's sect disciples, listen up. Kill him. Leave no one alive. Yes. Yes. Hearing Su Ning's order, everyone roared towards the sky. Then, they released their cultivation and charged towards Lin Ray. How good. Come on. Let me show you what it means to be a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Thinking about it, Lin Ray laughed coldly. Then, the Chaos Dragon Spear in his hand moved. It started to turn illusory. Stratagem of the Martial God, Ultimate Kill. Instantly, the stratagem of the martial god that Lin Fan had recultivated was executed. Because it was the stratagem of the martial god that Lin Fan had recultivated, the proficiency and strength of the stratagem of the martial god was much higher than before. Instantly, tens of thousands of Chaos Dragon spears appeared in front of Lin Ray, forming a huge wall of spears. At this moment, the Qinquan sect disciples who were charging towards Lin Ray were shocked when they saw the wall of spears. They quickly turned around and fled the way they came. Do you think you can escape? Looking at their fleeing figures, Lin Ray couldn't help but recall the scene of the Qinquan sect besieging his wife and children. Die! After saying that, Lin Ray swung his sleeves. Instantly, the wall of spears was activated and charged towards them at lightning speed. Swoosh! With the sound of space being torn apart, the wall of spears disappeared in an instant. At this moment, seeing Lin Ray's attack, Su Ning's eyes were red with anger as he roared, "How dare you!" However, by the time he spoke, it was already too late. The wall of spears disappeared in an instant and caught up with the fleeing Qinquan sect disciples. Screams of agony rang out. Instantly, everyone who was fighting stopped as they quietly watched the scene of the disciples of Qinquan being massacred. No. Hearing the tragic screams and seeing the disciples he brought being killed one by one, Su Ning couldn't help but rush towards the wall of spears. He was afraid that if he was one step late, all of his disciples would be killed here. Back off! Su Ning, who was in the monarch god realm, released his cultivation and rushed to the side of the disciple who was still alive. He reached out his hand and threw the disciple behind him. At the same time, he used his other hand to slap the wall of spears. With a loud bang, the scene changed once again. The instant Su Ning's palm collided with Lin Rei's martial god strategy, a terrifying energy came from the wall of spears. How could it be so powerful? How is this possible? Feeling the energy, Su Ning quickly retracted his other hand and joined the battle. At this moment, just when Su Ning couldn't take care of it, a spear instantly left the wall of spears and charged towards the Chinquan Sect disciples that Su Ning saved. Puchi, a familiar sound, entered Su Ning's ears. Immediately, Su Ning looked towards the disciple that he saved with great difficulty. At this moment, the disciple was killed by the spear. Immediately, after that, boundless anger surged into his heart. Ah, bastard! You dare to touch the person that I am protecting? Die! As he spoke, a boundless energy appeared and started to confront Lin Rei's martial god strategy. In comparison, Lin Rei's face was still cold. However, he was shocked. Previously, he felt that he could fight against a monarch god expert. Now it was finally proven. Not only him, you will die too. Right here, die. As he spoke, Lin Rei disappeared in front of everyone. When he reappeared, he was behind Su Ning. Then, he reached out his hand towards the wall of spears, and a Chaos Dragon spear instantly rushed into Lin Rei's hand. Not only here, even if it is the Chinquan Sect outside, I will kill them all. This is the price you have to pay for offending me. As he spoke, he used the most basic silent thunder spear art. A formless purple lightning appeared instantly, and with a boundless spear intent, it pierced towards Su Ning's back. No, Su Ning can't die. If he dies, our chances of getting the items here will be even lower. Chapter 557. That's right. Since that's the case, let's go. Let's save Su Ning and then attack that person. What do you think? At this moment, the elders of the top sects began to plan. However, Lin Rei was completely unaware. That's feasible. Let's do this. They reached a consensus. Just as Su Ning was about to die under Lin Rei's hands, 3 divine monarch realm elders suddenly appeared. They simultaneously used their battle techniques and clashed with Lin Rei's spear. Sensing their actions, Lin Rei was furious. He originally didn't plan to attack. After all, they were all from top sections. It wouldn't be good if he offended all of them. Who knew that they would be so shameless? Fine. Since you're like this, don't blame me for not showing mercy. With that, Lin Rei quickly separated from them. As for Su Ning, she was temporarily safe. At this moment, the spear wall dissipated into the void. Oh, kid, don't bite your tongue. We have so many divine monarchs here. Do you think you can escape? Even if you can fight above your level, how many divine monarchs do you think you can kill? At this moment, Pang Long, who was standing in the crowd, said with disdain. Moreover, he thought so. Although it was rare for people to fight above their level, it wasn't frightening. Oh, is that so? Why do you think I don't have any divine monarchs here? What? Hearing Lin Rei's words, everyone was shocked. Then, they stared at Lin Rei, not daring to blink for a moment. At this moment, the moment Lin Rei finished speaking, the 20 Azura clan members hiding in the sky suddenly appeared beside Lin Rei. Every one of them had a powerful aura. The lowest cultivation was at the middle stage of Divine Ancestor, while the best was at the late stage of Divine Monarch. When this scene appeared, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They were all speechless. How is this possible? Who is he? Why are there so many experts protecting him? Who is he? At this moment, Gu Si, who had been observing Lin Rei, was shocked when he saw so many experts appear. At the same time, the same question appeared again. Who was this person? Not only him, even Lu Yunhan, who was beside him, had the same thought. When the two of them first met, he was only at the Divine Armament realm. But now, in just 300 to 400 years, his cultivation had grown to such a level that he could only look up to. Boom! Just as everyone was preparing to fight, a force that caused everyone to tremble suddenly appeared. In an instant, everyone was suppressed without any ability to fight back, and they were unable to move. As soon as this power appeared, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air as they looked towards the source of the mysterious power. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful force here? What kind of realm can do this? At this moment, Linley, who was similarly suppressed on the ground, was incomparably shocked. Although he had felt an even stronger power from Xiaolong's body before, when he felt the existence of a power that made him unable to fight back, Linley's heart was extremely shocked. Heh, kid, you're in for it. I'm guessing this is the clan head that has been guarding this clan for generations? At this moment, the little dragon's voice sounded. Lin Rei was even more shocked by the little dragon's news. He immediately looked up. He wanted to see what kind of existence could be so powerful that he couldn't fight back. You really don't know what's good for you. How many lives do you think you can live to fight in the ancient clan's territory? An extremely ancient and mysterious voice rang out. From a voice, one could tell that the person who spoke was an old man. However, at this moment, Linley, who was lying on the ground motionlessly and staring fixedly at that place, had a confused look in his eyes. This was because he heard a familiar feeling from that voice. He kept feeling that he had heard it somewhere before, but he just couldn't remember where. Where have I heard it before? He couldn't remember in the end. However, when he thought about how they had been guarding this place, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Hee, how is that possible? They have been guarding this place for a long time and have probably never left. How could I have heard of or seen him before? Thinking of this, Lin Rei let his imagination run wild. At this moment, an old man wearing a white Taoist robe with an 8 trigrams pattern stepped on the void and slowly walked towards the crowd. Seeing the lotus under the old man's feet, everyone frowned and their faces were filled with shock. Lotus domain? How is this possible? At this moment, Su Ning, who was almost killed by Lin Rei, was shocked when she saw the lotus under the old man's feet. Lin Rei, who was suppressed, heard this as well. However, he didn't know what the lotus domain meant. Hee, little kid, you're not bad. You even know about my lotus domain. However, even so, it can't make up for your mistake of messing around here. Step by step, the old man finally stepped into Lin Rei's line of sight. At this moment, when Lin Rei saw the old man, he froze on the spot as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't an ordinary shock. It was the kind of shock that made him go into a daze. At this moment, he couldn't help but tear up. There was shock and guilt in his eyes. Why is he here? What's going on? At this moment, the old man that Lin Rei saw was none other than his wife's elder sister who had died in Shui Can village in the depths of the Sea of Innocence in the mysterious heavenly continent. At the same time, he was also his savior, Grandfather Jean. At this moment, Lin Rei's mind was blank. He remembered that when his wife was pregnant with Jean In, he had brought his wife to look for him. However, he had already left at that time, and no one knew where he went. Since then, Lin Rei had never seen him again. However, he had now appeared here. Moreover, he had become the head of the clan that guarded the ghost world. Moreover, his cultivation base made Lin Rei even more puzzled. All of this was beyond Lin Rei's satisfaction. In fact, Lin Rei never thought that he would see this old man again one day. No, we just... At this moment, Su Ning's heart was already filled with fear when he heard the old man's words. However, before he could finish his explanation, the old man's words were heard again. Don't explain. There's a boundary marker outside. The disciples of the celestial realm can't enter here without permission. What about you? Judging from your clothes, you should be the disciples and disciples of that old thing, the cauldron of heaven and earth. Don't you know that this is the place that leads to the ghost world? Who gave you the courage to come here? Moreover, the soul devourer guarding the first layer must have stopped you. Su Ning burst into tears when he heard this. He had never seen the old man before. Moreover, how could they go against someone who had already reached the ultimate god realm as an old thing? Say, Senior, I'm really sorry. We didn't do it on purpose. Moreover, we didn't see the soul devourer at the first layer that you mentioned. As for the boundary marker outside, it was already broken when we arrived. We didn't know about it at all. Therefore, please let us go for the sake of our ancestor. Su Ning's face was filled with tears as he spoke. His eyes were filled with fear, and his body was trembling uncontrollably. If he wasn't suppressed by the energy, he would have knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the old man. Oh! Hearing Su Ning's words, the old man hesitated for a moment before he said, "Even so, you shouldn't be so presumptuous. This isn't a place for you to stay." Right now, Linley, who had been suppressed this entire time, was staring at the aura emanating from the old man's body. It was completely different from the aura of the old man in his memories. The two of them were completely different in nature. At this moment, Lin Ray had already started to separate the two of them from each other. However, when he heard that the old man wanted to let Su Ning and the others go, Lin Ray was unwilling to do so. Although this was the old man's territory, Lin Ray would rather kill the wrong person than let the Chinquan sect go. "Senior, I don't agree with what you're about to say. I'm going to kill this person and no one can stop me." As soon as Lin Ray's voice sounded, everyone turned to Lin Ray. Similarly, Lin Ray's words attracted the old man's attention. "If you don't agree, then..." At this moment, the old man heard Lin Ray's words and turned around in displeasure. He couldn't continue his sentence. Upon seeing the old man's pause, everyone shifted their attention back to him. At this moment, his face was filled with agitation and tears welled up in his eyes. At this moment, he looked as though he had aged a lot. Lin Ray also witnessed this scene. While he was puzzled, he recalled something. Xiao Rui. You're Xiao Rui?" Linley's body froze when he heard this. His face was filled with disbelief and amazement as he stared at the old man. He was very familiar with the name Xiao Rui because he had used that name when he was in the profound sky continent. Besides, other than him, only his deceased wife and son and the missing Grandpa Jean knew this name. Looking at the old man's reaction and hearing him call out Xiao Rui, Lin Ray connected the dots that he had previously rejected. Are you Grandpa Jean?" As soon as Rhodes said this, the old man trembled. His eyes were filled with agitation and tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Tears streamed down her face as she nodded frantically in response, just like a child. Seeing this, Linley's heart clenched in pain. His eyes were filled with guilt and tears. Whenever he thought of Jean Ling and Jeanen's deaths, he couldn't explain it to the old man. Chapter 558. This scene was naturally seen by everyone. Immediately, a bad feeling surged in their hearts. How is this possible? How could they know each other? At this moment, the ones who had the biggest headache were the elders of the various factions. They originally wanted to borrow the old man's hand to kill this brat who made them lose face. However, the situation was obviously different from what they imagined. Everyone was stunned by the current situation. They saw the brat who was their enemy calling that mysterious expert grandpa. They knew that they were destined to be the ones at a disadvantage today. "Yes, I'm Grandpa Jean. Xiao Rui, why are you here? Aren't you in the profound heaven continent?" Hearing this, Lin Ray was completely sure that the person in front of him was the one from the profound heaven continent. There was no doubt about it. I'm out. I have been out for more than 1,000 years. I have stayed in the mortal world for a few hundred years. I just came to the divine world not long ago. Lin Ray, who was lying on the ground, had tears on his face. He was afraid that the old man would ask him who Jean Ling was. However, he was also looking forward to it, because this was the only way he could enter the ghost world to save the person he wanted to save. You could get up first." Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man immediately removed the energy from Lin Ray's body. Lin Ray, who had returned to normal, quickly got up from the ground and flew to the old man. He lowered his head and stood behind the old man like an obedient child who had done something wrong. At this moment, the old man turned to look at Lin Ray with doting eyes. He asked curiously, "Xiao Rui, why did you kill the people from the Chinquan sect just now? What grudge do you have with them? Tell me, when I have the time, I will look for that old man Chinquan to seek justice for you." Hearing this, everyone was sweating profusely. In the entire divine world, only this person and the supreme gods in the divine world dared to call the Chinquan cauldron that way. Plop! Lin Ray did not hear the old man's words. He did not say anything and directly kowtowed to the old man in the air. Tears fell from his eyes unconsciously. You, what are you doing? Get up quickly, get up quickly. Seeing Lin Ray suddenly kneel, the old man's heart thumped. A bad premonition appeared. Grandfather, it's because I didn't protect Ling, and Inner well. It's my fault. When I went to the profound sky continent, I didn't stay by their side. What's wrong? What's wrong with my granddaughter? Tell me quickly. The old man already had this premonition. When he heard Lin Ray say this, in addition to all the previous actions, he knew that something had happened to his granddaughter. Ling was forced to die when the sect was besieged. My son. He also died in that battle. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. It's all my fault. As Lin Ray spoke, he could not stop blowing on his chest with one hand. At this moment, he had already cried to the point of suffocation. When he thought of the time when he was in the profound heaven realm, he was filled with endless regret. How could this be? At this point, the old man's body trembled. The energy in his body was in chaos at this moment. His eyes were red, and his body seemed to fall from the sky. Linley, who had been observing the old man the entire time, hurriedly stood up to help him up. However, just as he reached out to help him up, a majestic and heavy energy instantly knocked Linley's hand away. My Linger, why are you? It's grandfather's fault. Grandfather didn't protect you well. Looking at the old man, Linley's heart was filled with guilt. Similarly, if he was given another chance, he would rather not go to the profound sky continent than let his wife and child be in danger. If he was given another chance, he would rather take his wife and child with him wherever he went and never let them out of his sight for even half a second. However, he knew that all of this was irreversible. The only thing he could do now was to do his best to bring Jean Ling back from the ghost realm and let her be reborn. In comparison, he would not hesitate to pay any price, even if he had to give up his life. At this moment, the old man saw a lot. His originally black and beautiful hair, at this moment, after learning about the death of his family, there was a lot of white hair on his head. His face paled a little. At this moment, the old man no longer had the demeanor of an expert. Who is it? Who killed my granddaughter? Tell me who it is. However, an expert was an expert after all. Although he was dispirited, when he thought of his granddaughter's murderer, he cheered up. Hearing this, Lin Ray's heart ached. At this moment, killing intent surged out uncontrollably from his body. Baleful aura and killing intent exploded out uncontrollably at this moment. The one who killed Ling, was none other than the Qingquan sect. They were envious of everything that my Xuanzong sect had. At that time, I was in seclusion cultivation, and someone spread the news of my death. Since then, the Qingquan sect, along with the other big sects and empires in the immortal world, besieged my Xuanzong sect. At that time, most of the disciples of the Xuanzong sect weren't in the sect. That's why such a tragedy happened. What? Qingquan sect? At this moment, the Qingquan sect's elder Su Ning's heart skipped a beat. His face was filled with shock. He didn't know about this at all. What? Qingquan sect? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man glared at Su Ning, who was still sprawled on the ground. The killing intent in his heart could not help but burst forth. Yes, the murderer must pay with his life. The debtor must pay with his money. The Qingquan sect of the immortal world, as well as the sects and empires that killed Ling and Inner, millions of lives were taken. However, I didn't expect the God world to have a Qingquan sect as well. That's why I said that I wouldn't let them off. At this moment, Lin Ray's words were heard by everyone present. Millions of lives were taken, and this price wasn't even enough to offset the hatred from before. In comparison, everyone had a new understanding of this young man before them. At this moment, Gu Si and Lu Yunhan were in the crowd. When they heard Lin Ray's words, they were so shocked that they couldn't breathe. Millions of lives were taken. What sort of concept was this? This was something that they had never seen before. At this moment, Gu Si also understood why Lin Ray had such a huge reaction when he heard about the Chinquan sect. No one would disregard the hatred of killing one's wife and children. When the old man heard Lin Rei's words, he was equally shocked. So many lives were taken just for 2 days. At this moment, the anger in his heart was mostly extinguished. Yes, since that's the case, what do I want to do next? As long as you say it, my entire Gu family will be at your disposal. Hearing this, Lin Rei's face lit up. Then he said slowly, "No need. You just need to remove the energy from everyone here. Leave the rest to your grandson." When he heard Lin Rei calling himself his grandson, the old man's face darkened for a moment. Then he nodded his head in agreement. Then he waved his hand, and the energy suppressing everyone disappeared. After doing all this, the old man walked to the side and quietly watched what was going to happen next. At this moment, the energy was gone. Everyone regained their freedom and stood up. The old man who helped Su Ning all retreated to the side. Even the instigator, Pang Long, retreated to the side. As long as one wasn't a fool, one wouldn't help in this matter. You all, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Seeing that everyone was trying to get rid of their relationship with him, Su Ning was instantly defeated. Now, it's time to settle the matter between us. Elder of Chinquan Sect. Seeing that everyone had retreated, Su Ning was the only one left from Chinquan Sect. He started to feel afraid. No, fellow Taoist, the matter of killing your wife and child was done by Chinquan Sect from the lower realm. This has nothing to do with the upper realm. How about this? Let me go and we'll forget about the grudge between us. Today, you killed so many of my Chinquan Sect disciples. What do you think? In front of one's life, face wasn't important. Seeing how cowardly Su Ning was, Lin Rei sneered. He walked to the top of Su Ning and looked down at him. The killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. Chinquan Sect? Do you think that I will be afraid? Don't worry. I will make a trip to Chinquan Sect in the divine world sooner or later. Not only me, I will bring my dead wife and child with me. You will be in the Yellow Springs. Oh, that's not right, because you won't even have the chance to become a ghost. Hearing that, Su Ning was stunned. He wanted to make a move, but at this moment, Su Ning's body froze. He felt a cold sensation on his neck. Subconsciously, Su Ning looked down and saw a dagger with mysterious blood runes on it pressed against his neck. No, don't. His eyes were filled with pleading, fear, and fear. He began to beg for mercy, but Linley didn't even look at him. Linley, who was in the air, turned around and didn't say anything. He waved his hand. At this moment, 15, who was standing behind Su Ning and holding the mysterious blood-patterned dagger, nodded and then moved his hand. In the next moment, blood spurted out from the wound. However, the blood did not fall to the ground. Instead, the moment the blood spurted out, it turned in the air and came to the dagger in 15's hand. Gulp! Gulp! At this moment, Blooddrinker's voice resounded in everyone's hearts. They would never forget this moment. How? How is this possible? The dagger in 15's hand was obtained by Lin Rei from a lucky draw. It was named Blood-Drinking Dagger, and he thought that he would never use such an evil weapon in his life. Who knew that he would have to use it today? Seeing her blood flowing out uncontrollably, Su Ning subconsciously raised her hand to cover the bleeding wound, but it didn't work. The blood in her body seemed to be out of her control and was flowing away little by little. Besides, at this moment, he felt that not only his blood, but even his soul and body were slowly being devoured. In an instant, Su Ning couldn't help but recall what Lin Rei said about him not being able to do even if he became a ghost. In an instant, Su Ning was filled with regret. He regretted having evil intentions in everything that he had done. Chapter 559. Time passed bit by bit. Su Ning did not die until the old man's blood and soul were completely devoured. This scene was witnessed by everyone present. At this moment, they gained a new understanding of the mysterious young man before them. Although they had heard that he would not hesitate to kill over 1 million people for a reward, they had now witnessed with their own eyes the way he killed a person. It was so cruel and ruthless. At this moment, his appearance had left an unerasable mark in everyone's heart. Seeing Su Ning and the entire Chinquan sect die, Lin Rei turned around and didn't even look at Su Ning, who was lying on the ground. He raised his head and looked at the surviving forces. With a cold expression, he said loudly, "Now, I will give you all a chance to choose. Leave or stay. Of course, if you don't leave, I don't mind making you a part of this forest." As he said that, Lin Rei held the Chaos Dragon Spear in front of him. At this moment, over 20 Azura race people appeared behind Lin Rei. They released their cultivation and suppressed everyone. The three upper gates are willing to leave. Dao friend, let's part ways here. Not long after Linley finished speaking, the elders of the three upper gates hurriedly made their stance clear. At this moment, unless that person was an idiot and couldn't see the current situation, he wouldn't stay for even half a second. As expected, when one sect left, the others left as well. In the end, only the Divine Sect and Enigma Palace were left. Looking at them with a cold face, he asked with a gloomy face, "What? Do you want to fight again?" As soon as he said that, the remaining sect's expressions changed. They quickly smiled and said, "No, no, 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 no. We have one now. Dao friend, let's part ways here." As they said that, they left again. Now, only the Divine Sect was left. Lin Rei also saw that. Looking at the two familiar figures in the Divine Sect, Lin Rei didn't greet them. "Dao friend, if you have time, come visit my Divine Sect. Our doors will always be open for you." Hearing Pang Long's words, Lin Rei sneered. Then, he turned around and walked away. As for Lin Rei's coldness, Pang Long didn't feel awkward at all. With a laugh, he turned around and quickly left with the Divine Sect disciples. Before they left, Gu Si and Lu Yunhan could not help but turn around to glance at Lin Rei. As for the Falling Star Pavilion, they had stayed out of the matter the entire time. When they sensed that the situation was not good, they immediately led their disciples and left. Finally, the battle ended just like that. At this moment, the old man Lin Rei calmed down, and his murderous aura was instantly withdrawn. The 20 or so Shura clansmen hid themselves in the sky after everyone left, protecting Lin Rei and the others. Xiao Rui, I didn't expect your cultivation to be so strong after we last met." At this moment, one of the spectators hurried over with a smile on his face. Although the old man was smiling, Lin Rei could see the sadness in his eyes. "Not bad, but compared to Grandpa's cultivation, I still have to continue working hard." Seeing how humble Lin Rei was, the old man was even happier. "All right, let's go. Follow me to the ancient clan to take a look." With that, he led Lin Rei into the depths of the forest. As for Lu Ying and the others, the moment Lin Rei left, they also released their cultivation and chased after Lin Rei. The ancient clan was not far from the forest. In less than 10 minutes, everyone arrived above the ancient clan. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was above the ancient clan, was shocked when he saw the ancient clan's buildings. How is this a building? It was clearly the eye of a formation. "Let's go. Follow me down. Sit down and tell me what happened and what you're doing here." Looking at the old man, Lin Rei nodded. I understand, Grandpa." At this moment, Lu Ying and the others had parted ways with Linley. Lu Ying instructed his subordinates to send them somewhere else. The two of them landed in the ancient clan's courtyard and sat down in a pavilion. The old man looked at Lin Rei curiously. Looking at the old man's expression, Lin Rei recounted everything that happened after he left. However, because his memory was incomplete, he didn't tell the whole story. He only told the old man a little bit. The old man listened very seriously the entire time. He was like a child who was listening attentively. He nodded, shook his head, sighed, and worried at times. He was very cute. And when Linley said that he and Jean Ling had a son together, he was shocked. The old man became emotional. "Xiao Rui, you said that you and Ling Er had a son." Then, hearing the old man's words, Linley's face was filled with sorrow as he said, "Dead. He also died in that battle." Hearing this, the old man's heart ached even more. Although he hadn't seen him before, He was his biological grandson, after all. Blood was thicker than water. Seeing the old man's sadness, Lin Ray recalled Jean Un's appearance. Then, he released his cultivation and used his spirit power to create Jean Un's appearance. This is my good grandson. Looking at the child created with spirit power, the old man couldn't help but stand up excitedly. His face was full of surprise. This is enrich. Because Ling Er was in a lot of pain when she gave birth to him, she named him Jean En. It means that he should repay her kindness by giving birth to him. What he's Jean? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man was shocked. It was such a big decision to let a son follow his wife's surname. From this, it could be seen how deep Lin Ray's love for Jean Ling was. After speaking, Jean En's figure didn't disappear. Instead, he continued to talk about what he still remembered. Just like that, he talked for 3 days and 3 nights. The two of them sat in the pavilion and talked nonstop about Lin Ray's life. Alas, it's a pity that Ling Er died too early. It's not easy for her to have a husband like you. At this moment, after talking about his previous experience, Lin Ray's eyes were relaxed, and he sighed. Grandpa, I came here to discuss something with you. I don't know if you agree. Seeing that his power had matured, Linley hurriedly explained why he had come here in a roundabout way. Oh, what is it? As long as you say it, no matter what it is, I can agree. Really? Hearing the old man's words, Lin Ray's eyes lit up, and then he stood up excitedly. His eyes were full of ecstasy. When did Grandpa lie to you? Tell me, what do you want to do? Lin Ray didn't hide this. After all, this was also related to the lives of his granddaughter and great-grandson. I want to go to the 9th Nether Ghost Realm. As soon as these words came out, the old man, who was smiling a moment ago, heard Lin Ray's words, and the next moment, the old man's face turned cold. Lin Ray, who had been observing the old man's state, saw the obvious change in the old man's state, and immediately knew that this matter was very troublesome. Sure enough, the old man spoke in the next moment. His tone was very serious as he said to Lin Ray, "Don't talk about this matter. I can't help you. You also know that my ancient family has been guarding this place for generations to protect the seal here, so..." At this point, the old man didn't continue. When Lin Ray heard his words, his face darkened, and he hurriedly said, "Grandpa, don't refuse first. I want to go to the ghost realm to find the ghosts of Ling Er and enrich. As long as I find them, I have a way to revive them, and I don't talk about it. This matter concerns the life and death of the God realm. This matter is not negotiable. Xiao Rui, it's not that Grandpa doesn't agree, but there are billions of people in the God realm. Do you think Grandpa will harm others for his own family?" Seeing how stubborn the old man was, Lin Ray became anxious. He originally thought that for the sake of his granddaughter's life, the old man would bend a little, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. Grandpa, Lin Ray, who wanted to make a final struggle, was stopped by the old man before he could say anything. "That's enough. Grandpa welcomes you very much. I'll take you around for a few days. After that, you can leave." With that, the old man stood up and said again, "Let's go to your room and have a look." After saying that, he walked away. At this moment, when he knew that it was useless to say anything more, Lin Ray didn't make any pointless struggle. Kid, can't you see for yourself if he doesn't tell you? In any case, you're also a supreme level array. Tell me, if you were to wear this, wouldn't it be embarrassing for you to be a supreme level array?" Just as Lin Ray was worrying, the little dragon's voice came. Suddenly, Lin Ray came to a realization. He smiled and said, "Damn little dragon. Why didn't you say so earlier? You made me waste so much time talking to Grandpa." Although Lin Ray said so, he was still grateful to the little dragon. After all, if it wasn't for the little dragon, he wouldn't know the way to enter the ghost realm. Thinking of this, Lin Ray quickly chased after the old man who had disappeared in front of him. Time passed little by little. Ever since the old man parted ways with him, he didn't come back. This was even more beneficial to Lin Ray. Because he had the password, he could move freely in the entire ancient clan. He could even enter and exit the scripture pavilion freely. In these few days, Lin Ray would go to a few places to have a look. After wandering around for a few days, Lin Ray had a little understanding of the array that sealed the ghost realm. This array wasn't just a killing array. It included trapping, killing, illusion, and all kinds of other methods. It could be said that it gathered all the functions of an array into one. Looking at such a huge red array, Lin Ray began to have an interest in studying it. However, in order to quickly enter the ghost realm, Lin Ray could be said to be studying the ancient clan's array day and night. What Lin Ray didn't know was that the old man had been watching him from behind. Because of the old man's strength, the Shura clan hidden in the air didn't notice him at all. Chapter 560. Although I can't help you, it's up to you whether you can enter the world of spirits and souls. Over the past few days, the old man who was hiding in the air had discovered that the Shao Rue he knew was not only a divine ancestor realm expert, but also a very profound array master. In comparison, the old man had been observing him and letting him do whatever he wanted. However, Lin Ray still disagreed with all this. He always thought that he would not agree. Over the past few days, Linley had discovered some of the mysteries of this formation. This formation was arranged in a way that corresponded to the 360 stars. The stomach was so enormous that if one tried to force their way in, it would only backfire. If one couldn't get in, one would end up buried within. Lin Ray had a headache when it came to this level of array. Although he was already a venerable array master, this was only in terms of cultivation. In fact, he had not operated it yet. You brat. How could you forget what I told you? At this moment, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded. Chindan was puzzled. What? Looking at Lin Ray's confused look, the little dragon slapped his forehead with his hand and then said helplessly, "You have a good memory. Didn't I say before that you don't need to break the seal at all? You can enter the world of spirits and souls as long as you get the broken teleportation. You forgot. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing the little dragon's words, Chundan cursed and scolded himself in his heart. "TSK, I thought you were interested in this array. Who knew you would forget about that?" The little dragon did not agree with Lin Ray's complaint at all and immediately retorted. In contrast, Lin Ray could only smile awkwardly. After all, this was his fault. He did not think of it. Okay, stop talking. Let's hurry up and go. We've wasted so much time here." With that, Lin Ray could not wait any longer. He was very anxious. He wanted to see his dead wife and child. Let's go to the center of this array. That's where the array is the weakest. It's easier to enter the world of spirits and souls. All right. Hearing this, Lin Ray nodded. Then he rose into the air and flew towards the center of the formation that he had observed over the past few days. Don't you want to tell your friends? Are they still waiting for you? During the flight, the little dragon couldn't help but be curious and asked Lin Ray. Hearing this, Lin Ray thought for a moment and finally shook his head. Forget it, we're going to the ghost realm. There's no telling what kind of danger we'll encounter there. If I let them go, I'll have to take care of them. If it's just me, it'll be much easier. Hearing this, the little dragon didn't say anything else. Lin Ray flew at high speed without stopping. In just a few minutes, Lin Ray finally arrived at the center of the ancient race's array formation. All right, hurry up and get your stuff. When they arrived at the place designated by the little dragon, Lin Ray anxiously said to the little dragon, "Hey, you brat." Seeing Lin Ray's state of mind, the little dragon couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Then, without saying anything else, a transmission vortex instantly appeared in front of him. It exuded a mysterious aura that made him want to prostrate himself in worship. Linley was puzzled by the sudden appearance of this blue vortex. This is a teleportation array? Yes, that's right. Don't underestimate him. Hurry up and go in. I can feel that someone is heading towards this place quickly. If someone comes, it'll be troublesome. Hearing the little dragon's warning, Lin Ray didn't hesitate. He stepped into the blue vortex and disappeared. The moment Lin Ray disappeared, the blue vortex also disappeared from the ancient race. And the moment Lin Ray and the vortex disappeared, The old man instantly appeared in the center of the formation. At the place where Lin Ray was previously, he looked at the place where Lin Ray disappeared with a puzzled gaze. At the same time, the old man released his divine sense and began to scan the entire ancient race. However, to his disappointment, there wasn't even a shadow of Lin Ray in the entire ancient race. In comparison, the old man's heart was filled with shock. Could he have entered the world of spirits and souls? With this thought in mind, he began to check the stability of the formation. Was it damaged? 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 I think this brat is so powerful that he can even manipulate a saint-level formation. Looks like I've underestimated him. With that, the old man smiled and sighed. Then, he lifted his leg and walked into the distance, leaving the center of the formation. At this moment, Lu Ying and the others, who were still in the ancient race, didn't know that their backbone, Lin Ray, had already left the world of gods and left them. Huff! Huff! At this moment, at the entrance of Death Canyon, a group of people rushed out. Every single one of them had a look of shock and fear on their faces. It was as though there was something frightening within. Huff! We're finally out. This group of people wasn't anyone else. They were the top sects of God's sect that were scared off by Lin Ray. At this moment, within God's sect's camp, everyone was filled with fear. Their minds were still replaying the scene of Lin Ray killing those people. That scene was like a curse that kept repeating in their minds, refusing to dissipate. Let's go and report back. The Qingquan sect is the most pitiful one right now. All of the people who came were elites, and there was even a God Lord Elder. This time around, Qingquan sect has suffered a huge loss. Looks like they've really suffered a huge blow. At this moment, Pang Long was at the entrance of Death Canyon. Looking at the entrance, his Adonis couldn't help but sigh. That's right, Qingquan sect has suffered a huge loss this time around. If word of this were to spread, even their Grandmaster would be too embarrassed to come out. Even though this was what everyone was saying, they knew that no one could speak of this matter. After all, they had witnessed Lin Ray's strength for themselves. Just by saying that he was avenging his wife and children, he had killed over 1 million people. This was a number that they had never seen or done in their entire lives. All right. Since we're all back, let's not talk about what happened inside anymore. Especially that seal on the 6th level that leads to the ghost world. Let's just bury this matter in our stomachs. If the outside world asks about it, let's just say that we didn't go that deep. We were only at the 2nd level and were blocked at the 3rd level. At this moment, an elder of Heaven's Gate of the upper 3 sects stood out and said to everyone, "Yes, Dao Brother Yu is right. Let's leave this matter at that then." Looking at how everyone agreed with him, Dao Brother Yu smiled and nodded his head. He then waved his hands and led his disciples to bid everyone farewell. All right, fellow Dao brothers, we'll take our leave first. If fate allows it, we'll meet again in the future. With that, dozens of people soared into the skies and flew off into the distance. Before long, all of them disappeared into the horizon. Looking at the departure of Heaven's Gate, everyone felt that there was no point in staying here any longer. Thus, they all waved goodbye. That's all then. Fellow Dao brothers, we'll take our leave now. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. With that, one by one, the sects and acquaintances disappeared. As the saying went, all good things must come to an end. Let's go. It's time for us to report back. Remember, don't tell anyone about the annihilation of Qingquan sect. Treat it as though nothing happened. Do you hear me? At this moment, the last divine sect turned around and looked at Death Valley. Pang Long quickly warned everyone, "Yes, Elder Pang Long. We'll remember that." Seeing them nod their heads, Pang Long was relieved. This matter wasn't something they could do. One had to know that Qingquan sect was the winner of this year's Tendo gathering. They had weapons bestowed upon them by the Tendo. All right, let's go. After saying that, everyone soared into the sky and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the horizon. The originally bustling Death Canyon became cold and cheerless at that moment. What? Young Master is missing? At this moment, it had been 3 days since Lin Ray left. In these 3 days, Liu moving figure had been searching for Lin Ray every single day. However, they couldn't find him. Even their communication talismans weren't useful. What they found strange was that Lin Ray had disappeared. However, the 20 over Shura clan members who were protecting Lin Ray didn't disappear. However, it wasn't that they didn't disappear completely. 15 of them had disappeared. Yes, that's right. Brother Lei disappeared. Looking at the surprised male disciples, Liu moving figure was full of friendliness. In this place, there were many things that they couldn't explain. Therefore, as Lin Ray's wife, she was very worried. Then what should we do? Instantly, everyone panicked. Lin Ray was their backbone. Now that Lin Ray had disappeared, they were panicking. Why don't we ask the people who are protecting us? They have been following young master. Perhaps they know something. At this moment, the anxious Lin Tian spoke. At this moment, he had no other choice. Even if it didn't work, he had to try. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Liu moving figure was delighted. Then he said to the sky, "Do you guys know where young master went? If you do, tell us." Instantly, the sky fell into silence. Liu moving figure asked the male disciples who didn't reply, "Do you guys know where young master went?" After he said that, there was a long silence like before. Just as they were about to give up, a man in black walked out. Seeing that the person who appeared was the person who helped them previously, Liu moving figure excitedly went to the man's side. He reached out and grabbed both of the man's arms as he said anxiously, "Do you know where young master went? Do you know where young master went? Quick, tell us, tell us." The male disciple next to him, Lin Tian, saw that Liu was so agitated. Instantly, he went to her side and pulled the two of them apart. "Sister-in-law, don't panic. Listen to what he has to say." Liu, who was pulled over, knew that he had lost his composure. He calmed himself down and nodded. "Yes, I got it." Chapter 561. Everyone, you don't have to look anymore. Young master has already entered the ghost realm, so you won't be able to find him. What ghost realm? Once the Azura man said that, everyone was stunned. Although they knew that they could enter the ghost realm from this place, they didn't know why Lin Ray wanted to come here. Through the information just now, they knew that Lin Ray wanted to enter the ghost realm from the beginning. "All right, you can go." After knowing that Lin Ray was fine, Liu waved his hand and dismissed the Azura man. When he thought about how Lin Ray was in the ghost realm at this moment, he couldn't help but feel worried and burst out. "All right, since we know that Lei Ji is fine, let's wait here. Since Lei Ji doesn't want Southgate to follow him, we'll wait here. We'll wait until he comes back." Knowing that Lin Ray was fine, the man sat down on a chair and ate an apple as he spoke to Liu Ying and the others. That's right. Young master didn't want us to follow him because he was thinking of us. After all, our cultivation isn't high enough. Even if we enter the ghost realm, what can we do? At most, we'll be a burden to young master. This is the best outcome. Hearing their words, Liu fell silent. Although he didn't know what Lin Ray was doing in the ghost realm, he had slowly guessed that this matter had a lot to do with Jin Ling and Jin En. Then let's get busy here. Before Lei Ji comes back, let's recuperate in the ancient residence. We can also take this opportunity to cultivate, comprehend, and increase your realm. The two of them were very obedient to Liu Ying's words. We understand. Seeing that there was nothing else, Liu Ying left the room. At this moment, their entire conversation was heard by the old man, but no one knew about this. "Haha, brat, the rest is up to you. Since you were able to come out of the sealed Sky Xian realm, it means that this magic array is just an empty shell. I hope that you can bring my granddaughter and great-grandson back with you when you return." Meanwhile, Lin Ray, who had entered the tunnel, was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was filled with shock when he arrived at a place where the river was completely yellow. Floating corpses were floating on the surface of the river from time to time. F***CK. We've been here for so long, and we still haven't reached the end. What the F***CK do they want? At this moment, Lin Ray, who was walking on the road, looked at the pitch-black road in front of him and felt a headache. "All right, Stop complaining. The road to the underworld leads to the underworld. What else do you want? Do you really think that I can send you directly to the ghost realm with a transmission? You're dreaming. At this moment, the little dragon, who had not spoken since they arrived here, finally spoke. However, the little dragon's information on this path was a little too broad, and Lin Ray couldn't take it for a moment. The road to the underworld leads to the underworld. F***, it can't be. I always thought that the road to the underworld was just a saying. I didn't expect it to really exist. After knowing that the road he was walking on was the road to the underworld that only the dead could walk on, Lin Ray became excited. Originally, he was still lifeless with a face full of complaints, but in the next moment, he became a curious baby, looking around playfully. TCH, you think too much. Also, don't underestimate this road to the underworld. If there's no special method, even an emperor god will be buried here. What? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray hurriedly went to the center of the road, no longer acting as recklessly as before. How is that possible? Even an emperor god can't pass through, then I. At this moment, Lin Ray's face was filled with horror. If an emperor god couldn't pass through, how could he, a mere divine ancestor, pass through? That's up to you. Hearing this, Lin Ray rolled his eyes and directly threw the little dragon to let him experience it for himself. At first, Lin Ray thought that the little dragon was just joking, but who knew that after he finished speaking, no sound came out. F***, you can't be serious, right? Lin Ray was really puzzled by the little dragon's actions at this moment. He only knew that this was the road to the underworld, and the rest was a complete mystery. Asking him to pass through the underworld and enter the ghost realm like this, wasn't this a joke? He didn't make sound. He really despised the little dragon's very irresponsible heart, but there was no other way. He couldn't do anything. Sigh, looks like I still have to rely on myself. With that, Lin Ray began to walk forward. He no longer acted as he did when he first arrived here, walking forward without any scruples. Since he already knew the danger here, if he acted like before, he would die quickly. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, at this moment, not long after Lin Ray and the little dragon ended their conversation, a voice similar to the one at the beginning of a horror movie sounded. No way, right? Although he was worried about the danger, his footsteps didn't stop and continued to move forward. Kid, you're really something. You actually came to the underworld alone. You really don't know what's good for you? Suddenly, at this moment, a loud and vicissitude voice sounded. Instantly, Lin Ray's footsteps came to a halt. He narrowed his eyes and looked around vigilantly, trying to find the person who spoke. No need to look. I'm right in front of you. Hearing this, Lin Ray quickly turned his head and saw a transparent old man appearing in front of him. However, looking at the disdain on the old man's face, Lin Ray's expression suddenly turned cold. Who are you? Are you trying to block my way? Block your way. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man said with a disdainful smile. So what if I'm blocking your way? What do you do to me? You're just a little cultivator at the peak of the divine sect. I'm the famous god Emperor Tian Rong. You decide what you can do to me. Lin Ray felt helpless at Tian Rong's words. After all, he was right. The difference between a god emperor and a divine sect was huge. Even if he brought 15 divine monarchs, the difference was still huge. Speak, what do you want? Hearing this, the old man's eyes suddenly lit up. Compared to Lin Ray, of course, he could see that the old man had something to ask of him. Kid, you're smart. However, you're wrong. I'm not begging you. Only you can do this in the future. Seeing the old man's tough attitude, Lin Ray was unhappy. There was nothing he could do. After all, the old man was a god emperor. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Lin Ray didn't want to fall out with him until the last moment. All right, tell me. As long as the request wasn't too excessive, Lin Ray would satisfy it. However, if the old man asked for something he couldn't accept, then this matter would fall apart. What this old man wants is... Speaking of this, Tian Rong's eyes became shifty as he looked at Lin Ray's body. His eyes were filled with greed. At this moment, Lin Ray thought of a word that made him shudder. Possession. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's face turned cold. He hoped that this wasn't what he was thinking. However, the result was always a headache. Can you satisfy what I want? Saying this, he raised his hand and pointed at Lin Ray's body. He said greedily, I want your body. Whoosh. As soon as Tian Rong finished speaking, before Lin Ray could react, he turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Lin Ray's body. At this moment, Tian Rong didn't know that Lin Ray, who had already expected this, was already prepared. The moment he saw Tian Rong rushing towards him, he instantly used the illusory spirit blood fire to envelop his body. Just as Tian Rong's soul was about to enter Lin Ray's body, the illusory spirit blood fire was released and successfully resisted Tian Rong's possession. Not only that, but because the illusory spirit blood fire was a natural enemy of cold things, the moment Tian Rong touched the illusory spirit blood fire, his originally solid soul became weak. Not only that, the moment Tian Rong's soul touched the illusory spirit blood fire, he couldn't get rid of it and began to burn his soul. Ah! Along with a blood-curdling scream that resounded throughout the road to the underworld, the other souls that wanted to possess Lin Ray's body began to slowly retreat after seeing Tian Rong. They didn't dare to come any closer. I beg you, let me go. I won't dare to do it again. At this moment, Tian Rong no longer had the arrogance from before. The feeling of being burned by the illusory spirit blood fire was no longer the same. Let you go? You have such evil thoughts about me. Are you sure this matter can be settled peacefully? After saying that, without waiting for Tian Rong to speak, he casually threw out another illusory spirit blood fire. Tian Rong's soul was already on the verge of dispersing due to the illusory spirit blood fire. After being stacked with the illusory spirit blood fire, even his soul power was no longer of any use. Bastard. This old man is not reconciled. This old man is not reconciled. Looking at Tian Rong, who was roaring at the sky, his soul body exploded before he could finish his sentence. Bits and pieces of his soul power dissipated into the long river of time. Why didn't you take good care of him? Why did you have to come out and cause trouble? Really, seeing that the trouble before him was resolved, Lin Ray didn't feel complacent because of this victory. He knew that the following battles would be even more difficult. Kid, not bad. I didn't expect that you would be able to kill a fool whose soul power is at the level of the celestial god in such a situation. But in the future, you don't have to let him die completely. You can give him to me. I have a use for it. In response to the little dragon's words, Lin Ray didn't say anything. He simply nodded in agreement. TSK, stingy. You're still angry. Didn't I just hope that you can fight the enemy without my help? After saying that, the little dragon didn't say anything else and silently returned to the system. Chapter 562. After that battle, his path had been very smooth, with not a single obstacle blocking his way. Linley didn't have to worry about this at all. Woo woo woo. At this moment, when he reached the end of the road to the underworld, Lin Ray looked at the dark vortex in front of him. He knew that as long as he got out of there, he would be able to reach the world of spirits and souls. But the road was so flat and there were no waves. Lin Ray didn't believe that it was still flat until now. Whoosh! The sound of a spear instantly spread throughout the road to the underworld. Pang Hong's spear intent soared into the sky as if it wanted to tear the space in front of it into pieces. At this moment, Lin Ray held the Chaos Dragon's spear tightly in his hand. His face was full of vigilance as he took slow steps toward the vortex 100 meters ahead. He released his divine sense to explore every movement in the surroundings in case something happened that caught him off guard. Not good, kid. The tide of 10,000 ghosts. You're in trouble now. Just when Lin Ray was being cautious, the little dragon's urgent voice suddenly came out. Suddenly, Lin Ray was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to do. He understood the meaning of the tide of 10,000 ghosts mentioned by the little dragon. However, only the little dragon knew what it meant in the past few years. What's going on? Hurry up and say it. Hearing the question, the little dragon in the system instantly appeared in front of Lin Ray and explained anxiously. The tide of 10,000 ghosts is the same as the tide of beasts. It literally means that 10,000 ghosts are moving out. Moreover, the strength of each ghost is unparalleled. Hearing the little dragon's explanation, Lin Ray's expression changed dramatically. If it was really like what the little dragon said, then it would be troublesome. Moreover, I said it literally, but the actual situation is more complicated than that. There is no lack of ghosts who want to seize a body and be reborn. What do you think the chances of you surviving this tide of 10,000 ghosts are? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray's heart was beating like a drum. He was helpless about this matter. If it was 1 or 2 ghosts, it would be fine. But now he was facing the tide of 10,000 ghosts that even the gods didn't want to encounter. Tell me, what should I do? Since you already know, then hurry up and think of a way. After all, I've never seen the 10,000 ghost tide before. Moreover, you're the one who decides. With my current strength, how much can I resist, and what are my chances of survival? The little dragon, who had been listening to Lin Ray the whole time, naturally knew that Lin Ray couldn't resist the tide of 10,000 ghosts. It's not like there's no way. Hearing this, Lin Ray's eyes lit up. With a smile, he came to the little dragon's side and hugged the little dragon's arm. He began to act coquettishly. Little dragon, hurry up and tell me. You see, the energy here is getting stronger and stronger. I'm in a very dangerous situation now. Hurry up and tell me. Ugh. Looking at Lin Ray's actions, the little dragon looked at him with disgust. In the end, he couldn't help but hold his stomach and pretend to vomit. Ugh. The sound was so real that Lin Ray knew that the little dragon found him disgusting. TSK. All right, hurry up and tell me. If you don't tell me, I'll disgust you to death. Looking at Lin Ray's appearance, the little dragon smiled helplessly. I really don't know what to do with you. Looking at the little dragon's appearance, Lin Ray knew that as long as the little dragon showed this expression, the next thing was basically said. Hurry up and tell me. Hurry up and tell me. Lin Ray looked at the little dragon anxiously. At this moment, the helpless little dragon said to Lin Ray, previously, before I went into seclusion, I asked the system how long it would take to upgrade the system's power. It was supposed to take a few months, but after so many years, the system still hasn't broken through. The reason is partly because of me, and partly because of you. What? Me? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand the meaning behind it. Then, Lin Ray looked at the little dragon with a doubtful gaze, wanting to ask the meaning behind it. Looking at Lin Ray's puzzlement, the little dragon quickly explained the reason why the system didn't break through. Back then, for you, I didn't hesitate to use all of your assistance. After that, I went into seclusion. Originally, I wouldn't have woken up so quickly, but because of the system, I was able to absorb the spiritual energy from the outside and solidify my soul. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray nodded gratefully, but he was still somewhat puzzled about his own situation. What about me? Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon chuckled, then said, Didn't the Soul Eater erase a portion of your memories before? Actually, he wanted to erase them completely, but because the system used the power of the breakthrough to hold onto the memories in your mind, you must know that you're the master. Without your permission, the system would have no idea what the consequences would be. But if he didn't do so, he knew that you would definitely regret it, so... Hearing this, Lin Ray was completely stunned. Originally, he always thought that his memories weren't erased because there were no combat techniques or cultivation methods in them. But now that the little dragon's matter had stopped, that wasn't the case at all. Some things were silently helped by the system behind the scenes. Then now, Lin Ray was a little worried about the system at this moment. He didn't know what to say. Don't worry, the system is fine. It's just that the stored energy from before has disappeared. So if you want to break through, you'll need a lot of power. At this point, the little dragon couldn't help but wink at Lin Ray, as if hinting at something. It was the same for the little dragon. Lin Ray saw it, but didn't understand what it was doing. Little dragon, your face is cramping. Seeing Lin Ray like this, the little dragon was helpless. It immediately rolled its eyes at Lin Ray, then said, "Isn't there a ready-made energy in front of you right now? As long as you refine all the ghosts in the tide of 10,000 ghosts, you can imagine that, in addition to the newly stored energy of a New Year greeting system, it won't take long for you to break through to level 3. Hearing this, Lin Ray suddenly understood why the little dragon was winking at him just now. Although this idea was good, it wasn't that easy to devour the energy of 10,000 ghosts. Compared to this, Lin Ray had a headache. Looking at Lin Ray's appearance, the little dragon knew why he was worried. Then, its expression relaxed, and with a wave of its hand, a golden policy appeared in front of Lin Ray. At the same time, the little dragon's voice sounded. This is the art of rebirth. It's a Buddhist technique. As long as you cultivate it, you can transform 10,000 ghosts into pure energy. Think about it. Won't you be able to let the system absorb it then? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray's eyes lit up. Then, he squinted at the golden policy floating in the air in front of him. His eyes were full of splendor. Ding Dong discovered a saint-level technique, art of rebirth. Would the host like to cultivate it? Before Lin Ray could make a decision, the system's cold, electronic voice appeared. Suddenly, for some reason, Lin Ray nodded in agreement. Cultivate it. After saying this sentence, Lin Ray frowned. He wanted to go back on his words, but it was already too late. Ding Dong, injecting the art of rebirth into the host. Please wait a moment. What's done can't be undone. It was too late to go back on his words. At this moment, some unfamiliar memories suddenly appeared in his mind. Looking at a section of the technique that calmed his heart, Lin Ray's expression was very shocked. From the technique, he could see that this technique was definitely a divine work. Ding Dong, congratulations to the host for cultivating the first layer of the art of rebirth. If you want to break through, you need to speed up your cultivation. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray clenched his fist. Suddenly, a boundless golden Buddhist power appeared. Some of the spells that he had seen in the world where he lived before appeared on his fist. At this moment, Lin Ray felt that the power in his body was a great help to this place. He even had an impulse to sit down on the road to the underworld and use the Buddhist power to cleanse himself thoroughly. Feeling this, Lin Ray quickly suppressed the impulse in his heart. Then, he hurriedly operated the chaotic sky scroll to suppress the Buddhist power in his body. Phew! Feeling that the impulse in his heart had completely calmed down, Lin Ray let out a long breath and slowly stood up from the ground. How is it? This technique is amazing, right? It can let a killer have such Buddhist power. Hee. Regarding Lin Ray's actions, how could the little dragon, as the system's artifact spirit, not know? And regarding the killer mentioned by the little dragon, he knew that he had made a lot of people stupid, but those people had done things that he couldn't tolerate. In comparison, Lin Ray didn't regret it. However, he still liked the art of rebirth in his body. After all, this technique wasn't something that anyone could obtain. Ha ha! At this moment, the gloomy laughter from before sounded again. After hearing it, Lin Ray quickly became vigilant. All right, as long as you don't go within 50 meters of the entrance, the 10,000 ghost tide won't find you. Oh! Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was a little puzzled. Fortunately, he still relaxed. The 10,000 ghost tide can be said to be a guardian of the road to the underworld. As long as you don't go near the entrance, then you'll be fine. Of course, as long as you go within 50 meters of the entrance, then there will be consequences. Speaking until here, the little dragon revealed a thought-provoking smile. Suddenly, Lin Ray's hair stood on end. Sigh, TSK, why do I have to encounter such things every time? Didn't I just want to save 2 people? Although he was harassing, Lin Ray never regretted it. His eyes were firmer than before. All right, don't say things that don't mean. Hurry up and go in. You have to remember, the ghost realm isn't a place where you can stay. I have already prepared a teleportation circle for you. As soon as this matter is over, you can use the teleportation circle to quickly leave. You can't stay here for even half a second. Do you hear me? Hearing the little dragon's cautious words, Lin Ray nodded without hesitation. I know. As long as I save the people I want to save, this place, I guess I don't want to stay here. Chapter 563. That's good. All right, hurry up and go in. As long as the system is upgraded, the scripture pavilion will open. At that time, as long as you have enough exchange points or reputation points, you will be able to view all the cultivation techniques, combat techniques, movement techniques, spells, and everything else in the scripture pavilion. After hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray took a step forward. The illusory spirit blood fire filled his entire body and surrounded Lin Ray. Just you wait. Now, I must upgrade the system, not only for the hidden scriptures pavilion, but also for the system to help me hold on to my most precious memories. As he spoke, Lin Ray didn't stop. Not only that, but Lin Ray's footsteps were also increasing. At the same time, his gratitude towards the system turned into motivation. 30 meters, 20 meters. Just when Lin Ray was 20 meters away from entering the 10,000 ghost tide, waves of ghostly wails, miserable roars, gloomy laughter, and all kinds of sounds that would cause people to panic appeared at this moment. As expected of the 10,000 ghost tide. We haven't even entered its range yet, but it's already giving off so much pressure. At this moment, when Lin Ray was 20 meters away, he found it difficult to move forward. The pressure brought by the 10,000 ghost tide could be said to be enormous. Do you think you can make me submit just like that? In your dreams. At this moment, the circulation of the chaos heavenly scripture was withdrawn. Instantly, the Buddhist power of the art of rebirth appeared. The moment the eerie ghost Chi sensed the Buddhist power on Lin Ray's body, it began to slowly shrink back. Namo Amitabha yi duo ta gato yi. Duo di Amitabha, po bai, Amitabha, po bai. The art of rebirth began to be chanted by Lin Ray over and over again. Because of this, the Buddhist power became stronger and stronger. It was so strong that the huge pressure just now disappeared in an instant. Feeling a little better, Lin Ray immediately began to move forward again. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. When it was 1 meter away, an eerie feeling that made one's hair stand on end involuntarily arose. Heck come, let me take care of you. After saying that, Lin Ray took a step forward. Immediately, a satisfied scene appeared. He saw that all the people he had killed had appeared here. For example, the companions he had killed in Tianxian and all the people he had killed had appeared here. Seeing this, Lin Ray quickly closed his eyes and began to circulate his Buddhist power. Circles of golden Buddhist power began to extend out of Lin Ray's body, tightly wrapping Lin Ray in the golden light. At this moment, all the people that he had killed before were gone. Instead, some ghosts that he had never seen before appeared. There were so many of them that Lin Ray felt his scalp go numb. Little fellow, you're pretty good. However, we're under orders to guard the entrance. Consider yourself retreating obediently. Otherwise, we won't be polite anymore. At this moment, tens of thousands of ghosts dissuaded Lin Ray in unison. Looking at them, Lin Ray was surprised, but he did not show any fear. Then, he said without fear, "Sorry, I have important matters to attend to in the world of spirits and souls. Therefore, this battle is unavoidable. Moreover, I need your energy. So come on." After saying that, the chaotic dragon spear was instantly activated. Boundless Buddhist power instantly blessed the dragon spear. Suddenly, 9 azure dragons with Buddhist power appeared and began to kill in all directions. You don't know what's good for you. In that case, brothers, rush up and tear him apart. After saying that, tens of thousands of ghosts instantly moved out and swarmed in front of Lin Ray, wanting to tear him apart. However, at this moment, the Buddhist light on Lin Ray's body shone brightly. A transcendent energy instantly washed over the tens of thousands of ghosts. What? What is this? Why did the Yin power in my body disappear at this moment? What's going on? Monto, it's not my energy. No, bastard, get it back to me. Immediately, the energy that Lin Ray released to ferry their souls washed over each and every one of them. At this moment, some of them began to slowly transform from malicious ghosts. The moment they transformed, a strange energy appeared. However, Lin Ray was very familiar with it. Wasn't this the aura of the devouring heaven art that he cultivated? After pondering for a moment, Linley immediately understood. This was the system using its ability to convert these ghosts into streams of pure energy, which would help him level up. No, don't. I don't dare anymore. Please let me go. At this moment, feeling the destructive aura from the suction force, the ghost that had already been ferried immediately began to beg Lin Ray for mercy. However, the moment he pleaded, the suction force increased. In an instant, the ghost disappeared from this world. Lin Ray didn't feel soft-hearted at this scene. It wasn't that Lin Ray didn't want to plead for mercy. However, he knew that those who could appear here had killed before. Moreover, looking at the Yin power in their bodies, it was obvious what kind of person they were when they were alive. At this moment, after the ghosts saw how powerful Lin Ray was, they immediately panicked. Fear rose in their hearts. They were afraid of Lin Ray and felt empty in the face of that inexplicable power. They wanted to escape, but at this moment, they were surrounded by 9,000 feet long azure dragons. There was no space for them to escape. Leave all of you for this sovereign to become nutrients for my system. With that, Lin Ray immediately increased the circulation of the art of rebirth. Suddenly, the golden Buddhist power increased and instantly enveloped the ghosts. It began to purify the Yin power in their bodies bit by bit, leaving only pure energy that wasn't contaminated by the Yin power. It wasn't just Lin Ray. When Lin Ray increased the purification of the energy, the system's suction force also increased and began to devour wildly. What was originally a drama between the hunter and the hunted had now been completely turned around. Time passed by slowly. At this moment, in the space above the system land, a long green strip was moving forward quickly. System, how is it? How long more until the breakthrough? Hearing the little dragon's voice, the system said, soon. As long as the ghosts outside are all devoured, we should be able to immediately break through. Not only that, when the ghosts are destroyed, the hidden mission will be completed. You're not helping me. You're just thinking from the perspective of the host. Hearing the system's words, Xiaolong chuckled and hurriedly hid his embarrassment. All right, what's impossible about a win-win situation? All right, don't say anymore. Hurry up and devour. I'm going to sleep. With that, the little dragon left the system as if he was escaping and returned to his own place of cultivation. Time passed slowly, and the 10,000 ghosts in the outside world became fewer and fewer. After an unknown amount of time, the original 10,000 ghosts had been devoured by the system. Seeing that there were only a few left, Linley hurriedly used the last bit of energy left in his body. Come, let me purify you. This time, the system didn't devour these ghosts. Instead, Lin Ray directly purified them with his Buddhist power. Looking at the entrance of the life object, Lin Ray's body relaxed. At this moment, there was no more spiritual energy supporting his body, and he instantly fell to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Lying on the ground, Lin Ray breathed crazily. There was a comfortable feeling on his face. After using the art of rebirth for this period of time, he felt that he had a deeper understanding of the art of rebirth. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for refining the ghosts. You've obtained supreme merit and successfully completed the hidden mission. What? This is possible. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray was a little stunned. He didn't expect that he would receive a hidden mission just by purifying the ghosts. However, what Lin Ray didn't know was that this matter was all because of the little dragon's help. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to complete this mission. Ding dong. Host, do you accept the mission reward? Of course, you can also give up accept. He knew what the system was going to say next. Lin Ray didn't wait for it to finish and directly answered. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for accepting the mission reward. Do you want to activate it now? Lin Ray was too lazy to answer this question. It was like this every time. Activate. Ding dong. Activate the mission reward. Hearing the system's words, Lin Ray's gaze was fixed on the screen that appeared in front of him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for passing the Thunder Technique, God-level cultivation technique. Cultivate and mobilize the lightning of the Thunder Tribulation for your own use. Damn, looking at the Thunder Technique, Lin Ray was so excited that he couldn't speak. To be able to mobilize the Thunder Tribulation, this cultivation technique was simply amazing. In addition, Linley did some calculations. This was the first deity-level technique he had acquired, aside from the Primal Chaos Scripture and the Devouring the Heavens art. But of course, although it was at the deity level, there was still a gap between it and the Primal Chaos Scripture. Originally, he thought that this was the end, but who would have thought that the next thing would make Lin Ray even more excited? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for passing the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Scripture. Sage Dao Fruit Sage. F*CK. 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 What the F*CK? Looking at such a good thing, Lin Ray was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Lin Ray had wanted the 4th level of the Chaos Heaven Scripture for a long time. However, he hadn't drawn it. He didn't expect it to appear in this hidden mission. Looking at these 2 cultivation techniques, Lin Ray was extremely excited. With these 2 cultivation techniques, wouldn't it be no problem for him to do whatever he wanted in the God Realm? Thinking of this, Lin Ray couldn't help but smile excitedly. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 3 and successfully activated the Scripture Depository. The host hopes to continue working hard and complete the mission of upgrading the system to the limit as soon as possible. Oh my God, good things come in waves. There's no one else who can do this. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's heart moved and he instantly entered the system. The moment Lin Ray entered the system, his eyes lit up. At this moment, there was a huge change in the system. When the system was upgraded to level 3, the originally pitch-black system space underwent an earth-shattering change. Chapter 564. The originally pitch-black space was now lit up. Not only that, Lin Ray originally thought that this was just an empty space. Who would have thought that at this moment, what appeared in front of him was a picturesque place with beautiful scenery that made people forget to leave? Wow. Looking at the system, Lin Ray was simply stunned. He did not expect the system's upgrade this time to be so substantial. Although it had upgraded by 1 level before, that was only when the martial arts arena was activated. There was not much change at all. However, the difference between the current system and the one he entered before was not small at all. At this moment, in front of Lin Ray, in front of the supermarket, there was a waterfall that flowed straight down. Below it was a pool of clear water. However, what made Lin Ray confident was not the waterfall, but the house that stood beside the waterfall. From the outside, the house did not look big, but it was very simple and unadorned. That house, in particular, was more like an ink painting of the scenery. How is it? Isn't this place very beautiful? Do you want to keep it here? Just as Lin Ray was shocked, the little dragon's voice was heard. Suddenly, Lin Ray was pulled back from his shock to reality. Not bad. I didn't expect the upgrade this time to surprise me so much. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon laughed and said, Go on. That is the scripture pavilion I mentioned. There, you can get everything you want there. Of course, you'll have to pay the corresponding price. Hearing this, Lin Ray raised his head and looked at the house at the top of the mountain. At this moment, his gaze was completely focused there. Scripture pavilion? He said in his heart, but did not go forward. He knew that he should not bite off more than he could chew. He had not fully understood his current cultivation methods, combat techniques, and spells. He was not stupid enough to cultivate just because he saw something good. That would only be digging his own grave and not the true path to becoming a powerhouse. No, although it's good up there. However, I don't need it now. Let's wait until I completely understand the cultivation method in my mind. Hearing this, the little dragon smiled knowingly and nodded in satisfaction. A brilliant smile appeared on his face. Sure. I'm very happy that you can do this. Actually, I won't let you go in. Since that's the case, we'll talk about it later. Yes. In response to the little dragon's words, Lin Ray responded with a hum, and then greeted it. Okay, hurry up and get ready to help me summon the souls of my wife and children. I have to enter the world of spirits and souls too. And go. But aren't you going to take a look at your information? After such a long time, you've never seen it before. Aren't you curious? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray recalled that the last time he checked his information was a few hundred years ago. Suddenly, curiosity welled up in his heart. Yes, it's time to take a look. With that, Lin Ray's mind moved, and he instantly came to the information space. At this moment, not only did the system main space change, Lin Ray didn't expect this place to change as well. It became very beautiful and picturesque, making Lin Ray very envious. System, check my personal information. Completely comprehensive. Ding dong, okay. Host, please wait a moment. I'll check it for you immediately. Hearing the system's cold voice, Lin Ray's entire body shuddered, and then he waited seriously. Ding dong, it's checked. Host, please take a look. Hearing the system's words, in the next moment, the originally empty space in front of him turned into a screen in the next moment. All of his information appeared on it. Name, Lin Ray. Age, 1350. System level, 3 cultivation, peak late divine ancestor experience, 5,000 torch dragons, 13,000 torch dragons, spiritual roots, thunder, fire, wood, metal, chaos spiritual roots talent, middle god emperor cultivation techniques, chaos scripture 3rd layer, incomplete, devouring heavenly technique, growable, Hong Meng pill refinement, entry cultivation technique, cloud art, emperor grade cultivation technique, same array, emperor grade cultivation technique, tyrant body technique, emperor grade cultivation technique, thunder tyrant body, ancestor grade secret technique, lightning scripture, deity grade cultivation technique, martial techniques, butterfly steps, entry, star finger, practiced, silent thunder spear art, high profound grade martial technique, now trained to entry, able to produce 3 lightning bolts, myriad sword art, heaven grade, level 3 incineration, emperor grade, dragon subduing step, emperor grade, azura spear art, king grade, azura sword array, king grade, divine movement 100 changes, emperor grade, spiritual treasures, chaos dragon spear, top grade god equipment, martial emperor god spear, low grade god equipment, growable, myriad magic sword, no grade, myriad beast treasure furnace, great extreme temple, high grade immortal equipment, heaven and earth magnificent space, no grade, equipment, top grade flowing light god equipment set mount, early divine ancestor lottery big wheel, 0 character lottery system, 0 reputation, none exchange, points, none spiritual stones, 0 supreme grade alchemist, 3,000 candle dragons, 6,000 candle dragons, supreme grade array master, 3,568 candle dragons, 6,000 candle dragons, supreme grade weapon refiner, 3,456 candle dragons, 6,000 candle dragons, talisman master, yet to be activated top grade spiritual medicine, heavenly treasures, 50 kilograms of purple gold nephrite, 50 kilograms of purple gold sand, 50 kilograms of purple gold divine iron. Side mission, main mission, lead a top sect in the divine realm for 1,000 years. Elixirs, 11 mind control pills, 7836 mind control pills. Seeing this, Lin Ray did not say anything and only nodded calmly. Not bad. You brat. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon nodded and said, do you know that you still owe me a lot of reputation points and exchange points? So work hard. Hearing this, an awkward expression appeared on Lin Li's face, and he hurriedly interrupted. Well, I'll go out first. You should hurry up and prepare some things for the spirit summoning. Once we enter the world of spirits and souls, you can start the spirit summoning. Yes, I know. Don't worry. At this moment, the little dragon's face was very serious. The playful look from before was completely gone, because he knew the meaning of Jean Ling and Jean In to Lin Ray. Okay, then I'll go out first. Seeing the little dragon nod, Lin Ray left the system and returned to reality. Phew! Lin Ray, who returned to reality, looked at the familiar scene around him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He stood up and walked toward the vortex step by step. Although the 10,000 ghost tide had all been swallowed up by the system, this was still a place where two different worlds intersected. It was naturally filled with pressure. Therefore, when Linley was only 20 meters away from the vortex, he found it difficult to advance any further. Damn, what the hell, what's going on? At this moment, Lin Ray's face was full of coldness as he looked at the vortex in front of him. He wished that he had a pair of wings and could fly over in an instant. Kid, don't be nervous. Take your time. The pressure here is no less than the pressure of a godly master. If you want to pass through, break through to the godly master level here. Anyway, you're only one step away from the godly master level. What? Break through to the godly master level here. Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was furious. Do you know the gap of one step? Do you think this is the only obstacle between the Chi refinement stage and the Chi refinement stage? The little dragon had already guessed Lin Ray's reaction. Then I can't care. Anyway, I won't help you. It's up to you whether you can enter or not. With that, the little dragon's voice completely disappeared from Lin Ray's mind. Damn, is there such a trap? Didn't we say that I can enter the ghost realm after the 10,000 ghost tide? What's going on now? Although he said so, his body couldn't help but sit down. The chaos shock began to operate quickly. Smelly little dragon. You only know how to trick me. Wait until I see your body, see if I don't smash your butt. After saying this in his heart, he closed his eyes and entered cultivation. His whole person began to become sacred. Xiaolong, who had been observing Linley the entire time, chuckled when he saw Linley enter the room to train, then ignored him. However, the exploration of Lin Ray's surroundings didn't stop. Here, who knew if there was any danger approaching? At this moment, after returning from the Tendo conference, Sakura was qualified to be the Holy Sun. After that, in just a few hundred years, he went from a mortal rank assassin to a heaven rank assassin. This shocked everyone in the assassin sect. If they had known earlier, the difference between the mortal stage and the heaven stage was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even the most talented person would need thousands or even tens of thousands of years. But now, their Holy Son had actually used a few hundred years to accomplish something that would take thousands of years. This time, the elder of the assassin sect loved and respected Sakura even more. He gave his all and let Sakura take charge of the development of the assassin sect. Boom! A muffled sound came from a room on the 5th floor of the assassin sect. Not long after, the door opened and a masked man walked out. His eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he couldn't wait to kill everyone. This kind of coldness couldn't be learned by others. It came from his bones. Heh, he finally broke through to the monarch god level. TSK, I wonder how the original body is doing. I haven't seen him in a few hundred years. I wonder where he is now. The man standing at the door muttered to himself. His lover was none other than Lin Ray's clone, Sakura, the current holy son of the assassin sect. Forget it, the original body is so strong. You should be fine. I should think about how to increase my strength first. With that thought, Sakura strode towards the 7th floor where missions were accepted. Along the way, everyone who saw Sakura would lower their heads and greet him. Greetings, holy son. There were no exceptions. Even the assassin sect did the same when they saw him. Soon, Sakura arrived at the 7th floor. Seeing the crowd coming and going to accept missions, Sakura smiled and walked to a place where only the assassin sect could accept missions. Greetings, holy son. Are you here to accept a mission? Just as Sakura arrived at the place where the assassin sect accepted missions, the person in charge of the mission board asked. Looking at that person, Sakura replied, not bad. I just broke through to the monarch god level, and would like to go out and train to see how strong I am. Chapter 565. What? What? For a moment, these two words began to ring out from the mouths of everyone on the seventh floor. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Looking at everyone's reaction, Sakura smiled awkwardly and ignored them. Instead, he asked the person in charge of the list in a low voice, "Senior, do you have any novel and strange missions? Of course, it's fine if it's dangerous." Oh, I got it." Hearing the pressurization, the man hurriedly said, "Don't tell me. I do have some strange missions here." As he spoke, the man walked to the back. When he came out again, he was holding 4 to 5 scrolls in his hand. He looked like he had a headache. Seeing this, Sakura frowned. After he took charge of the Assassins Association, he knew some things. For example, the person in charge of accepting missions on the list. They were naturally beaming with joy if they had good missions. However, when they encountered some particularly strange things, they would be in a difficult position. Just like the man's expression now. As for these people, they usually didn't show their faces because they didn't go out. Of course, they would occasionally go out to accept some missions. After all, they were all venerable level assassins. However, only the elders and sect masters knew about this problem. Of course, Sakura was an exception. Holy Sun, to tell you the truth, these missions have been here for who knows how many years. Over the years, many people have done them, but I'll be honest with you, I've also done the missions that no one has been able to complete. But in the end, they all failed. What? Hearing the man's words, Sakura was shocked. He knew the strength of the person in front of him. He was at the peak of the late-stage Divine Lord realm. After hearing him say these people like this, Sakura began to be curious. What kind of mission would be like this? Looking at Sakura's shocked eyes, the man hurriedly took out a mission and placed it on the table. He began to introduce it. This mission is the most difficult one among them. Oh! Hearing the man's words, Sakura listened seriously. To be able to be rated as the most difficult by the man, it must be an existence that was very powerful in assassination. Yes, this mission is for you to go to the 9th continent and find a mission called the Spider Lily and its roots. Back then, I accepted this mission. Who knew? At this point, the man's face revealed a terrified expression, as if he was very afraid of recalling that matter. Seeing the man like this, Sakura felt strange. Isn't it just finding the flower and root of a red spider lily? Is it that difficult? However, he had heard many legends about the 9th continent in the past few hundred years. It was said that the 9th continent was very mysterious, and it was very difficult for those who entered to come out. Those who could come out were definitely experts. There are also cities, oceans, families, and everything we have here. There are also things we don't have here. For example, the Buddhist sect is very prosperous there. It is a top force. There is also the Danzong sect, the Erase sect, the Useless Fart sect, the Talisman sect, and many other things we don't have here. Indra, who had been listening to the man's words, was already thinking in his heart, Formation sect, Talisman sect, Danzong sect, Tool sect, these were all professions that were needed in the 8 great continents. He did not expect them to be so prosperous in the 9th continent. Thinking of this, Sakura couldn't help but be curious and began to get restless. Although he wasn't proficient in everything like the deity, he still had some superficial knowledge. Furthermore, more importantly, there are saints that have never existed in the divine realm. Although they are not true saints, they are still half-step saints. What? How is that possible? When this news came out, Sakura was instantly shocked. The word saint shocked him. He knew that one could only advance to the next realm after breaking through to the divine venerable realm. Even in the entire divine realm, there had never been a half-step saint. He did not expect that the 9th continent would have one. All right, I won't talk to you anymore. It's pointless to say so much. After learning from my mistake, the elders sealed this mission. If you didn't say that you wanted to see it today, I wouldn't have taken it out. As he spoke, the man picked up the second mission. However, at this moment, the man's expression was much more relaxed, and he did not have the solemn expression from before. This mission can be said to be the simplest among them. At the same time, it is also the easiest to complete. However, no one wants to complete it. Oh, when he heard the man mention the second mission, Sakura was puzzled, but he did not say anything. Instead, he continued to listen to the man's introduction. This mission requires you to help him create a huge mercenary group and then hand over the control of the entire mercenary group to him. Of course, the commission for this mission is not small. It can be said that it is very generous. However, let me ask you, who would give up a force that they built with their own hands? Therefore, no one would accept it. Sakura coldly said when he heard the man's introduction of the second mission. This person is also a strange existence. Who would accept this mission? That's right. That's why this mission is still here. As he spoke, the man put it down and picked up the third mission. He was delighted and introduced it to Sakura. Then, he picked up the fourth mission. This fourth mission was even more strange. It was to kidnap the saintess of Chinquin's sect and cripple her cultivation before handing her over to him. When he heard this mission, Sakura was killed. Logically speaking, this kind of mission should not be accepted. However, the commission was still very generous. It was against the rules if he did not accept it. Alright, after saying so much, the first 4 missions are alright. However, the 5th mission is even more strange. It can be said that there is little hope. It's that serious? When he heard the man's evaluation of the 5th mission, Sakura was curious. Out of the first 4 missions, he was only slightly interested in the first one. Yes, it is quite serious. Let me tell you a secret. The person behind this mission is none other than the one with the highest position in Chinquin's sect. What? God? Sakura was stunned when he heard those words. At the same time, he was also curious. He was very curious about what kind of mission the god could give out. Why? Are you shocked? When I heard it, my reaction was similar to yours. However, this mission is simply too difficult. As he spoke, the man opened up the mission and started to introduce it to Sakura. This mission is similar to the first one. The only difference is that the first mission is to search for an item, while the second mission is to search for a person. What? Search for a person? Could it be that the god lost his child? Regarding this mission, Sakura wasn't interested in it after hearing it. He originally wanted to accept the first mission, but at this time, the man's next words attracted him. Don't laugh. This person isn't looking for his child. He is looking for a person with purple blood. What? Purple blood? Are you sure? Looking at Sakura's reaction, the man thought that this was the first time Sakura had heard of the purple blood. However, this man didn't know that Sakura himself had the purple blood. If one were to look at it closely, it would be his original body. In this world, other than his original body, there was only him who had the purple blood. Oh, that's right. I'm sure. The rewards are extremely generous. If you can find this opportunity to obtain a zone or Zune grade technique, you will also be able to become a guest elder of Chinquin's sect. As he said this, the man's face was filled with yearning. He would even mutter, sigh, how good would it be if I can find it? Although I don't care about being a guest elder, it would still be great if I can obtain a zone or Zune grade technique. At this moment, Sakura couldn't bear to listen to the man's words. When he heard that Chinquin's sect was willing to pay such a huge price to find his original body, Sakura started to worry. He was worried that his original body didn't know about this. As he thought of this, Sakura's face froze. He then regained his senses and said to the man, Senior, I'll accept the 5th mission. I want to go out for a walk. I'll treat it as a vacation. Are you sure? This sudden decision caused the man who issued the mission to be stunned. He didn't expect that Sakura would accept such a difficult mission. This wasn't like searching for herbs. There were herbs everywhere. This was searching for a single person in the god world. This was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Saint Child, if you wish to go out for a walk, I can give you some simple missions. You can complete them while having fun. This mission is simply impossible to complete. Hearing the man's advice, Sakura smiled. No, I'll accept this mission. I'm really curious about how a person with purple blood looks like. What's so special about him? As he said this, The man didn't know what to say when he saw the resolute look in Sakura's eyes. He nodded his head and agreed. All right, I won't register you first. After all, no one will notice this mission. However, Saint Child, you must be careful. A person with purple blood shouldn't be an ordinary person. If you find him, remember to protect yourself. If you don't find him, then forget it. Hee. Seeing the man so worried, Sakura hurriedly nodded his head and agreed. I know. Are you still worried about me? But senior, maybe I'll be able to surpass you when I come back. You'd better hurry up and cultivate. Leave this kind of thing to the disciples below. You don't have to do this. Sigh. The man's face lit up with joy when he heard Sakura's words. He hurriedly replied, I'm used to it. Moreover, in my age, I don't have the drive like before. Let nature take its course. Looking at the man like this, in order to thank him for the matter just now, Indra immediately took out a medicinal pill that his original body gave him before and handed it to the man, saying, Senior, this medicinal pill may be beneficial to you. And, looking at the medicinal pill in front of him, the man smiled and took the medicinal pill. He didn't care at first, but when he felt the energy coming from a medicinal pill, he was shocked. Chapter 566. This is... Looking at the pill in his hand, the man stuttered and couldn't speak. Boundary-breaking pill. Although the grade isn't high, it should be of some help to you. What? Boundary-breaking pill? How is this possible? The boundary-breaking pill is a lost pill. How could you? Speaking of this, the man quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak anymore. Holding the boundary-breaking pill, he bowed deeply to Sakura. I am Lu Ko. I will not refuse the saint's orders. Hearing Lu Ko's words, Sakura's face lit up. Originally, he just wanted to borrow the flower and didn't think too much about it. He didn't expect Lu Ko to do this. To him, this was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise. All right, hurry up and cultivate. Find a trustworthy person to help you with the matters here. With that, Sakura didn't stay any longer. He took a step forward and disappeared from the 7th floor. Looking at the place where Sakura disappeared, the man's eyes were filled with gratitude for a long time. Be careful. For today's kindness, I, Lu Ko, will follow your orders in the future. With that, Lu Ko turned around and instructed the disciple beside him. Then, he went into seclusion. At this moment, Sakura came out of Sky, human residence, and walked out of the city with a murderous look on his face. Seems like I have to find the real body quickly and tell him that Shinku and Sect is looking for him. Otherwise, it would be bad if I were to be exposed. With that, Sakura couldn't help but quicken his pace. At this moment, the 7 Shura clan members that were sent out by Lin Rei to protect him had been following Sakura's side ever since that day, secretly protecting him. Time passed by slowly. At the end of Yellow Springs Road, Lin Rei, who was cultivating, didn't wake up after cultivating. Once he started, he cultivated for dozens of years. Every breakthrough was extremely difficult, especially for a breakthrough like his, which required dozens of times more effort than a normal cultivator. It was even more difficult. In the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed. Lin Rei, who had been sitting on Yellow Springs Road for a long time, like a normal Buddha, he sat at the entrance of the ghost world to cultivate. Finally, on this day, 40 years later, a strange energy instantly flowed out of Lin Rei's body. It was like a wave of water, and it gradually spread out in all directions. Mother of Astra's this is really something. He actually took such a long time to break through. Looks like we'll have to hurry up and enter the ghost realm. Thinking about it, Lin Rei felt a little better about the energy in his body. He retracted his cultivation base. Phew! He let out a long sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. Then he stood up. Bumpy, bumpy, bumpy. Crackle, crackle. Instantly, as Linley rose to his feet, the bones in his body began to emit a bone-chilling sound. Although the strength of my body didn't increase by much, at least my cultivation base has finally broken through. He felt better about the endless power in his body. Then, he clenched his fists and punched forward. With a bang, A pair of fists intense instantly rushed out and bombarded the yellow river beside him. Immediately, the river water exploded at this moment. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the entire bridge of helplessness shook inexplicably. Lin Ray's face was full of doubts. Who disturbed this old ancestor's sleep? A voice that made Lin Ray tremble, and fear instantly appeared. The voice was full of vicissitudes. Hearing this voice, Lin Ray quickly released his early monarch god cultivation base. The Chaos Dragon Spear instantly appeared in Lin Ray's hand. He held it tightly and looked around vigilantly. As long as the situation wasn't right, he was ready to make a move. Although he felt that there was a difference between his cultivation base and the mysterious creature that spoke just now, it was impossible for him to retreat. Brat, don't fight. Hurry up and run. This thing isn't something you can deal with right now. Hurry up and run. At this moment, he, who was ready to fight, heard the warning of the little dragon. Without thinking, he immediately activated the dragon's subduing step to the extreme and rushed toward the entrance of the ghost realm. After disturbing this lord's sleep, you still want to escape? Do you think that's possible? However, just as the inner ghost realm was about to close in on him, an energy that Linley couldn't control and couldn't fight back at all bound Linley in midair, making him unable to move. Hiss! Feeling that his body was out of control, Lin Ray took in a breath of cold air. Then, his heart was filled with fear. How could this be? At this moment, Lin Ray, who had broken through to the monarch god level, had a gloomy expression. He didn't expect this mysterious creature to be so terrifying. Ever since he broke through to the monarch god level, he felt that even god emperors couldn't bind him. However, this thing was as easy as blowing off dust. It was as though it could move space. A mere monarch god ant. Tell me, how do you want to die so that you can disturb this lord's sleep? Hearing this, Lin Ray's expression softened. He said in a low voice, Senior, this junior is ignorant. If I have offended you in any way, this junior will apologize to you. Before Lin Ray could finish his words, he was interrupted by the mysterious voice. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you. Since you're here, then just die here. This lord has never been close to a blood meal in so many years. Hearing this, Lin Ray was shocked. He immediately released all of his cultivation base, wanting to break free and escape. However, in the end, he was wrong. Even if he took out all of his trump cards, it would be useless compared to that mysterious creature. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Whoosh! Just as the mysterious voice finished speaking, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ray. Waves of death chi and evil chi came out from it. Is there really no other way? Looking at the black vortex, Lin Ray's eyes were filled with despair. He smiled bitterly. Good. Despair, completely despair. This kind of emotion is this lord's best eclipse. Come, let me see what despair you have. As he spoke, Linley couldn't resist at all. He could only watch as the black light shot towards his mind, and all he could do was watch. He closed his eyes in despair. He knew that death was coming, but he could only wait and wait. But it just wouldn't come. When Lin Ray opened his eyes, he saw the little dragon in front of him. It had a majestic soul power that helped him resist the powerful attack. The appearance of the little dragon made the mysterious person vigilant. Who are you? The mysterious man's voice was trembling as he spoke. Hearing this, the look of despair on Linley's face slowly began to fade. A dead ghost from the Yellow Springs dares to touch this lord's people. Do you really think this lord is dead? Saying this, the little dragon casually launched an attack similar to a wind blade and blasted towards the river. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The moment the wind blade and the river water collided, the river water instantly exploded. At the same time as the river water exploded, a scream of agony entered Linley's ears. Damn, just how strong is this guy? He actually managed to turn that thing into such a state in an instant. Looking at the little dragon, Lin Ray was full of shock. Although he knew that the little dragon was strong, he didn't expect the little dragon's strength to be this strong. Bang! Then, a figure instantly rushed out of the Yellow Springs River. The speed was so fast that Lin Ray didn't even see the other party's movements. When Lin Ray saw the figure again, it was already not far in front of him. This was a person that Lin Ray couldn't identify. Although he couldn't see the other party's appearance, he was sure that this person was definitely not a supreme god from the aura emitted from the other party. If this was the case, then the last possibility was Hiss. Sage. Thinking of this, Lin Ray couldn't help but take a few more glances at the person. Of course, this was only his guess. Senior, it's this junior's fault. I didn't know this person was under your protection. Just as Lin Ray was stunned, he saw the mysterious person come in front of the little dragon and directly kneel on the ground. He began to kowtow to the little dragon and apologize. Looking at this difference, Lin Ray was completely stunned. It was him before, but now it was indeed the mysterious person. Looking at the mysterious person begging for mercy, Lin Ray began to feel nervous. Looking at the two people in front of him who he couldn't defeat, Lin Ray began to feel anxious. You didn't wait in the Yellow Springs but dared to come out and eat the lunar eclipse. Doesn't the Seal of the Great Tao have any effect on you? Seal of the Great Tao? Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray was puzzled. However, the mysterious person in front of the little dragon at this moment trembled the moment he heard the Seal of the Great Tao. Although his face couldn't be seen clearly, Lin Ray could imagine that his face was definitely very ugly at this moment just by looking at his trembling appearance. Senior, it's my fault. This junior won't dare to do it again. I beg of you, please forgive me. This junior will return right now. Return right now. After saying that, the mysterious person instantly stood up. Before Lin Ray could react, the mysterious person disappeared. At this moment, the energy that imprisoned him also disappeared along with the mysterious person's disappearance. Plop! Lin Ray, who was completely unprepared, fell from the sky the instant the energy disappeared. Ha ha! At this moment, the little dragon that sensed Lin Ray turned around and said with a smile, "Okay, hurry up and leave. This time I'll let you off." After saying that, the little dragon's body disappeared and returned to the system. The instant the little dragon returned to the system, his originally flushed face and condensed soul instantly changed. Not only was his complexion deathly pale, his originally condensed energy also began to become illusory. As for this action, Lin Ray simply didn't know that at this moment, after hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray instantly used the dragon subduing step. Looking at the vortex before him, he rushed in without any obstruction. Phew! I finally went in. TSK, if another person like that came, I'm afraid I'll really be left out here today. In the system, the little dragon looked at his illusory arm and couldn't help but sigh with self-ridicule. Chapter 567. Yes, with your current situation, it's not that I want to nag at you, but a gust of wind can blow you away. At this moment, the system's cold synthetic voice came out, complaining to the little dragon. Hearing the system's words, the little dragon chuckled, then said indifferently, sigh. It was originally nothingness, born from heaven and earth. Then it must return to heaven and earth. Anyway, I can't get out of here. I've been here for so long, I'm tired of staying here. I might as well go crazy with this kid for a lifetime. Hee. Hearing the little dragon's words, the system chuckled twice, but this laughter was worse than crying. Yes, everything is nothingness, but since you want to go crazy with the host for a lifetime, then quickly go back and recover. You can't summon souls at all in your current state. Hearing this, the little dragon's face darkened, his lips squirmed a few times, wanting to say something, but in the end, he held it back. Whoosh! At this moment, a blue whirlpool quietly appeared in front of the little dragon. Go in. While you're away, I'll protect the host. After all, he's the director chosen by the system. I can't let him be bullied. Haha, good. I've been waiting for you to say that. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. With that, the little dragon chuckled. Then he disappeared into the whirlpool. Hee, how troublesome, TSK. Looking at the place where the little dragon disappeared, the system muttered. Then the whole system returned to silence. The world of spirits and souls, known as the capital of death, was a place that only accommodated souls. It could be said to be another place in the cultivation world, but the people here did not cultivate as immortals or gods. They cultivated as souls, cultivated as the path of spirits. 3,000 paths. One could prove it every day, but because the path of spirits was very unique, it was separated from the beginning and came to the world of spirits and souls. At this moment, at the intersection of the path of spirits and the heavenly realm, a light suddenly appeared. The light did not appear for a long time. When the light disappeared, there was a young man standing in the originally empty place. This person's hair was slightly purple, his eyes were slightly red, and his body was full of spiritual energy. This is the world of spirits and souls? This person wasn't someone else. He was really the Lin Ray who entered the ghost realm from the entrance of the Yellow Springs Road. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lin Ray was a dark place. There was no sunlight here, and there were no plants. There were only broken rocks and boundless, ghostly chi. The first time he saw the ghost realm, a word appeared in Lin Ray's mind to describe this place. Desolate. That's right, it was desolate. Looking at the environment here, Lin Ray began to sympathize with them. There was simply no comparison between this place and the God realm, because the difference between the two was simply too great. You are. Just as Lin Ray was sighing with emotion, a very weak and timid voice was heard. Immediately, Lin Ray's gaze was attracted to that voice. 10 meters away, behind a rock, there was a little girl. Her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was too dirty and her clothes were tattered. It was unbearable to look at. Looking at the little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old, Lin Ray was stunned at first. Then he came back to his senses and quickly walked up. The moment Lin Ray came to the little girl's side, he looked at her with a puzzled gaze and asked curiously, "Why are you alone? Where's your family?" When he came in front of the little girl, Lin Ray found that the little girl wasn't wearing anything at all. Her little foot had been broken by the stone, and blue blood flowed out from the injured area. Seeing this, Lin Ray couldn't help but feel pain in his heart, and then he wanted to reach out and pick her up. But the moment he reached out to pick up the girl, the 7 or 8-year-old girl retreated with fear in her eyes. This place was very desolate, and the gravel on the ground was so much that it gave Lin Ray a headache. Looking at the little girl's injured foot, she retreated step by step. Suddenly, Lin Ray quickly stopped his actions. She didn't want to let such a young child be in her hands because of her. "Little girl, tell me, where's your family? Why are you here alone?" Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little girl saw that Lin Ray didn't do what he had done previously, so she stopped in her tracks. Her face was filled with curiosity, and her tender voice was heard. I don't have parents." Hearing this, Lin Ray was stunned. Without parents, looking at such a young child, he really didn't expect this to be the result. Then why are you here alone? Towards this little girl in front of him, Linley didn't dare to act rashly. Towards this sort of girl, who had always been on high alert since she was a child, Linley didn't dare to act rashly. He wasn't anxious. I didn't know where to go, so I walked and walked and walked and walked here. Hearing the little girl's words and seeing her naturally dazed face, Lin Ray started to have a good impression of her. He didn't think that he was a good person, but he definitely wasn't a bad person either. After all, his 6 disciples were all orphans. Therefore, seeing the little girl like this, Lin Ray's heart was moved. "Here, take it and eat it. It's very delicious. After eating it, your feet won't hurt anymore." In order to lower the little girl's guard against him, Lin Ray hurriedly took out a healing pill and handed it to the little girl. At this moment, the little girl originally wanted to retreat when she saw Lin Ray's actions. However, when she suddenly smelled the fragrance of the pill in Lin Ray's hand, the little girl unconsciously stopped in her tracks. A pair of puzzled eyes looked at the pill in Lin Ray's hand. "Is this a pill?" "Oh, you know about it? Lin Ray didn't think that such a simple little girl would be able to recognize a pill. I saw it in the market before. However, this thing is very expensive. When I touched it, they kept hitting me. After hearing this, Lin Ray's heart burned with anger. Just how much of a beast would those people be to be able to hit such a young child? After calming down his emotions, Lin Ray's voice became very gentle. Come, eat as much as you want. You can eat as much as you want. With that, Lin Ray stuffed the pill into the little girl's hand. Then, he took out a bottle filled with pills and handed it to the little girl. Eat it. This pill won't do you any harm. Not only is it harmless, it will also be good for your body. At this moment, when the little girl heard Lin Ray's words, her eyes were filled with fear. She tentatively stuffed the pill into her mouth. Looking at the little girl's appearance, Lin Ray reached out his hand and patted her head. Then he sighed. Wow, it's delicious. After eating the pill, the little girl raised her head and looked at Lin Ray with a pleasantly surprised smile. Her face was filled with joy. At this moment, the broken wound on her foot instantly healed under the effect of the pill. Seeing this, Lin Ray smiled and took out the shoes that Jean In and the others had worn in the past. Here, put this on. It won't hurt when you walk in the future. With that, Lin Ray squatted down and began to help the little girl put on the shoes. After going through so much, the little girl completely let down her guard against Lin Ray. With an innocent smile, she hugged Lin Ray's neck and kissed Lin Ray's face. Thank you, big brother. You're the best person I've ever met. In the past, they would beat me up and never play with me. Even if I accidentally touched them, they would beat me up. Looking at the little girl, Lin Ray smiled and helped her put on the shoes. What's your name? Feeling that it was about time, Lin Ray opened his mouth and asked, I'm called May. May? This name shocked Lin Ray. Demons and monsters. This name shocked Lin Ray. He couldn't understand why her family would give her such a name. Okay. Little May, why don't you come with me? Although I won't make you rich, you'll still have food and clothing. If you follow me, no one will bully you in the future, okay? Hearing this, the little girl looked at the shoes on her face and the pill that was placed next to her. Then, she thought about it and nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you, big brother. Seeing the little girl nod in agreement, Lin Ray's face was full of smiles as he said to her, Okay, don't call me big brother in the future. If you don't mind, you can acknowledge me as your father. In the future, I'll do my best to nurture you. For such a young girl, how could she understand Lin Ray's words? After hearing Lin Ray's words, the little girl nodded and agreed without even thinking. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the body of the medicine god. This girl is born with a very good affinity with spiritual medicine and alchemy. If she cultivates alchemy techniques, her future achievements will be very dazzling. Body of the medicine god? The sudden words of the system stunned Lin Ray. However, after hearing the effects of the body of the medicine god, Lin Ray's heart was filled with joy. Originally, he only felt that she was pitiful, and at the same time, he took her in as a foster daughter. This result was completely unexpected. The body of the medicine god. This kind of physique needs to be nurtured well. It will definitely be of help to you in the future. Hearing this, Lin Ray nodded and bent down to pick up the little girl. Then, he found a direction, released his cultivation, and instantly rushed in the direction he chose. Wow, I'm flying. Father, I'm flying. At this moment, May, who was in Lin Ray's arms, was full of excitement as she watched herself fly. Then, she danced with joy, causing Lin Ray to be infected by her atmosphere. Little guy, you'll fly like this in the future. However, since you recognize me as your father, you'll take my surname. With that, Lin Ray did not care whether the little girl agreed or not, and said, My surname is Lin. Since you have a name, then I'll add a Lin in front of your name and call you Lin May. What do you think? The naive little girl did not even think about it when she heard Lin Ray's words. She nodded excitedly. My name is Lin May. Chapter 568. Looking at the cute and innocent little girl from the ghost realm in his arms, Lin Ray doted on her even more. With Lin Mei in tow, Lin Ray finally saw the first city in the ghost realm, Lake City. Not far from the city, Lin Ray landed on the ground with Lin Mei in his arms. Although this was a remote place, there was a constant flow of people coming and going. In contrast, Lin Ray was surprisingly surprised. Father, I don't want to come here. At this moment, just as Lin Ray was looking at Lake City, he felt Lin Mei trembling in his arms. What's wrong? Lin Ray did not know about her past at all, so she was curious about Lin Ray's actions at this moment. There are bad people here. They all hit me. I don't want to come here. I want to leave. Oh, hearing this, Lin Ray realized that this was the reason. It's okay. Father is here. They can't hurt you. Not only do we have to go in, but we also have to punish those who bullied you. With that, Lin Ray reached out and patted Lin Mei's back. A trace of spiritual energy instantly entered her body, making her feel at ease. Slowly, perhaps because she had been overly nervous all this time, under the effect of Lin Ray's spiritual energy, Lin Mei slowly closed her eyes comfortably and fell asleep. Seeing that Lin Mei had fallen asleep, Lin Ray did not disturb her. He then carried her and walked toward the city gate tower. On the way, every single person who passed by would glance at Linley, their eyes filled with curiosity. Compared to them, Linley didn't mind at all. This is a human. Him? How did he come to the ghost realm? Could it be that the entrance between the human realm and the ghost realm has been opened? That's right. How can a human come to the ghost realm? And I can sense the aura on his body. This is too powerful. As a monarch god, Lin Ray's strength was very powerful. He could still hear the discussions around him. In contrast, he frowned and quickened his pace, arriving at the city gate of Lake City. Stop! Just as Lin Ray was about to enter Hu City's gate, the gatekeeper reached out his hand to stop Lin Ray and Lin Luoran. His tone wasn't very friendly. Brat, you need to pay 5 mid-grade spirit stones to enter the city. If you don't have it, then I'm sorry. Lake City will help you improve. Lin Ray didn't want to cause any trouble as he looked at the old man who was guarding the door. He could afford to pay 5 mid-grade spirit stones. After all, he was still a sect leader. Of course, he wasn't one anymore. Without hesitation, Lin Ray waved his hand and 10 mid-grade spirit stones appeared in his hand. He then handed them to the gatekeeper and asked in a deep voice, "Can I enter now?" At this moment, everyone, including the passers-by, the gatekeepers, and the people doing business at the entrance, were shocked when they saw Linley casually take out 10 spiritual stones. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, looking at the 10 spiritual stones in front of them, the 2 gatekeepers revealed a greedy and fierce look. However, they hesitated and lowered their heads. Therefore, Lin Ray didn't notice at all. All right, go on in. The 2 gatekeepers quickly retracted their greedy look and took the 10 spiritual stones with a smile. Then, they made way for Lin Ray, who was carrying the child, to enter the city. At this moment, after Lin Ray left, the passers-by sighed. Sigh, look at that person. Could it be that he's gone? This is the most basic requirement of a cultivator. 10 spiritual stones just like that. TSK. Yeah, I'm afraid the 2 gatekeepers are going to attack that person. Do you think we should? Just as he said that, the man next to him gestured for him to keep quiet and said, Shoo, we can't interfere in this matter. Besides, those are other people's matters. Don't we have important matters to attend to? Let's go quickly. Lin Ray didn't know about this situation at all. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, when he came here, he had already investigated the situation of the gatekeepers. In the divine realm, their cultivation was at most the late stage of the divine guard realm. Youngest, tell Grandpa, even if there's a rich and overbearing person in the city who doesn't seem to be very powerful, if this matter succeeds, we'll get a lot of benefits. At this moment, on the city gate tower, not long after Lin Ray left, one of the gatekeepers said to the other, Okay, third, I'll go and report this matter to the master. Remember, this matter is due to the two of us. When the time comes, you can't take it all for yourself. Do you understand? TSK, I understand. Hurry up and go. Third heard youngest words. Then, he laughed impatiently and disappeared from the city gate tower. Lin Ray didn't know anything about what happened at the city gate tower. After entering the city, Lin Ray walked aimlessly on the city streets with Lin Mei in his arms. He walked and stopped as if he was playing. Hey, look, look! Demonic essence of a soul beast for 3 mid-grade spirit stones. It's cheap, cheap. Coming to the inn. There's a lot of good food. There's something you can't imagine. Coming. All kinds of hawking voices praised Lin Ray. There was no comparison between here and outside the city. There was a heavenly king here. Here, everything was available. But outside the city, it was a desolate and tragic scene. Seeing how lively this place was, Linley didn't continue forward. Instead, he chuckled to another inn and entered it. May I ask if you want to eat or stay? Our inn is the best in the entire Lake City. Aye. As soon as Lin Ray entered the inn with Lin Mei in his arms, a waiter suddenly appeared out of nowhere and started talking. He didn't say much, so Lin Ray impatiently interrupted him. Listen, give me a room. I want the best. As for food, wait until I say I want to eat. Hearing this, the waiter immediately turned and walked to the back of the inn with a smile. Before he left, he turned his head and said to Lin Ray, Come, sir. I'll take you to your accommodation. Hearing this, Linley didn't say anything else. He lifted his feet and followed the waiter. On the way, the two didn't speak. They just walked like this. Not long after, Linley followed the waiter to the door of a room. When the waiter heard this, he turned his head and said with a smile, Sir, this is the best room in the inn. Please stay here first. If you need anything, just call me at any time. With that, the waiter opened the door and handed the key to Lin Ray. Go ahead. This is your reward. Lin Ray didn't really like this waiter, but Lin Ray, who had always been generous, wasn't stingy at all. He casually tossed a mid-grade spirit stone to the waiter. Ah, spirit stone? The moment the waiter caught it, he felt a majestic wave of spirit energy coming from his hand. Suddenly, the man looked at the spirit stone in his hand in disbelief. He asked Lin Ray in shock. Serve me well in the future. You won't be short of benefits, got it? Lin Ray didn't understand why they were so excited when they saw the spirit stone, but Lin Ray knew that spirit stones were definitely the currency here. It wasn't like the God Realm, where gold coins were used. Ah, thank you. Thank you, sir. I'll remember it. At this moment, when the waiter heard Lin Ray's words, he immediately nodded at Lin Ray with a glint in his eyes and left. After entering the room and closing the door, Lin Ray placed Lin Mei, who was in his arms, on the bed. Without thinking, he set up a venerable killing formation and trapping formation around the room. Then his divine thoughts automatically entered the system in an instant. Arriving at this beautiful system space with birds chirping and flowers blooming, Lin Ray was stunned for 2 seconds. He was still not used to it. Then Lin Ray, who recovered, called out to the sky. Little dragon, come out. We're already in the ghost realm. When are you going to help me summon Ling, and Er's spirits back? After shouting for a long time, Lin Ray, who had been eagerly waiting for the little dragon to appear, had a flustered look in his eyes. His heart was full of disappointment. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Previously, after saving him in the Death Canyon, the situation was like this. Lin Ray couldn't help but think of the mysterious person he met when he entered the ghost realm. Suddenly, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Little dragon, come out. Are you hurt because of what happened last time? Come out quickly. Suddenly, Lin Ray felt that something was wrong. He called out to the sky a few more times, but in the end there was no response. In this regard, Lin Ray confirmed that the little dragon had once again entered a deep sleep. In contrast, Lin Ray's face was full of disappointment. Sigh. What should I do? The little dragon has entered a deep sleep. Am I just going to let the matter of summoning the spirits go? With that said, Lin Ray walked back and forth in the system with deep disappointment. At this moment, just as he was worried about himself. A pleasant voice of evolution sounded. "All right, host, don't walk back and forth here anymore. Some of you are giving me a headache." Although the voice was cold and emotionless, Lin Ray knew that this was the system's appearance. Thinking of the system, Lin Ray quickly asked about the little dragon situation. "How is the little dragon? Is he okay? Is he okay? I want to see him. Where is he?" Instantly, one question after another came pouring out of Linley's mouth. When the system heard this, it hurriedly stopped him. "Stop, stop, stop. Can you not ask so many questions like a sissy? You know how annoying it is to ask so many questions." As soon as the system said this, Lin Ray was completely stunned. His eyes were full of disbelief, because he could not believe that these words came out of the system's mouth at all. "The little dragon is fine. He entered a deep sleep because he exhausted his strength in the battle with that person. However, he asked me to take care of you before he entered a deep sleep. As for the matter of summoning the spirits, his body could not withstand it at all at that time. If the spirits were forcefully summoned, it was very likely that his body would directly collapse and disappear into time. There would no longer be a little dragon in this world. The system also entered a deep sleep because of this and gave birth to a weapon spirit." Chapter 569. Hearing this, Lin Ray was shocked. He didn't expect things to be like this. In contrast, Lin Ray regretted it. He regretted bombarding the underworld river for no reason before, which caused the little dragon to become like this. But it was useless to regret. Lin Ray was very glad about what the system said. He was glad that the little dragon was fine. Otherwise, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. "Okay, you don't have to be like this. He's fine. If he really recovers, he should be able to recover in less than 500 years. However, during these 500 years, he won't come out of seclusion. During this time, you can come to me for anything." Hearing this, although Lin Ray felt guilty, he still knew about the matter of coming to the world of spirits and souls. At the same time, according to when the little dragon came to the world of spirits and souls, he didn't want to stay here for too long. He didn't want him to stay here any longer, so he asked the system, "System, do you know how to summon souls? Since the little dragon can't do anything, then I'll do it happily. I can't stay here for 500 years. Moreover, the little dragon told me to leave quickly after summoning souls and not to stay here for too long." It knew that Lin Ray would ask this question. Suddenly, it quickly answered Lin Ray's question. "Well, I know this. In fact, it's very simple. Although the little dragon is fast, it will hurt a few bodies and hurt the origin of his body. This price is too great. I advised him at the beginning, but he didn't listen and said that Jean Ling was important to you." Hearing this, Linley was startled. Then, he slowly began to feel disappointed. His disappointment was mixed with guilt. However, the system didn't stop and said again, "If you want to summon souls in this world of spirits and souls, there's one thing that can help you. Of course, it's very simple for me, but for you." At this point, the system didn't continue. At this moment, Lin Ray, who heard its words, still knew the meaning behind it. "Well, I know. Tell me, no matter how big the price is, I must save Ling Er and the others. No matter what the price, I will do it." "Good, well said." Hearing Lin Ray's words, the system did not say anything to stop him. Instead, it said, "Since you've said so, then it'll be easy." Lin Ray did not speak, but quietly listened to the system. There is a reincarnation mirror in the ghost realm, on which is written the final destination of all the dead. When Ho-Tu created the ghost realm, he placed the reincarnation mirror on the reincarnation mountain in the ghost realm. Since then, the reincarnation mirror has become a sacred object in the ghost realm and is guarded by the 3 ghost kings. Upon hearing this, Lin Ray was filled with curiosity. Similarly, he had heard of the name Ho-Tuesday. On his planet, there were 12 ancestral sorcerers transformed from 12 drops of tainted blood when Pangu opened the sky. Among them, Ho-Tu was the only one who possessed great merit and had cultivated a soul. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. Although the strength of the three ghost kings is at the level of a quasi-sage, they are not any weaker than a sage. Therefore, if you want to get the mirror of reincarnation from them and open it to find the information of your wife and child, it is as difficult as ascending to the sky. What, 3 quasi-sages? After hearing the strength of the 3 ghost kings, Lin Rei was shocked by their strength. He did not expect that there would be such a powerful existence in the ghost realm. However, in contrast, he was not timid. Although he was shocked, he was also full of fighting spirit and determination. So what if they're quasi-sages? Since I'm already here, if I can't do it, I will not go back. Quasi-sages? Oh, if they dare to stop me, I will kill them without mercy, not leaving a single one alive. When these words fell into the system's ears, it said 3 words, good. Well, if that's the case, then go ahead and do it. However, the prerequisite is that. However, on the condition that you withdraw the aura of a monarch god. It has been a long time since someone from the ghost realm came to the heavenly realm. If you go out like this, it will be very eye-catching. Therefore, it will be very eye-catching if you don't want to die so early. Hearing the system's words, Lin Rei was immediately stunned. He was a cultivator, not a ghost cultivator. Whoosh! Just when Lin Rei was in a dilemma, a golden light suddenly appeared and landed in front of him. Looking at the golden light, Lin Rei's face was filled with joy. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. Immediately, without hesitation, he reached out and held the jade slip in the golden light in his hand. Ghost art, ghost cultivation. The moment Lin Rei grabbed the jade slip, a memory that did not belong to him rushed into his mind. Suddenly, Lin Rei looked at it in shock. This was a cultivation method for ghost cultivation. Moreover, the power was not in a hurry. It was a venerable level cultivation method. Comparing it, Lin Rei could not help but be happy. Take this cultivation method first. Hurry up and improve your ghost cultivation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for you to move an inch in the ghost realm. After saying this, the system's voice disappeared. In contrast, Lin Rei did not care. After all, he had asked for all the information he wanted. Phew! He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Then, he flipped through the cultivation method for ghost art in his mind and began to cultivate. After all, he had the cultivation of a monarch god. Therefore, it was easy for him to cultivate ghost art. I didn't expect ghost art to be so special. It specializes in cultivating soul power. He could sense that after training in the way of the ghost, his spiritual energy had rapidly increased. Instantly, Linley laughed. At this moment in the outside world, a group of people came to the restaurant where Lin Rei was in aggressively. Without saying a word, they walked in directly. At this moment, when the waiter who served Linley saw that someone had arrived, he hurriedly walked over. When he saw that the person who had just arrived was from the biggest tyrant family in whose city, he immediately frowned and wanted to hide to the side. Hey, what are you hiding for? Come here. And at that moment, when the middle-aged man leading the group saw the waiter, a gloomy power immediately took action. In an instant, the power transformed into a chain that instantly coiled around the waiter's neck. In an instant, a burst of power pierced through the chain and directly pulled the waiter to the middle-aged man's side. Master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me. Feeling the pain coming from his neck, the waiter immediately knelt down and kowtowed to the middle-aged man called Master Hu. Hurry up and tell me where the person who carried a little girl is staying. Hurry up and bring me there. If you do this well, I can consider letting you go. What? Hearing Master Hu's words, the waiter was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief and embarrassment. It was not only because of the rules of the restaurant. More importantly, the middle-grade spirit stone that Lin Rei gave him was just enough for him to buy herbs to cure his mother's illness. What's wrong? You don't want to? Seeing the waiter's hesitant appearance, his face turned cold and he was about to attack. Just at that moment, a fat man with a big head and big ears walked out from inside. When he saw that the waiter was about to be beaten up, he hurriedly went up to stop him. Master Hu, wait. I'll bring you to that kid. You're a great man, and don't hold a grudge against me. Just let the little dragon go. It's not easy for him. He has an old mother at home. Master Hu's face was filled with displeasure at the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man. However, when he thought of the spirit stone that Lin Ray had, Master Hu nodded and agreed. He took back the energy chain around the waiter's neck. Seeing this, the fat young man hurriedly went up and helped the waiter up. He reprimanded the waiter. "What's wrong with you? If I didn't save you just now, you would have died. Have you thought about what your mother would do if you died?" Hearing the young man's words, the waiter's face was filled with guilt, but his eyes were filled with determination. "Xiaomi, my mother is talking to me. One must know how to repay kindness. That person did me a favor, so I can't just stand by and watch her die." Hearing this, the young man called Xiaomi was helpless. He let go of the waiter and turned around to lead the way from Master Hu and the others to the backyard where Lin Ray lived. Seeing this, the waiter called Little Dragon sat down powerlessly. "Sigh, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I'm no match for such a person." Saying this, Little Dragon's face was filled with guilt. He then stood up and followed the middle-aged man. As for this scene, Linley, who was in the system, had no idea at all. Forget it. I already have the ghost aura on me. I hope they won't sense the cultivation aura on me. Saying this, Lin Ray exited the system. When he reappeared, Lin Ray had already returned to his room. Seeing that little Lin Ray had not woken up yet, Lin Ray smiled and wanted to close his eyes to rest. However, things often did not go as he expected. At this moment, the array around the house was triggered. Following this, there was a bang-bang sound. Suddenly, Lin Ray's eyes opened, revealing a murderous look. Then, Lin Ray stood up, pushed the door open, and walked out of the room. However, in order to not wake little Lin Ray up, Lin Ray closed the door and looked up at the group of people that Xiaomi had brought with him. After glancing at them, Lin Ray noticed two of them. Weren't they the guards at the entrance of Hu City? Suddenly, Lin Ray understood the ins and outs of this matter. At the end of the day, it was all for the sake of robbery. In contrast, Lin Ray's face became even gloomier. He did not want to cause trouble and attract attention, but someone just had to cause trouble for him. At the same time, Master Hu also saw Lin Ray coming out. He immediately asked the two people behind him, "Is it him?" The two guards who were questioned immediately came to Grandpa Hu's side and nodded happily. Yes, Grandpa Hu, it's him. He's the one who gave me 10 mid-grade spirit stones. Let me ask you, a person who can take out 10 spirit stones so casually can't only have so few spirit stones on him." Hearing this, Grandpa Hu's face broke into a sinister smile. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at Linley. His voice was very sharp as he said to Linley, "Kid, obediently hand over the spirit stones you stole from my Hu family." Chapter 570. Hearing this, Lin Ray's heart turned extremely cold. He really didn't know how to deal with this kind of person. "Did you hear that, kid? My master who asked you to hand over the item. Are your ears stuffed with donkey hair or what? Hurry up." In order to show his status, the subordinate who came with Master Hu saw that Lin Ray didn't speak. His face suddenly darkened. He didn't step forward and directly started to order Lin Ray. At this moment, when Master Hu saw his subordinate like this, a happy smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Go back and receive your reward." "Yes, Master Hu. I understand." Hearing Master Hu's words, the man's face became excited. It was obvious that he usually made mistakes like this. Looking at the scene where they echoed each other, Lin Ray's heart began to feel less depressed. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and hand over the item. Maybe my master Hu will consider letting you go. At most, he will break your 2 legs and 2 hands. The subordinate spoke again. Lin Ray didn't say anything to these words. He raised his hand, and a majestic ghost chi was instantly released from his palm. Suddenly, a huge palm suddenly appeared in front of the clamoring man. Then, with a bang, the man was instantly sent flying. What gave Lin Ray a headache was that because he had just cultivated the Ghost Realm's cultivation method, he didn't control it for a while. The strength of his palm was a little too strong. When a man who was sent flying by himself flew alone, the entire wall of the restaurant was smashed through by the flying man. Hiss! When this scene appeared, everyone couldn't react. They were stunned in place for the first time. Even the waiter, Little Dragon, knew about the restaurant. The building of this restaurant was blessed by a weapon refiner. It wasn't easy to break through it, but now such a scene appeared. Master, who was even more shocked. He knew the strength of his subordinates, but now they didn't have the slightest strength to fight back. In comparison, Master, who couldn't help but be vigilant. He wasn't the only one. Everyone present was the same, except for Master, who, the subordinates he brought along, as well as the two gatekeepers who betrayed Lin Ray, all took a step back at this moment. Their faces were timid and their eyes were filled with fear. You're too talkative. Looking at the person who had fainted, Lin Ray's expression relaxed a little. Then, he turned his gaze to the people who had come to cause trouble. So you've been hiding your strength all this while. At this moment, the arrogance in Grandpa, whose eyes was gone, replaced by a hint of fear. What? Do you still want my snacks now? With that, Lin Ray relaxed. He waved his hand and a reclining chair appeared. Then, Lin Ray went to the reclining chair and lay down. Looking at Lin Ray's appearance, Grandpa, whose expression froze for a moment, and then a gloomy expression appeared on his face. Fellow Taoist, I am Hu Bing of the Hu clan. Previously, I heard from my subordinates that the clan's spirit stones were stolen. That's why I came here. But now, since the matter has been clarified, then, just as Hu Bing was about to turn around and leave, Lin Ray sneered, you think you're going to leave just like that? After creating such a good show, you're going to leave as soon as it started? I have a lot of spirit stones on me. Don't you think it's a pity to leave just like that? With that, Lin Ray waved his hand at an empty space beside him. Suddenly, a majestic and huge amount of spiritual energy appeared in an instant. Then, a small mountain of spirit stones appeared in front of everyone. Hiss! Suddenly, when the small mountain of spirit stones appeared, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with excitement. Supreme-grade spirit stones? How is this possible? How could there be supreme-grade spirit stones in Hu City? Who are you? At this moment, when Hu Bing saw the supreme-grade spirit stones, he was just as excited as his subordinates. After all, he was a high-level person and was not confused by the scene before him. Instead, he was worried about Lin Ray's identity. He looked at Lin Ray with a questioning gaze, and his body could not help but tense up. How could he not be vigilant against such a generous person who casually took out so many supreme-grade spirit stones? You don't need to know about me. I can also not pursue today's matter. Hearing this, Hu Bing's face could not help but relax. However, after a while, when he heard Lin Ray's next words again, Hu Bing was stunned. Not pursuing the matter doesn't mean that it didn't happen. What do you want? He was not sure about the person who suddenly appeared in front of him. Moreover, to be able to have such wealth, the forces behind him must be very amazing, so he did not dare to act rashly. Tell me about your forces in the ghost realm, your family, your business, and some of the major events that happened. If you're done, I can forget about this matter, and I'll even give you a certain reward. Of course, you can also choose another option, which is to pay the price for what you've done today. Although I'm not powerful enough, I can still turn this small lake city into a dead city. As soon as Lin Ray spoke, everyone could not help but retreat, especially Hu Bing. When he heard the last sentence, he had already confirmed that the person in front of him was definitely not simple. Not only that, but just that gaze just now already made him feel that he was about to explode. He had never felt this kind of feeling from some of the ancestors of the Hu clan. Suddenly, Hu Bing hated the two greedy people who told him about this matter. It could be said that he was gnashing his teeth in anger. He wished that he could kill them now. Yes, I'll do it now. As long as you want to know, I'll do it without hesitation. Hu Bing's current appearance was seen by Xiao Mi and the waiter Little Dragon, and they were shocked. Especially Xiao Mi. She was now beginning to regret her previous actions. Hearing Hu Bing's words, Linley didn't have the chance to speak to the others. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared, surrounding the entire restaurant. This place has already been set up by this sovereign's array. If you feel that you can escape, then this sovereign will not stop you. With that, Lin Ray closed his eyes and waited for Hu Bing to explain the major forces in the ghost realm to him. At this moment, except for Hu Bing, the waiter Little Dragon, and Xiaomi, everyone who heard Lin Ray's words rushed out crazily at this moment. In contrast, Hu Bing did not stop his subordinates who were running out crazily. Seeing that there was no one here, Hu Bing was about to squat down and start explaining the situation of the major forces in the ghost realm to Lin Ray. However, at this moment, a scream was heard and rushed into the ears of Hu Bing and the other two. No, I'm not leaving. There were screams and pleas for mercy, but in the end, there was no sound after a while. In contrast, Hu Bing could not help but take a look outside. After a while, when Hu Bing retracted his divine sense, his face turned pale. At this moment, the scene outside was very bloody. Everyone who ran out had become cold corpses. No, those people could no longer be called corpses because other than some intestines and blood, the rest of their feet were all broken limbs. The scene was a Jura hell. Even the ghost realm, they had never seen such a bloody scene. In contrast, Hu Bing was more respectful to the mysterious person in front of him. He did not dare to neglect him. He did not want to become a member of the broken limbs. As for Xiaomi and Little Dragon, they did not dare to stay any longer. Under Hu Bing's instructions, they left. However, they did not go to the front. Instead, they found a room far away from here and went in. They closed the door and did not come out. Linley naturally knew what was going on. Although his eyes were closed, he had been using his divine sense to observe this entire process. Seeing Hu Bing like this, Lin Ray simply retracted his divine sense and completely relaxed. At this moment, Hu Bing's voice came. Senior, the forces in the ghost realm are actually very simple. The strongest are the 3 ghost kings of the Holy Land. Below them are the Blood Soul Sect, the Soul Devourer Sect, the Soul Training Sect, and the most powerful sect, the Soul Cultivation Sect. These sects are the biggest sects in the ghost realm after the 3 ghost kings. Speaking of this, Hu Bing could not help but look at Lin Ray, who was lying on the recliner. Then, he organized his words and began to explain. The 4 major sects, each sect has a powerful ghost king. Although they're also called ghost kings, their strength is not comparable to the great ghost kings. Speaking of this, Hu Bing took a breath and continued. Below them are the clans. There are not many clans in the ghost realm. There are only the Jin clan, Shui clan, Shao clan, Wu clan, and Hong clan. Each clan leader is appointed by the previous clan leader. Of course, there are exceptions. Unless there is a ghost general in the younger generation in their clan, they will automatically withdraw and give up their position. Listening to these matters in the ghost realm, Lin Ray was shocked. The realm of a ghost king, according to a rough calculation, should be at the level of a divine master in the divine realm. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's heart became dignified. Thinking of finding the reincarnation mirror and opening it, this task made Lin Ray feel very heavy. At this moment, Hu Bing in the outside world did not stop talking at all. Think of a small clan like our Hu clan. In the entire ghost realm, it can be said that there are tens of millions of us. There are countless of us. We can only dominate in the extreme north of Huqing. If we were in the center, not to mention dominating, even a beggar would be stronger than our Hu clan. Hearing this, Lin Ray could not help but laugh. He did not expect Hu Bing to be so desperate to survive. He even compared his clan to a beggar. Hu Bing didn't notice Linley's smile at all, but he just wanted to tell him what he knew quickly so that he could live. Although they were born in the ghost realm, the only disadvantage here was that if they died here, they would really die, and there would be no chance for them to be reborn. Chapter 571. Well, that's about it. Let's talk about the spirit stones. Why do you all care so much about spirit stones? Logically speaking, these spirit stones should be useless to you all. Why are you all so obsessed with them? Well, Senior, don't you know? Hearing Lin Ray's words, Hu Bing was stunned. His eyes were full of doubts. At this moment, he began to wonder if the person in front of him was from the ghost realm. Everyone in the ghost realm knew about the spirit stones. Even a 3-year-old child knew about it. But his boyfriend didn't know, and he had so many spirit stones. Just say it. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just say it. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Hu Bing's head suddenly overflowed with cold sweat. Then he wiped off the cold sweat and told Lin Ray about the spirit stones. Although we can't use the spirit stones, we don't know when the 3 ghost kings began to collect them crazily. But there aren't many of them in the ghost realm, and we can't go to the divine realm. Oh. Hearing about the 3 ghost kings, Lin Ray opened his eyes. Then he squinted and asked, "Do you know why the 3 ghost kings are collecting the spirit stones?" Hee, Senior, you're overestimating my Hu clan. We're just following orders from above. A low-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 mid-grade ghost crystals, and a mid-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 high-grade ghost crystals. So, from now on, whenever the ghost world sees spirit stones, they'll fight to the death. Oh, hearing this, Lin Ray was puzzled. He didn't know about the 3 ghost kings collecting the spirit stones, but he was determined to get the reincarnation mirror. So, he wanted to know more about the 3 ghost kings. But looking at the place in front of him, it was impossible to know more about it. Well, let's talk about other things. Hearing that Lin Ray didn't hold on to this matter, Hu Bing was relieved. Yes, I will tell you all I know. Hu Bing said, in addition to the major forces in the ghost realm, there are also the Alchemy Guild, Formation Guild, Talisman Guild, and Weapon Refining Guild. What? There are 4 major unions in the world of spirits and souls? Hearing Hu Bing's words, Lin Ray was completely shocked. He didn't expect the 4 major unions to have business in the ghost realm. At this moment, when he heard Lin Ray say this sentence, his face changed. What he thought before was true. The person in front of him was really not from the ghost realm. At this moment, there was a problem. If it was not the ghost realm, then where was it? Was it the devil realm or the human realm? But when he felt the pure ghost chi on it, he was puzzled. As for Lin Ray, he felt that he was acting strangely, but he quickly regained his composure. However, he knew that his identity had already been suspected by the person in front of him, following which Lin Ray lay back down. Then let's talk about the 4 major guilds. Do they have a branch in Lake City? Hearing Lin Ray's question, Hu Bing quickly replied, yes, there are. There are branches of the 4 major unions in Hu City, and the 4 major unions are also influential in the ghost realm. As long as they are unhappy, the entire ghost realm will suffer. Oh, why? Lin Ray was a little puzzled by Hu Bing's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Oh, it's like this. Cultivating in the ghost realm is all elixirs provided by them. Because the ghost realm itself belongs to the Yin attribute, and flames are our natural enemy, we can't cultivate professions such as alchemy or weapon refining. Hearing this, Lin Ray suddenly understood. He didn't believe that there wasn't even a single alchemist in the ghost realm. Hu Bing, who knew that Lin Ray was puzzled, immediately said, however, there are exceptions. For example, our ghost realm's powerhouse, Old Man Tian Quan, and his disciples are all from the ghost realm, but they can refine elixirs. Therefore, the 4 major unions can be said to be important and indispensable to the ghost realm. Regarding this, Linley didn't care about the old man of the heavenly spring that Hu Bing was mouthing. He already knew what he wanted to know. Okay, all right, in that case, has there been any strange things in the ghost realm in recent years? Regarding this question, Hu Bing basically answered without thinking. Yes, and it's in Lake City. Oh, with regard to Hu Bing's actions, Linley believed him. Whatever Hu Bing said at the first moment was definitely true. If not, then this person was a very good liar. Yes, but this is just a legend. I don't know when it was passed down, but it's said that there's a CF phone under my Lake City. It's a remnant from ancient times. Because it killed millions of people, it was sealed here by a mighty person. Hearing Hu Bing's words, Lin Ray had a sneer on his face. He originally thought that this matter was true, but how could an ancient murderer survive in the ghost realm for so long? Moreover, CF belonged to the fire attribute. Here, fire could restrain everything. Therefore, he didn't believe that this matter was true. Kid, don't doubt it. This matter might be true. At this moment, the system's voice came out of nowhere, but the information it brought was also very important. Are you sure this is true? Lin Ray didn't want to believe the system's words because this matter was very unreasonable. Alas. Okay, I won't argue with you. This matter is indeed true. Moreover, I see that the aura of the fire phoenix is getting stronger and stronger. I think it won't take long for it to break out of seclusion. Therefore, I want to say that if there's nothing else, you should leave quickly. You're not a match for the fire phoenix. Besides, I'm in a hurry to tell you that originally there was a fire phoenix with a pure bloodline underground. However, due to the changes of the Dragon Phoenix tribulation, she had too many people. Therefore, the originally pure flames became evil. Therefore, what he said should be true. Hearing this, Lin Ray was completely stunned. Wasn't the Dragon Phoenix tribulation the immeasurable tribulation of the untainted land? Thinking of this, Lin Ray couldn't help but be taken aback. He began to reevaluate this matter. As for the system, its voice disappeared the moment it finished speaking. In comparison, Lin Ray didn't have a chance. At this moment, Hu Bing, who had been observing Lin Ray, looked at him with a face full of excitement and depression. Hu Bing was stunned by his shocked expression. When he came back to his senses, Lin Ray looked at Hu Bing. Most of his anger towards him had disappeared. Of course, this was because Hu Bing had explained the forces of the ghost realm to him. Okay, I won't argue with you about today's matter. Take these things. Remember, I don't want others to know about my existence. Moreover, if this matter is done well, I may consider saving the lives of the people in Lake City. Of course, if it's not done well, you know the result. As he spoke, the smile on Lin Li's face instantly turned sinister and bloodthirsty. The lives of the people in Lake City? When he heard that Lin Ray was going to give him all the supreme-level spirit stones in front of him, he was very excited. Not only did he save his life, but he also got so many spirit stones. However, after hearing the latter part of the sentence, his excitement and joy disappeared instantly. That's right. With that, Lin Ray smiled. He didn't hide the matter about CF. Anyway, it was no secret here. Then he said, what you said about CF before is true. Also, let me tell you a piece of bad news. Take this news as a reward for telling me so much just now. Lin Ray said for a while. Hu Bing was completely stunned. However, when he heard that the matter about CF was true, he couldn't help but be shocked. What news? Although he asked this question, he could vaguely feel that something bad was about to happen. It's nothing. It's just that CF's strength is getting stronger and stronger. It may not be long before she comes out of seclusion. What? After hearing the news that Fire Phoenix was going to come out of seclusion, Hu Bing screamed in shock. His face was full of horror, panic, and fear. Senior, is what you said true? Is CF really going to come out? Looking at Hu Bing's fearful expression, Lin Ray didn't say anything more. He waved his hand, and the reclining chair next to him disappeared instantly. Then he walked out. Before leaving, he couldn't help but remind Hu Bing, don't tell anyone about this if you want to live. Of course, maybe I will be merciful and save your lives when the time comes. At this moment, Lin Ray's figure was still in the restaurant, but his melodious voice came into Hu Bing's ears. Well, what should we do? Hu Bing, who was left in the same place, looked timid. He didn't know what to do now that he knew about such an important matter. He wanted to spread the news and ask the Hu family to move out of Hu City immediately. However, when he thought of the mysterious man's words before he left, he hesitated. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had left the restaurant, instantly used his consciousness to find the location of the Alchemy Guild in Hu City. Then, in a flash, he arrived at the entrance of the guild. At this moment, one of the guards standing guard at the entrance, upon seeing Lin Li suddenly appear, said respectfully, We pay our respects to you, Senior. Please come in, Senior. Okay. Lin Ray glanced at the two of them and didn't say anything more. He quickly walked into the Alchemy Guild. At this moment, with a wave of his hand, a purple robe appeared in his hand, and he put it on. When he arrived at the Alchemy Guild, he saw that there weren't many people inside. There were only a dozen people. However, what surprised Lin Ray was that in a corner there was a little girl about 17 or 18 years old. She had a determined look on her face and was holding an een flame in her hand. Facing the alchemy furnace in front of her, the little girl's fearless look aroused Lin Ray's curiosity. Looking at the little girl refining an elixir, Lin Ray chuckled. Then, he walked slowly to the little girl's side. With a light sniff, he knew that the little girl was refining an earth-level medium-grade healing elixir, the rejuvenation elixir. Sigh. Chapter 572. With a sigh, Lin Ray couldn't help but nod his head. It was because the little girl's refining method and the order of refining the pill were wrong. Even if she refined it, the effect would at most be 1/10 of the medicinal property of a real mid-stage Earth-stage pill. Although it looked like a mid-stage Earth-stage pill on the outside, it wasn't on the inside. At this moment, the little girl who was refining the pill heard someone sigh. She immediately turned her head to look at Lin Ray, who was already behind her, and asked in confusion, "Why are you talking about, Chi? Did I refine the wrong pill? Is there something wrong?" At this moment, the little girl was not in a hurry. She was originally annoyed by refining the pill, but the moment she saw Lin Ray, her anger disappeared. Instead, she was shameless to ask. Looking at the little girl's attitude, Lin Ray smiled and nodded. His eyes revealed a look of appreciation. Then he slowly explained to her, "The person who taught you the refining method probably didn't really teach you, although it can also help you reach the heaven stage quickly. The consequence is that your veins will be blocked by the een fire in your body. When you reach the late stage of the heaven stage and break through to the king realm, the een fire will completely erupt. You should know the consequences without me telling you." In this situation, Lin Ray knew it when he saw her refining method again. Although this method could help you quickly condense your spiritual strength to reach the heaven stage, this method was indeed incomplete. The more you practiced, the deeper you would sink until you were finally devoured by the een fire and died. Of course, the person who taught this method either had a grudge against the little girl or her family. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so crazy. At this moment, the little girl's face changed when she heard Lin Ray's words. Her face was still innocent before, but in the next moment, it was filled with horror, as if she believed him. Moreover, not only that, the order in which you put the ingredients into the rejuvenation pill is wrong. Therefore, the pill you refine like this will at most have 1/10 of the medicinal effect of a real Earth-level pill. Therefore, it's better if you don't refine it in the future. Of course, this is the advice of a passerby like me. If you listen to it, it will be there. If you don't, it won't be there. After speaking, Lin Ray did not stay any longer. He turned around and walked towards the depths of the Alchemist Guild. Lin Ray had been to the Alchemist Guild before. Moreover, Lin Ray discovered that the Alchemist Guild, regardless of whether it was in the immortal world, God Realm, or God Realm, their decorations were all the same. There was not the slightest change. Along the way, Lin Ray didn't see anyone from the Union looking at him. No, it could be said that Lin Ray basically didn't see anyone from the Union. In contrast, Lin Ray's curiosity was piqued. Such a large guild, yet there wasn't a single guard. He was very curious as to what these people were doing. When he reached the end of the corridor, he suddenly smelled a very strange but very familiar smell. After smelling it, Lin Ray froze in place. He closed his eyes and carefully recalled the origin of this smell. After a few minutes, Lin Ray, who had his eyes closed, suddenly stared blankly. This was because in his memory, there was always this smell. It was the medicinal fragrance of the king-level pill, colored glass pill. However, while he was thinking, Lin Ray smelled a trace of burnt smell. Quick, the colored glass pill absolutely can't be ruined. If this batch of medicinal ingredients is ruined by us, the president will definitely skin us old fellows alive. At this moment, a burst of voices came from the room at the end of the corridor. From the words and the medicinal fragrance in the air, it was easy to determine that they were refining pills. However, from the medicinal fragrance in the air, if they didn't add in some spirit herbs that could stabilize the medicinal properties, this batch of color glass pills would definitely explode. Yeah, this is already the 4th time today. The president only brought back so many spirit herbs. If this batch of pills can't be refined, our alchemist guild will be closed down. At this moment, bursts of spiritual energy came out of the room. Suddenly, Lin Ray's face changed. His guess was correct. Thanks to the alchemists, they were indeed cultivators, not people from the ghost realm. Suddenly, at this moment, the medicinal fragrance in the air was chaotic. Feeling this, Lin Ray frowned. With a wave of his hand, the door was broken open in an instant. Lin Ray ignored the several old fellows who were angry because the door was broken open. Instead, he flashed to the side of the alchemy furnace, stretched out his hand, and a majestic spiritual energy was used in an instant. Boom! The illusory spirit blood fire appeared in an instant. Suddenly, the temperature of the entire space began to rise sharply. For the sudden appearance of this scene, several alchemists in the room frowned. Although they were angry when they heard that the door was broken open, when they saw the illusory spirit blood fire, their faces became excited. What kind of flame is this? Why does it give me a very gloomy, but very sacred feeling? Moreover, the temperature of this flame is so good that even the ghost chi has to retreat. Well, yes, what kind of flame is this? And who is this person? Looking at his technique, it seems to be very advanced. I have never seen it before. Hearing this, the other alchemists looked at Lin Ray's alchemy technique. The speed was fast. Before, they could keep up with Lin Ray's rhythm, but later, Lin Ray's speed became faster and faster, and their eyes gradually left the rhythm of Lin Ray's technique. It felt better. The faces of the old fellows around were very uncomfortable. Lin Ray felt good in his heart. Then his eyes only stared at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Then the fire increased, and a drop of true supreme water appeared in an instant. Lin Ray threw it into the alchemy furnace. According to Lin Ray's technique, the true supreme water slowly merged with the colored glass pellet that was about to break. Schwa! In an instant, the moment the true supreme water merged with the colored glass pellet, Lin Ray's fire increased again and began to refine. At this moment, the surrounding alchemists were already stunned. They suddenly felt that the alchemy techniques they learned were fake. Compared with the person in front of them, one was an eagle in the sky, and the other was a worm crawling on the ground. There was no comparison at all. However, after Lin Ray came in, their eyes were all attracted by Lin Ray's alchemy technique from beginning to end. They didn't notice that Lin Ray was wearing an emperor-level alchemist robe. A few minutes later, Lin Ray withdrew the illusory spirit blood fire in his hand. Suddenly, more than a dozen colored glass pellets shot out in an instant. Then, Lin Ray took out a white jade bottle. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen pellets automatically entered the bottle that Lin Ray had already prepared. A gorgeous performance ended, but now the alchemist behind Lin Ray couldn't calm down for a long time. After doing all this, Lin Ray turned around and looked at the alchemists who were in a daze. Lin Ray coldly snorted. Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang in their ears, and they suddenly woke up. Say, Senior, we have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We didn't know that it was Senior Alchemist who added it. Please forgive us for our mistake. Seeing their attitude, Lin Ray's expression relaxed slightly. He then said to everyone in a deep voice, "You don't have to be so nervous. I was just passing by and came here to take a look. In the end, when I walked to the door, I saw that you were so wooden, so I couldn't hold back." Hearing Lin Ray's words, the alchemists smiled embarrassedly and stopped talking. They lowered their heads and stood in front of Lin Ray, as if waiting for Lin Ray to speak. "All right, these colored glass pellets are for you." After saying that, Lin Ray stretched out his hand and a jade bottle instantly appeared in front of one of the alchemists. It floated in the air, waiting for the old man to receive it. Thank you, Senior. Hearing this, the old men were overjoyed. They didn't think that Lin Ray would be so easy to talk to. In comparison, their impression of Lin Ray increased once again. Reaching out his hand to receive the jade bottle, he opened the bottle cap and took a light sniff. Immediately, he was stunned. His shocked expression made the other old men beside him stand up. Immediately after, the other old men sniffed one after another. Like the first old man, they were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with shock. Looking at them, Lin Ray didn't have the chance. Looking at them, he found a place in the room where he could sit and sat down comfortably. After a long time, the shocked old men finally came to their senses. Top grade. This is a top-grade pellet. They looked at Lin Ray doubtfully, as if they wanted to confirm the answer that they already believed. And not bad. If you didn't spoil this pellet, its grade might be even better, and the time it takes to refine it would be faster. When those words came out, everyone couldn't help but feel ashamed. Lin Ray's words were undoubtedly about how bad their alchemy skills were. At this, we also researched it ourselves. Since the divine realm and the ghost realm were not the same, our alchemy skills were researched by ourselves. So, hearing their words, Lin Ray came to a realization. It wasn't that they weren't good enough, but that they didn't cultivate any skills at all. Since you're so busy, I'll give this formation technique to you. I also came here from the divine realm. Because I had some things to do, I came back here. What? You came from the divine realm? Hearing Lin Ray's words, everyone was shocked. They were even more shocked than when they saw the top-grade pellet. The divine realm and the ghost realm had long been separated. Now, someone from the divine realm came. How could they not be shocked? Not bad. I'll say this in advance. It's very difficult for you to return to the divine realm. I came from the Yellow Springs. If you want to return, I'm afraid you'll be strangled to death by the spirit formation power before you even reach the Yellow Springs. After hearing Lin Ray's words, the crowd who originally had the same thoughts all became silent. They wanted to live more than return. Looking at them, Linley didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately explained the reason he had come. I came here for a reason. Of course, if this matter is handled well, I will impart to you all my knowledge of alchemy, spiritual medicines, my own pill formulas, my techniques. I can give you all of them. Of course, if you can't help, then. Speaking to that point, Lin Ray didn't continue. He believed that even if he didn't say it, they would know what he meant. Chapter 573. Yes. When Lin Ray said this, their faces were filled with surprise. For such a condition, they who had been in the god realm for a long time still needed it very much. And that's good. Seeing that they agreed, Lin Ray nodded and then asked everyone, "Who's in charge here? Where's your president?" Replying to Senior, "Our president has gone to the ghost realm. He said that he will be back tomorrow." You see, hearing their words, Lin Ray frowned and then interrupted them. "Forget it. Don't wait for him. It's the same to ask you guys about this matter. Yes, we will do our best." With that, the alchemists all quieted down and quietly stood in place, waiting for Lin Ray to try. And then tell me why the 3 Ghost Kings want to collect spirit stones. I'm very curious about this. You know about this? Everyone's faces were filled with shock at Linley's question, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Looking at their appearance, Lin Ray knew that there must be something important that he didn't know. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Why do the Ghost Kings want to collect spirit stones? Moreover, isn't the ghost realm rich in magic crystals? Why do they need to use spirit stones? After saying this, Lin Ray saw that their faces were filled with hesitation, and their eyes were filled with hesitation. It could be seen that they were struggling with their own hearts. However, this was not important to Lin Ray. What was important was that they said what he wanted to know. Time passed bit by bit. After eating for more than 10 minutes, the impatient Lin Ray stood up and pretended to leave. "Since you want to die of old age here, then there's no need to say anything. I'll go ask someone else. I believe they'll be very willing to tell me. No, no. Seeing Lin Ray stand up, the elders immediately, they did not expect that Lin Ray would give up so easily. Oh, then tell me. My time is very precious. I don't have time to waste here with you. As he spoke, Lin Ray sat down again. He raised his head and looked at them quietly, waiting for their answers. All right, since that's the case, go ahead. Finally, seeing that they had come to a decision, Linley was extremely happy. In the face of interest, all defenses would crumble on their own. Senior, the three Ghost Kings are collecting spirit stones, mainly to open the reincarnation mirror. Senior, you should have heard about this clearly. The power of the mirror of reincarnation is something that even a saint would have to give into. Hearing the reincarnation mirror, Lin Ray raised his eyebrows. He was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. At this moment, the old man who was speaking did not stop. They have been here for too long, so they want to live up there. Although they have the strength of a quasi-saint, they are not saints. Moreover, their talent is there. If they want to reach the saint realm, the journey ahead is very long. Therefore, they want to go to the god realm. They don't want to stay in this place where even birds don't shit. Originally, the Deep Earth Empress had set a rule for the reincarnation mirror. Only powerful spiritual energy could open the reincarnation mirror. The three Ghost Kings cultivated ghost chi, so they had no choice but to collect enough spirit stones. Only in this way could they break the barrier and enter the god realm. Hearing this, Lin Ray became more and more shocked. He did not expect the three Ghost Kings to have such an intention. Lin Ray's expression turned cold. Although he did not have much feelings for the god realm, if the god realm was controlled by the Ghost Kings, where would his sect go? He would not allow this to happen. Of course, this matter was mainly incidental. After all, this was how he went to the sacred mountain. Well, good. In that case, let's do it this way. As he spoke, Linley rose to his feet. He stretched out his hand, and a jade slip appeared in his hand. Within this jade slip was the formation technique he had learned in the past. I believe this formation method will be of great help to you. Of course, if there's anything you don't understand, you can find me at the inn at any time. Oh, by the way, my name is Lin Ray. As he spoke, Linley prepared to leave. But when he thought about how the demonic phoenix was about to emerge, Linley immediately came to a halt at the door, then turned and spoke to the elders. I forgot to tell you that whose city is about to experience the most terrifying tribulation in its history. If something goes wrong, the entire city, no, not only the city, everything around it will disappear. It will cease to exist. What? This? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the elders frowned and were shocked. They knew about Lin Ray's strength, so they did not doubt his words at all. Well, that's the situation. Of course, if you want to live, come and find me. I will stay here for a period of time. I will leave when the disaster is over. Hearing these words, the elders' faces lit up with joy. They hurriedly followed behind Linley. Lin Ray did not say much about their actions. He smiled and said, "If you want to follow me, then follow me. However, I will not pay for your room." Lin Ray left the room and walked out. The elders of the Alchemist Union followed behind him with their heads lowered. They looked like obedient children. Wait. Just as Linley arrived at the main hall of the Alchemist Union and was about to leave, a weak girl's voice suddenly rang out. Linley immediately stopped in his tracks and turned around to look at the source of the voice. He saw that the person who had spoken was the little girl who had given him a few words of advice when he had entered the Alchemist Union. Lin Ray looked at her curiously and asked, "What's the matter? Little Moo, why are you here?" At this time, a voice came out from one of the old alchemists. After hearing this voice, Lin Fan was stunned. Looking at the little girl, Lin Ray finally understood why the little girl's alchemy skills were so bad. Previously, he thought that her master had a grudge against her. Now, it seemed that it was not the case. "Master!" When the little girl heard the elder's words, she quickly ran to the elder's side and stopped talking. At this moment, looking at the doting elder who was stroking the little girl's hair, he said to Lin Ray apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior. My little disciple is naughty. Please don't take offense. It's nothing. Hearing the elder's words, Lin Ray quickly shook his head and said, "When I came in, I saw her refining pills. So, I gave her some advice." "Oh, is that true?" When the elder heard Lin Ray's words, he lowered his head and asked the little girl beside him. "Yes, it's true." In response, the old man laughed, and he laughed very happily. The little girl didn't understand. She just looked at these people with a confused expression, not knowing what was going on. Chapter 574. All right, let's go. There's still a child waiting at home. As he spoke, Lindley no longer paid any attention to them. He walked alone towards the hotel he had rented. Everyone in Lake City knew about the people from the Alchemy Guild. At this moment, other than the president and vice president of the Alchemy Guild, all the alchemists were present on the streets. Furthermore, they were following behind a child who looked to be in his 20s. Damn, am I seeing things? Are these really the stingy people from the Alchemy Guild? They're actually, yeah, this is a 1,000-year anecdote. People who think too highly of themselves are actually willing to put down their pride and follow behind a young man. It seems like this person isn't simple. Yes, that's right. It seems like Lake City is going to change. This won't do. I have to hurry back and inform my family. And just like that, amidst everyone's fingers and criticisms, Lindley calmly walked on by himself, completely unafraid of everyone else. As for the disciples of the aristocratic families who saw this anecdote, they all rushed back to their families to inform them of what they saw. As for the ordinary people, they all felt wronged by Lin Ray. They all retreated and didn't dare to approach him. In comparison, Lin Ray could imagine how the people behind him were usually like. Finally, Lin Ray returned to the inn. He turned around and said to the alchemists from the Alchemy Guild, "Do as you see fit. I'll be leaving first. You can look for me anytime. Of course, I'll choose a time to teach you high-level cultivation techniques and my own high-level alchemy skills. Of course, it's only during this period of time. After I leave, you'll have to rely on yourselves." After saying that, Lin Ray nodded to everyone and walked into the room in the backyard. "Farewell, Senior. We understand." The moment Lin Ray stepped out of the door, he heard the voices behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he left with a smile. At this moment, there was basically no one in Lake City who didn't know about these people from the Alchemy Guild. When the waiter Little Dragon and Xiaomi saw them, they quickly stood at the side respectfully and waited for service. After Lin Ray left, they did not return to their previous arrogant demeanor. Instead, they spoke to the waiter, Little Dragon, in a warm tone, "Give us 6 rooms the best." Hearing this, the waiter Little Dragon and Xiaomi did not dare to delay in the slightest. Immediately, they led the crowd to the back. At this moment, when he arrived at the residence at the back, he discovered that Hu Bing was nowhere to be seen. He was still standing where he had left, motionless. His face was still filled with shock and panic. Looking at Hu Bing, Lin Ray smiled helplessly. "Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you to leave?" At this moment, the moment he heard Lin Ray's voice, Hu Bing woke up from his emotional state. The moment he saw Lin Ray, Hu Bing smiled bitterly. "Senior," I stuttering. Looking at Hu Bing's current state, Lin Ray didn't have the time or opportunity. Back at the Union, he had been afraid that Lin May would wake up. Now, he was even more anxious. All right. If you have anything to say, say it later. I still have things to do. I won't keep you any longer." Saying this, Lin Ray brushed past Hu Bing and headed straight for his room. Gotcha! Opening the door, he looked at the bed, but there was no one on it. Seeing this, Lin Ray immediately panicked and released his divine sense, instantly scanning the entire room. At this moment, in a corner to the left of the door, Lin May was huddled up in a corner with tears on her face. She looked exhausted as she looked at him with her divine sense. Lin Ray's heart sank, and he retracted his divine sense. He immediately rushed to where Lin May was hiding. "Father!" At this moment, Lin May, who was sitting on the ground and huddled up in a corner, saw Lin Ray again. She immediately rushed into his embrace and cried loudly. In comparison, Lin Ray felt very helpless. He did not know how to comfort his child. At this moment, Lin Ray regretted not bringing his wife with him. That way, things would be different. There was no other way. His appetite did not allow Lin Mei to continue crying. Lin Ray could only try his best to make his voice gentle. Then, he began to comfort her. "All right, Mei, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have left. Don't cry." Sob, sob, sob. Who knew that it would have been better if Lin Ray did not persuade her? But after he did, she immediately broke down. Her crying became even louder. In comparison, Lin Ray was even more helpless. At this moment, Hu Bing, who was still outside, heard the child's crying in the room. Suddenly, he had a headache. "Sigh, why are there children everywhere? It's enough for me at home. I didn't expect it to be the same here." It seems that Senior is no exception. With that, Hu Bing knew that Lin Ray did not have time at the moment. He immediately lifted his leg and left the restaurant. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Li didn't know how much time had passed, but when Lin Mei began to cry, he sealed off his own sense of hearing. Perhaps it was because she was too tired, so the crying Lin Mei fell asleep at some point. She's still a child. Looking at Lin Mei's appearance, Lin Ray was envious. After all, this was something he could not do now. Every day, in addition to cultivating, he faced all kinds of problems. For this kind of eating, sleeping, and eating, cry to express her unhappiness, there was no more. Looking at Lin Ray, who was already sleeping soundly, he tiptoed to the bedside and gently placed Lin Mei, who was in his arms, on the bed. Everything happened last night. Lin Ray's mind moved. In an instant, 15, who was in the system, appeared. "I, Blood 15, pay my respects to the young master." Looking at 15, Lin Ray smiled. He was really grateful to this man who had been silently contributing behind his back. Because of him, Lin Ray could appear here so peacefully. Okay. In the future, when you see me, you don't have to carry any luggage. I know, young master's identity is honorable. Besides, this subordinate will not feel awkward. Before Lin Ray could finish, he heard Blood 15's rebuttal. Regarding this, Lin Ray was deeply helpless. "Sigh, you can do whatever you want," Lin Ray said helplessly. Then he pointed to Lin Mei on the bed and said, "This child has the body of the medicine god. She's a born genius in alchemy, but she's already my daughter. In the future, you can stay by her side. Of course, if you have time, you can teach her some of your battle techniques, spells, and cultivation methods." How can I do that?" This subordinate, knowing that Blood 15 would refute, Lin Ray didn't wait for Blood 15 to finish his sentence. "All right, this matter is settled. If you teach her well, you'll be her master. Do you hear me?" Upon hearing this, Blood 15's rebuttal was meaningless. In contrast, he could only nod in agreement. "All right, then this subordinate will... Okay, in the future, you don't have to call yourself a subordinate in front of me. You can do whatever I want." After that, Lin Ray didn't give him a chance to refute. He left the room and went outside. At that moment, Blood 15 lowered his head and glanced at Lin Mei on the bed. Then, he sat on the bed and waited for her to wake up. "Phew, I'd better cultivate. Cultivate the ghost art to the monarch god level as soon as possible. That way, it'll be more beneficial when fighting the 3 ghost kings in the future." With that, Lin Ray came to a tree. With a wave of his hand, a bench appeared. Then, Lin Ray set up a monarch-level defensive formation around it. Then, he sat down on the bench and began cultivating. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Lin Ray didn't cultivate at all. She woke up. Lin Mei, on the other hand, had cried and begged for Lin Ray in the beginning. In the end, under Blood 15's guidance, she began cultivating his blood art. This cultivation method was created by the Nether River Patriarch and was of a very high level. It was already at the god level. As for cloning techniques, like the flying guillotine, Blood 15 didn't plan to teach Lin Mei. After all, she had only just started cultivating and wasn't suited for such high-level things. As for the alchemists of the Alchemy Union, the 17-year-old girl had been instructed by her master. Every day, she waited outside the formation where Lin Ray was cultivating in seclusion. Every day, she would write a letter for a month. During this short period of time, the president and vice president of the Alchemy Union had also arrived and learned about Lin Ray's situation. Then, they shamelessly joined the team, waiting for Lin Ray. In comparison, the other elders were very helpless. A month passed by very quickly. During this period of time, Linley slowly began to train in the ghostly mantra, going from the very beginning to the 4th level. The ghost mantra had a total of 9 levels. It was not easy to cultivate to the 4th level. However, he did not know that if it was someone else cultivating it, they would be lucky if they could cultivate to the 2nd level in a month, let alone the 4th level. Phew! Lin Ray, who was in the formation, had already retreated from his cultivation and felt better. Other than the devil chi and spirit chi in his body, there was only the extremely pure ghost chi left. Feeling the majestic ghost chi, Lin Ray's face lit up. He stood up and stretched his body. With a wave of his hand, Lin Ray put away the bench. I didn't expect to cultivate for so long this time. TSK, if I go out, may will cry. As Lin Ray spoke, he couldn't help but tremble when he imagined that scene. But there was no other way. Even if he thought of this, he still had to go out. Then, with a wave of his hand, Lin Ray put away the formation. When he put away the formation, Lin Ray was stunned by the first scene he saw. He saw that the little girl sitting on the ground, not far away from the formation, was looking at him with her bright and piercing eyes. In contrast, Lin Ray was stunned. He didn't expect this situation. Chapter 575. Say, Senior, you finally came out. At this moment, when the girl saw Lin Ray for the first time, her eyes lit up and she immediately jumped up and quickly came to Lin Ray's side and bowed respectfully. Yes, you are. For the little girl's actions, Lin Ray really didn't understand and immediately asked, Oh, it's like this. Senior, you have been in seclusion for a month. During this month, my master came to find you several times, but you were always in seclusion. Our union's president and vice president have also come and are now in the living room with you. Hearing this, Lin Ray understood everything, so they let a little girl come here to guard for them. In contrast, Lin Ray's good impression of those old things decreased a little. He didn't want to help them like before, but after all, he had promised. Well, let's go. Take me to see them. I also want to see what level your union's president is. Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up. She immediately turned around and led Lin Ray to the living room. Along the way, the little girl was submissive. She was not like the little girl he saw in the union before. As for Lin Ray, he didn't speak. After all, the two of them were too big. Soon, following the little girl to the living room. When Lin Ray's figure appeared in the living room, all the old people sitting in the living room had their eyes lit up. They immediately stood up and bowed to Lin Ray. All the alchemists of the Union greet Senior. Looking at them, Lin Ray responded coldly and then came to the seat and sat down. Senior, Junior Shu Yang is the Union's president. This is Vice President Mu Ming. Lin Ray, who was sitting in the seat, heard the two people who he hadn't seen before introduce themselves. Lin May didn't even raise her eyes, but at this moment, her divine sense instantly came out and began to investigate them. As for Jiang Ning, he could sense an enormous divine sense probing his body, but he didn't move at all. He just allowed Linley to do as he pleased. Not long after, Linley retracted his divine sense. His expression was cold, and his tone was even colder. Not bad. One is a god king, and one is a divine ancestor. Their alchemy skills are not bad. Both of them reached peak late-stage king stage at the same time. When he heard Lin Ray tell him all the information about them, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and nodded without hesitation. Yes. Senior is indeed formidable. You're able to see through our cultivation with a single glance. However, at this moment, the two of them looked hesitant. Lin Ray frowned and asked in a deep voice, But what about it? When they heard Lin Ray's question, The two of them hurriedly voiced their doubts. Senior, there are some things that we don't understand. How did you know our alchemy skills? When the two of them asked this, the other alchemists looked over curiously, waiting for Lin Ray's answer. Hearing this, Linley began to answer without hesitation. You all have the medicinal smell of a top-grade king-level pill, the Raging Flame pill. Furthermore, you don't have such powerful spiritual fluctuations. More importantly, you don't have the medicinal fragrance of a pill of a higher grade than king level. When they heard Lin Ray's answer, everyone immediately understood the matter. All right, since you're here, let's start from the beginning. After saying that, Lin Ray took out 3 jade slips from his storage ring and placed them on the table. These 3 jade slips contain all the spirit herbs I've collected from Emperor-level alchemists. You can go and study them first. When you've mastered these spirit herbs, it won't be long before you can break through to the next realm. As for the formation method, it's also inside. You can practice it together. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 jade slips on the table. Everyone looked at them with burning eyes. Except for the vice president, who had a greedy look in his eyes, there was nothing else in the eyes of the others except burning eyes. In comparison, Linley was completely disappointed in Mu Ming. Still, Linley didn't try to stop Mu Ming from sharing his experience. Many thanks, Senior. We'll remember it. We'll definitely cultivate well and strive to become Emperor-level alchemists as soon as possible. Seeing the determination in calm men's eyes, Lin Ray's face finally showed a trace of a smile. All right, you can leave. I'll be in seclusion often in the future, so if you have any matters, you can look for my guard, Blood 15. He's in my room. Hearing this, everyone didn't dare to continue and immediately left. At this time, one of the old men and the little girl stayed behind and didn't leave. Seeing the old man's hesitant look, Lin Ray was anxious for him. Speak, what's the matter? You're already so old. Why are you still hesitating? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man's expression became awkward. He immediately said, Senior, it's like this. I'm afraid my little disciple won't have a future if she follows me. I think. Hearing this, Linley knew what he was going to say next. He didn't wait for him to finish. Lin Ray hurriedly shook his head and politely refused. I'm really sorry, I don't have time. Moreover, I still have 6 or 7 disciples to take care of, so, hearing this, the old man swallowed the words he was about to say. In response, when the little girl beside him heard Linley's rejection, she immediately frowned. Her originally smiling face instantly turned cold. Then Senior. The old man didn't want to give up and hurriedly begged again. Senior, this junior doesn't have extravagant hopes that you'll accept my little disciple as your disciple, but it's really a waste for this child to follow me. If she could be a maid by your side, as long as you have time to give her a few pointers, you can. Seeing the old man's expression, Lin Ray felt awkward. The old man's words were something Lin Ray had never thought about, but he was right. This child's talent in alchemy was indeed very high. Moreover, she possessed the Yin Flame, something that no one else could possess. However, he truly didn't have time. After all, this place was going to experience a disaster soon. He also had to increase his cultivation, or he would have to nurture everyone here. Of course, the most important reason was that he wanted to take Xie Feng as his mount. After thinking it over, Lin Ray's eyes lit up. He immediately thought of Blood 15, who was in his room. Lin Ray immediately smiled and said, How about this? Although this sovereign can't teach her anything, this sovereign's guard is a divine monarch and is extremely powerful. If you don't mind, I don't mind. As long as this child can learn something useful, I won't let her down. As the old man spoke, tears streamed down his face as he patted the little girl's back. He had her kneel and kowed out to Lin Ray in gratitude. Don't. Let's not talk about this in the future. Moreover, I'm not the one teaching my little disciple. As he spoke, Lin Ray stood up. That's enough. You can go. He's currently imparting a cultivation method to my little girl. You can go and tell him that I said so. Let this little girl cultivate with my little girl in the future. As he spoke, Lin Ray walked out the door. When the old man heard this, he immediately thanked him profusely. "Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior." Hearing the words of thanks from behind him, Linley revealed a hint of a smile, and then left without looking back. "Host, I have something to tell you." Just as Linley left the living room, the system's cold, synthetic voice rang out. Linley's body froze for a moment before returning to normal. He went back to the living room and found a place to sit down. Then, he set up an array. With a thought, he entered the system. When he arrived at the picturesque landscape of the system, Lin Ray ignored the scenery in front of him and asked anxiously, "What's wrong? What's the matter? Did something happen to Xiaolong?" As for the system, the first thing that Lin Ray thought of was the little dragon. He was very nervous. He was afraid that something had happened to the little dragon. No, two decisive, straightforward words. Instantly, Linley's worried heart was at ease. Phew! Thank goodness, thank goodness. Knowing that the system didn't call him because of the little dragon, Lin Ray instantly relaxed. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Although it wasn't because of the little dragon, it was a miracle that the system could take the initiative to speak. Xiefeng is about to be born. You have to cultivate quickly. If you want to conquer a creature that has survived since the beginning of time, then you have to be stronger than others. Otherwise, Xiefeng is about to be born? So soon? Lin Ray, who was already relaxed, was shocked when he heard the system's words. Previously, it said that Xiefeng was going to be born for a long time. Now it said that she was about to be born. Yes, because the seal's power is getting weaker and weaker, and Xiefeng's power is getting stronger and stronger. In the end, the enchantment won't be able to withstand it and will explode. Hearing this, Lin Ray became nervous. If Xiefeng was born, then everyone in the city would cease to exist. Not bad, you're right. Hearing the system say what he was thinking suddenly, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. However, regarding the system's words, Lin Ray didn't interrupt. Instead, he listened carefully. If you're Xiefeng and have been suppressed for such a long time, what will the Almighty Seal do? Moreover, Xiefeng is going to be born in the 10,000 Li Sea of Fire. If Xiefeng is really born, then everyone here will be burned to ashes. In the end, not even ashes will be left. Hiss! When Xiefeng is angry, 10,000 Li Sea of Fire. Lin Ray was stunned by the system's description of Xiefeng. He was also shocked. 10,000 Li Sea of Fire. Even as a monarch god, he couldn't do that. At most, he could turn an area of 1,000 li into a sea of illusory spirit blood fire. Chapter 576. He didn't dare to imagine it. Linley didn't dare to imagine what it would be like when the demonic phoenix was born. When he thought of this, Linley couldn't help but shiver. I know. Don't worry. I will cultivate as hard as I can during this period of time. I will strive to break through to the level where I can suppress Xiefeng. I hope so. The system's reaction surprised Linley. He thought that the system would laugh at him, but he didn't expect that it would just let it go so easily. It was hard to imagine why the system's attitude towards him had changed so much. Yes, it's the same for me. When the time comes, I will be able to break through to the level I want to register. However, I will still need your help. Although the Divine Emperor can fight against her, it will still be a little difficult. After all, that is only the strength of the physical body, not the cultivation. Hearing this, the system fell silent and did not say anything. Linley thought that this was impossible. Although there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes, he had already expected this. Okay, I will help you. However, don't be in pain when the time comes. Of course, I will not be merciful to you like the little dragon. My training is very difficult. When the time comes, it will be too late to regret. Really? At this moment, Lin Ray was very surprised to see the old man in the air. His eyes were full of doubts. He had basically given up on the previous question. Who knew that the system would actually agree to his request? Why? Are you not willing? In response to Lin Ray's doubts, the system's cold and synthetic voice asked Lin Ray. No, 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 no. Why would I not agree? I agree. You can train me however you want. As long as it can make me stronger, I will do it. Just like this, the two of them hit it off. Okay, you can go out and prepare. Your life will not be easy in the future. Of course, it is not too late to regret now. It will be too late when it really starts. Regarding this issue, Lin Ray's attitude was very firm. He would not regret this matter. He let himself be strong, not only for Xie Feng, who was imprisoned by the enchantment underground, but more importantly, for the reincarnation mirror which was detained by the three ghost kings. And all of this effort was because of the dead Jin Ling and Jin En. For them, Lin Ray had to do this. No need. Since this is my decision, I will not change it. Don't worry, I will not back down from this matter. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't give the system a chance to speak. He left the system in a flash and returned to the barrier he had set up in reality. He opened his eyes and stood up with joy on his face. Then, he waved his hand and the formation disappeared. He sensed the ghostly aura outside. As the energy flowed into his body, Lin Ray felt indescribably comfortable. After looking around, Lin Ray walked towards his room. Along the way, he met many people. Everyone had a respectful expression on their faces. In contrast, Lin Ray did not say anything. At this time, Lin Ray came to the door of the room and felt the fluctuation of spiritual aura coming from the room. Lin Ray frowned because this spiritual aura was only at the foundation establishment stage. Feeling this, Lin Ray instantly released his divine sense and rushed into the room. He saw that it was his daughter, Lin Mei, who was sitting on the bed and cultivating. Feeling the aura on her body, a smile appeared on Lin Ray's face in an instant. Haha, it seems that it was the right choice to find our master. With him here, I am really relieved. Speaking of this, Lin Ray transmitted his voice to Blood 15 in the room. 15, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion for a while. I will leave the things here to you. Remember, if anyone makes trouble, just ignore them and kill them directly. Yes, I will do as you say. At this moment, 15, who was cultivating with his eyes closed in the room, heard Lin Ray's words and instantly opened his eyes. A bloody light rushed out in an instant. Then, he calmed down and responded to Lin Ray. Amen. Since that's the case, I'll leave this place to you. I'll be leaving first. After saying that, Lin Ray didn't say anything more to 15. Then, he left and walked towards the place where he had gone into seclusion. The setting sun was infinitely good, but it was only waiting for dusk to arrive at the secluded cultivation area. He casually used a formation, and in an instant, it enveloped him. At this moment, when he was about to go into seclusion, a period of time when he used to be with Jin Ling, the only memories he left behind instantly appeared in his mind. When he met Jin Ling. Memories. Jia. The door was pushed open. A girl who was not particularly good-looking, but could be considered strong and handsome walked in. She was very close in age and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. The girl leisurely drove to Lin Ray's side. She placed the cup in her hand on a nearby tree stump and sat beside Lin Ray. Looking at the pale Lin Ray, the girl revealed a sorrowful expression and sighed. Sigh, when you wake up, you've been in a coma for almost 3 months. Ever since you suddenly appeared in our village covered in blood, we thought you were a bad person. Later, no one cared where you lay for several days. Finally, when the village chief finally agreed to save you, he pulled you back. It's been 3 months, and you haven't shown any reaction at all. I really don't know if you can still wake up. It turned out that after Lin Ray was hit by the last halo of light emitted by his companions, he lost consciousness and was directly sent to an isolated island in the depths of the Sea of Innocence by the teleportation formation. And on this isolated island, at some unknown point in time, people had been stationed here. Later on, they had formed a village and had lived there ever since. But suddenly, one day, a blood-soaked Linley had suddenly descended from the skies. When the villagers saw this, they all thought that he was a bad person, and so they didn't lend a helping hand. But a few days later, the oldest elder of the village finally couldn't help but rescue Linley and bring him back. After carrying Lin Ray to his room, the old man ordered his only granddaughter to help Lin Ray bathe and treat him. She served him for almost 3 months. During these 3 months, the girl came back every day to help Lin Ray wash his body and feed him medicine. As the saying goes, even a dog would develop feelings after 3 months of raising it, let alone a person. During these 3 months, the girl took care of Lin Ray meticulously. In the end, she imperceptibly fell in love with Lin Ray, who she had been taking care of all this time. In the neighboring 17 years of age, it was the time for a girl to choose a partner. Moreover, the girl had to help Lin Ray bathe every day. Tonight, when she was feeding Lin Ray medicine and bathing him again, the girl came to Lin Ray's room as promised. When she saw that Lin Ray was still unconscious, the girl could not help but sigh with emotion. Then, she began to bathe Lin Ray. Sigh. Little brother, do you know? This is the first time I've had a man other than my grandfather. I don't know when, but I started to worry about you. Slowly, I started to care about when you could wake up and talk to me. As the girl spoke, she carried Lin Ray to the bathing area. Then, she began to slowly take off Lin Ray's clothes and put Lin Ray in the bathwater. In these 3 months, the girl had done this countless times, so now the girl had become immune to it. Looking at Lin Ray lying in the bathwater, the girl took a piece of something that looked like a scrubber and rubbed it on Lin Ray's body. Her movements were very gentle, as if she had already used all her strength to hurt Lin Ray. Looking at Lin Ray lying in the water, the girl could not help but be stunned. Little brother, can you wake up? I really want you to talk to me. Who's talking? At this moment, Lin Ray was running around aimlessly in the misty space. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. In an instant, Lin Ray was stunned. Gradually, Lin Ray uncontrollably returned to reality. He felt that his body was cold, and he also felt a hand groping his body. In an instant, Lin Ray opened his eyes abruptly. Glancing around, Linley saw that in this unfamiliar environment, there was a woman who didn't seem to be in a good mood, but who had a pair of watery eyes. She was carefully wiping his body. Linley was stunned. Little brother, I really want to... Just as the girl was speaking to Linley, she raised her head and saw that the person who had been unconscious for a long time was staring at her with his eyes wide open. Instantly, the girl stood up, her face red with embarrassment, and ran outside, calling out to the people outside. Grandpa, come take a look. The person you saved is awake. Grandpa, come take a look. You saved. Looking at the girl who ran out, Lin Ray was stunned. At this moment, Lin Ray's mind was very fuzzy. After waking up, the first question he asked was, who am I? Then a lot of questions popped up. Who am I? Where am I? What happened to me? Where's my family? A series of questions appeared in the boy's mind, but he couldn't find an answer. In the end, Lin Ray couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. Haha, little friend, how do you feel? Do you feel better? Just as Lin Ray was in a daze, a white-haired old man walked in from the door. When he saw that Lin Ray was really awake, some warm and considerate words blended into Lin Ray's heart. Old, Grandpa, I'm fine. It's just a little... Oh, what's wrong? Hearing Lin Ray's words, the old man quickly came forward and began to examine Lin Ray in all aspects. No, actually it's nothing. It's just that I don't seem to remember what happened before. Now, in my mind, there's nothing except for the girl beside you. I don't know if Grandpa knows where I'm from. Where's my home? Who is it? Ugh, this old man doesn't know either. When I saved you back then, you had nothing on you. Other than your body being covered in blood, you were also covered in wounds. However, when you were unconscious, those wounds healed on their own. Now, they're almost healed. It's just that you lost too much blood, so your body is a little weak. Oh, so that's the case. Originally, he thought that the old man who saved him might know his background. But now, it seemed that there was no hope. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's face showed a trace of disappointment. Well, since you don't remember who you are, why don't we just take things as they come? Since you don't have a name now, you don't have to follow mine. Anyway, You don't know who you are now, so I can't keep calling you little doll. Hee hee. Hearing the old man's explanation, Lin Ray nodded. After all, the old man was right. Since he didn't remember who he was, then it was better to live a good life here. Okay, then thank you, Grandpa. That's right. Since you agreed, then take this old man's surname. This old man's surname is Jean. Why don't you call yourself Jean Rouet? Rouet as in auspicious, okay? The old man's face was happy. Lin Ray didn't refuse and directly agreed. Okay, Grandpa, I will take your surname from now on. I will be called Jean Rouet. Hee. Why are you still calling me Grandpa? Since you already know my surname is Jean, why can't you call me Grandpa? After hearing the old man's words, Lin Ray helplessly shook his head and said with a smile, I can afford it, Grandpa. Hey, is that right? Ha ha ha. I also have a grandson. Let's see if this old man will still laugh at me in the future. When the old man finished speaking and saw Jean Ray, again, he instantly became stupefied. At this time, Jean Rouet had already fainted in the water. Ah, Brother Rouet, what happened to Brother Rouet? At this moment, the girl who was standing at the side hurriedly rushed over and helped Linley up, placing him on the bed. Grandpa, quickly take a look. What happened to Brother Rouet? Why did he faint again? After helping Lin Ray to the bed, the girl hurriedly went to the old man's side and asked anxiously, Oh, Linger, look at you. When I was sick, why didn't you care about me like this? How long has this kid been here? Since you took care of him so meticulously, tell me, are you... Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. I was just following your order to take care of him. After saying that, she walked out. When she ran to the door, the girl couldn't help but shout to the old man, Grandpa, remember to take care of Brother Rouet. It's late, I'm going to sleep. Her voice gradually disappeared. The old man looked at his granddaughter, who ran out with a worried face. He went to Jean Rouet's side to check if there was anything wrong with him and left. The moment the door closed, Jean Rouet, who was originally unconscious, woke up. What the hell happened? Why can't I remember who I am? Who am I? At this time, as long as Jean Rouet slept, the boy would have these questions lingering in his mind. Forget it. Maybe this is God's way of letting me relive it all over again. Maybe the memories from before weren't very good. After that, a feeling of exhaustion crept into his heart. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. This sleep was very sweet. It wasn't until noon the next day that Lin Ray woke up from his sleep. Lin Ray, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The old man was familiar with everything. Lin Ray knew that he was still in the old man's house. With a sigh, Lin Ray prepared to get up. However, the girl from yesterday swaggered in, and Lin Ray realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. You go out first, I'm not wearing any clothes. Jean Rouet said to the girl embarrassedly. His face couldn't help but turn red. Thinking of this, Lin Ray was pulled back to reality from his memories. At this moment, Lin Ray's gaze was even more determined. He was even more determined to work hard to cultivate and save his wife and child. Then, he didn't think too much about it. With a thought, he instantly entered the system and began his devil training. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.